Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was sent to a world of monster girls. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya, a simple farmer, is sent to the realm of monster girls by a mysterious stranger where he will encounter many a ravenous monster woman. They're hungry for Izuku's delicious man flesh, but not in the way he thinks. TLDR, Izuku meeting various women from MHA as monster girls. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The pitch black night sky begins to lighten as the sun starts to rise. The rays of the sun crawl across the land, chasing away the source of mankind's most primal of fears, darkness. The rays climb up the side of a small wooden house, creeping through the cracks of the shutters and falling across the sleeping face of a young man with thick fluffy green hair. His face was adorned with a smattering of freckles and gentle peach fuzz not yet grown into true facial hair. The boy's eyelids fluttered opening to reveal a pair of emerald orbs. This boy is Izuku Midoriya, son of merchant Hisashi Midoriya and farm wife Inko Midoriya, and holding the title of last living Midoriya. Izuku sat up in bed, throwing off the covers and stretching. He was shirtless, only having slept in a pair of breeches the night before. He swung his bare feet to the cold wooden floor and stood up. The young man yawned as he went over to a deep bowl and splashed water on his face several times, removing the last dregs of sleep from his mind and face. After washing his face with a well-worn cloth, he walked over to unbar the shutters and opened them, drenching himself in sunlight. The sun was just clearing the horizon as Izuku looked out over the small farm he'd tended since as far back as he could remember. This farm had been in his family for several generations. It had been tended by his great-grandfather, his grandfather, and his father before he got his license as a merchant. After that, it had just been him and his mother. His father had died during his travels when Izuku was 8, and his mother had passed last year. He was now the sole owner of this farm at 16 years of age. Izuku grabbed a shirt and threw it on before stepping into his father's boots. He'd outgrown his own shoes a while ago but hadn't quite reached a comfortable fit with his father's boots. A physical reminder he wasn't the man his father was, yet. Izuku plodded to the front, removing the thick plank of wood that barred the door, and grabbed his tool belt hanging by the there. He was the only thing keeping this farm running. He had to make sure he did his best every day. As he opened the door, Izuku was graced with the smell of the world of earth and wheat, the sweet scent of a living world. He was mostly self-sufficient on this farm. The produce he grew was enough to live off of, and since he was the only person living here now, he could afford to go to the market and sell any excess. It didn't leave him a lot of money, but it was enough to afford the random minor repair and buy seeds and fertilizer. Izuku moved to the small chicken coop and gathered the eggs before heading back into the house and getting breakfast started. It was a small meal of eggs, toast and ale, but it was enough to give him the energy for the day. Once breakfast was done, he went to the fields and got to work. Izuku grabbed his hoe as he entered the field. He sighed as he started on the back-breaking work that would be his life going forward. When he was younger, he had imagined going into the city and becoming a knight. He wanted to live a life of adventure and glory. He imagined himself as the hero, slaying monsters and rescuing damsels in distress. The world had grown dangerous over the past few years, and Izuku thought or dreamed of being the hero to end the monsters and their tirade against humanity. Izuku shook his head. Him being a hero was just a dream, and dreams should be kept for when one was asleep. Now that he was the only one here, he should put down his childish delusions and be more practical. He was a man now, and though he wasn't the most handsome of the village men, he should start looking for a wife. Izuku's farm was situated on the outskirts of a small hamlet. He knew most of the villagers by name. In fact, when he was younger, he'd had a friend among them, but he had gone to the city to become a knight many years ago, leaving Izuku by himself. He didn't want to be the last Midoriya on this farm. He shook his head as he worked, his mind wandering as his body was given over to muscle memory. First, it was the corn and potato fields, and then to the wheat fields. He would be at this from sunup to near sundown. Truthfully, Izuku was grateful for the work. With something to do all day, he didn't have much time to think about his mother's death or the state of the farm. He just had to keep working. His mother had passed due to sickness. She'd always seemed a hardy woman, but managing a farm and a child took its toll. Stress could be as much a death sentence as a broken bone, and for Izuku Midoriya it had. As he worked, Izuku waved to some of the travelers passing on the road. He wondered where they were going or where they had come from. What had those lucky travelers seen in their travels? Far-off lands with all too unique sights. Snowy mountain peak monasteries or raging seas hide treasure beneath their tempestuous waves. All of that and more was within their grasp because they had the freedom to pursue it. Before he knew it, the sun had made its journey across the sky, settling on the opposite horizon. Izuku stabbed his hoe into the ground and wiped his forehead of sweat. The late rays of the sun shone upon his bare sweat-drenched chest as he walked back to the farmhouse. "I'll wash off at the well and head to bed," he told himself. It was best to be in the house when night fell. Such a time was when monsters became active. Their world was inhabited by monstrous creatures like Oni, werewolves, and even the undead. No sane person would be out after the sunset lest they be carried off to the demon realm and devoured. It hadn't always been like this, he was told in the letters from his father. For several decades monsters had been kept at bay, hardly ever harming humanity, but in recent years their attacks have resumed. Izuku put on a bit more speed even though his body screamed out for less exertion. Before he could reach the well, a dull thud rang out from the road behind him. Izuku stopped in his tracks and turned, seeing a figure collapsed in the road. Before he knew it, he was already walking over to the figure on the ground. Izuku hopped over the fence of his farm and stood near the cloaked person lying in the dirt of the road. Their hand was outstretched, looking skeletal the way the skin clung to the bones of their fingers. They seemed to have been using a walking stick to get around that had apparently snapped, dropping them to the ground in the process. "Hey, are you all right?" Izuku asked hesitantly, reaching toward the figure. Something inside Izuku told him to leave the figure alone. He'd heard stories of bandits and monsters pretending to be injured victims only to lure people in and attack them. His fingers hovered above the hood of the figure before reaching down and pulling it back. Hair like ragged straw spilled out onto the road around the skeletal face of a man. Izuku fell down on his butt as he looked at the horribly thin man. He could hardly believe that this was a person with how skinny they were. He reached forward, letting his fingers hover over the man's mouth. He could feel shallow breaths running across his knuckles. "Dear gods, you're still alive!" Izuku shouted quickly, grabbing the man and throwing his arm over his shoulder. Izuku had been prepared for a struggle, but the man was lighter than a bag of flour. "Just hold on, I'll get you inside," he said as he dragged the mysterious figure into his home. Once inside, Izuku barred the door and placed the man in his bed. "I'll get you some water," he said as he grabbed the pitcher from the table and poured the man a glass. "Here, drink this slowly," he whispered as he gingerly poured the water into the man's mouth. Izuku watched and waited, thinking that the man may have died during his transit into Izuku's home, but then he saw the man's throat move. He was drinking. "That's good, just drink a little at a time," Izuku said, pouring some more water into his mouth before setting the pitcher aside. The stranger coughed several times as he lay down. Thank you," he whispered gently. Izuku just smiled. "It's not a problem, I couldn't just leave you out there to die. It was getting dark. If you didn't pass on your own, something else would have made your death much more painful. Rest now, I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning," Izuku said as he noticed the slow, steady rhythm of his guest's breathing. It appeared he had already fallen asleep. Izuku moved to make sure that all the shutters were closed and barred, as well as the front door. He put the long, thick plank in place before kicking off his boots and making himself comfortable in front of the dark fireplace. It was much too warm for it anyway. The brief instance of excitement had taken what little energy he'd had left from farming. "I'll bathe tomorrow," he said as he slowly began to drift off. The house was dark when Izuku awoke. He wasn't sure what had woken him up until he heard the creaking of his front door. Izuku shot up, looking at his front door creaking in the gentle night breeze. The doorway was lit by moonlight, and from where he sat Izuku saw a figure moving away from his home to the nearby woods. Izuku looked at his bed, seeing it bereft of his guest. He immediately shot up and moved to the front door. He looked up, seeing a large full moon several times bigger than it usually was, and its light bathed everything in silver. It was eerie seeing the moon so big and bright. He'd heard stories of men transformed into monsters under its light. If that was true, it was all the more reason he should get his frail guest back inside as soon as possible. He saw his wayward guest about to disappear into the tree line. Izuku rushed out after him, his feet pounding the grass as he moved. He saw the figure hobble into the shadows of the trees, and Izuku recklessly followed into the darkened woods. He could hear his guest's movements in the underbrush, but no matter how hard Izuku ran, he couldn't seem to catch up to him. Izuku started to panic as he ran. Had he missed the man somewhere? Maybe he had fallen and Izuku had missed him in his rush. As Izuku stopped to look around, he heard the man's voice. This way. It was so soft Izuku almost didn't hear it. He turned in the direction of the voice. Come, come. Izuku hesitantly followed the voice, and as he did, the darkness of the forest started to be broken by light. Closer. Come, closer. At this point, it felt as if Izuku was no longer moving under his own power and more as if he was being drawn in. He broke through the trees into a clearing bathed in silver light from above. His mysterious guest was standing across from him on the opposite side of the clearing. His face looked much healthier and his eyes shone a brilliant blue. Gone was the frail man lying in his bed hours ago. Now standing before him was someone else. The transformation wasn't physical. The man was still thin as a rail, but the way he carried himself spoke of an inner strength unknown to Izuku. Are you all right, sir? Izuku asked, slowly walking forward. I am, thanks to you. I had been searching for someone like you for a long time now. A kind person who wouldn't hesitate to help anyone that needed it. Izuku cocked his head as he walked forward. What was this man talking about? I did what I thought was right. I couldn't just leave you the. Izuku took another step, and when he entered the halfway point of the clearing, the ground lit up with runes unknown to Izuku. They encircled the young farmer as his green eyes widened in shock. A wind blew through the clearing, snatching the cloak from his guest and showing that what stood before him was not human. The man had a large pair of tattered wings the color of dark honey sprouting from his back, along with a thin forked tail. His legs were those of a goat, cloven in nature, covered in thick fur the same hue as his wings. A demon! Izuku shouted, rushing back only to hit against the light of the circle he was trapped in. Don't be afraid. I'm going to repay your kindness. I'm going to send you to a place that needs a person like you. A place where you will be needed and appreciated for what you can do, and I will stay in your place. The demon said as he raised his hand. A bright yellow orb appeared and then shot into Izuku's chest, sinking beneath his skin in golden ripples. Enjoy your new life, Izuku Midoriya. I know I did. He said before the light of the circle blinded the young man to everything else, and he felt the sensation of falling. The demon watched the portal he opened disappear in a beam of light as he fell to his knees. His wings turned to dust, falling away from his body along with his once cloven hooves returning to human feet. The man breathed heavily as he raised himself to his feet. He gave a hiss as his soft flesh was prodded by cockleburrs and hidden stones. I'm human again, he said, looking at his hands and no longer feeling the hum of magic through his body. This is for the best. I could no longer support them. I know Nana must be furious with me, but I know I did the right thing. He said, standing up and walking back through the woods towards the Midoriya farm. His breath came in ragged huffs as the branches scratched his skin and his toes bumped into hidden roots, nearly tripping in the process. This was so much easier with magic, he complained as he finally exited the forest back onto the Midoriya property. The once demon sighed in relief as he made it back into the farmhouse, closing the door and collapsed into the bed, massaging his feet. So this is my life now, he said to the empty home. He wasn't disappointed. If anything, he was more relieved than ever. He'd been searching for more than 2 decades to find a worthy replacement, and now he had. When Izuku Midoriya had approached him and shown him kindness, he knew that this boy was the one. While Izuku had slept, he'd plumbed the depths of his mind with his magic. He knew that Izuku was an orphan at this point. No relatives to speak of and hardly any presence in the village he was on the outskirts of. The boy's kindness and lack of attachment to all these things made him a perfect choice to replace him. Toshinori Yagi. I haven't spoken that name in a long time. I'm sure no one in this world remembers that boy who disappeared on a night much like this, hundreds of years ago. The boy who fell into another world and found himself its protector and the demon lord. Toshi chuckled as he looked up at that wonderfully full moon. You'll go through a lot, young Izuku, but I have no doubt you will find yourself upon that throne just as I did, he said as he collapsed into his bed, an old man. The light began to fade from Izuku's eyes as he stumbled out of something. His eyes had just been bathed in brilliant light, now everything was dark as pitch. He was breathing frantically as he fell to his knees, looking around. Am I blind? Izuku asked, terrified as he looked all around him, hoping that he didn't just find himself blind in an unfamiliar place. Slowly that fear faded as the room he was in came into focus. He was kneeling on a stone floor covered in a thick layer of dirt. He looked behind him, seeing an ancient gateway behind him. Strange runes were carved along the archway. As Izuku scanned the room, he came to realize that wherever he was, it was wholly abandoned. The stone archway was covered in a thick layer of dust. The walls were crumbling as thick roots pushed through them. Izuku came to his feet, looking around for an exit. This place was creepy. It felt like he'd been buried alive in a tomb. There's gotta be a way out, he whispered to himself as he craned his neck up and saw a hole in the ceiling. Apparently sometime in the past one of the pillars of the room had crumbled and fallen, knocking a hole in the roof and forming a perfect ramp to it. Faint light filtered through the hole. Wasting no time, Izuku began to climb the fallen pillar, his hands and feet finding purchase on the steep incline. As Izuku made his way upward, he began to hear a faint crunching noise that grew in intensity the closer he got to the hole. Izuku's heart nearly ceased as the pillar shifted slightly. The crunching he'd heard was the pillar losing its purchase on the wall under his weight. It was going to crash to the floor any second now, and if he didn't reach the hole before then, he'd be trapped in this forgotten place until his eventual death. All delicacy was cast aside as Izuku scrambled up the unstable pillar on all fours. The pillar finally gave way and began sliding down the wall, the stone screeching as it began its descent. Seeing no other option, Izuku jumped for all he was worth. His chest crashed against the edge of the hole, knocking the wind from him as his hands scrambled for something to grip to pull himself up. His hands landed on a thick root which he used to pull himself out of the hole and onto solid grassy ground. Izuku's chest rose and fell frantically as he thanked whatever deities that could hear him. As his breathing was coming back under his control, Izuku got to his feet and looked around. It was dark wherever he was. He could see a sprawling forest stretching around in every direction. The tomb he'd climbed up from was under a hill now. Izuku cautiously looked down into the hole he'd climbed out of as the pillar finally crashed to the floor, coughing up an explosion of dust. Izuku coughed as he was hit full on in the face with the debris and stumbled back, rubbing the debris from his eyes. His foot caught on the very same root that had freed him from the hole and sent him tumbling end over end down the hill before crashing into a viscous puddle. Izuku flopped in the puddle, struggling to find the edge, but it seemed the more he struggled, the further away the edge of the puddle seemed. His eyes were still clouded with dust, and now this sludge. He couldn't open them as he floundered uselessly in this muck. As he moved, he felt the liquid wrap around his arms and legs, ceasing all forward movement as if the puddle he was in was alive. What? He shouted as he was dragged presumably to the center of the puddle once again. The sentient puddle crawled all over his body, squeezing down on his arms and legs to prevent him from escaping as every inch of his body was coated in slime. It didn't hurt, in fact it seemed pleasurable as the mass focused its attention on his crotch, massaging and slithering up his pant leg to touch him directly. He gasped out a frantic "Help," opening his mouth to an unwarranted intrusion as the sludge began to fill his mouth and started to slither down his throat. He expected such a substance to be vile tasting, but it wasn't. It was faintly sweet, which only seemed to make the experience more horrifying. Izuku's eyes burned as tears stung them. He was out of breath and seemingly losing consciousness. As things began to grow dark, Izuku swore he could hear barking. He felt a pair of hands latch onto his shoulders and pull hard. The barking was incessant at this point and very close. He gasped as he was pulled free of whatever had been assaulting him a moment ago. He coughed, violently hacking up whatever had been in his mouth and throat. He rolled onto his back as something licked his face with a mad passion. "Are you okay? That slime didn't hurt you too bad, did it?" "I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner." The voice sounded like that of a young girl. Thank you, but can you stop your dog? He asked, only to receive a much stronger lick that cleared the gunk from his eyes, allowing him to see again. The first thing Izuku saw was a pair of chocolate brown eyes inches away from his own. I'm sorry about that, I just wanted to help you see again, and slimes don't taste that bad either. She said, licking. Her girl's voice came from right in front of him, but he couldn't correlate that cute human voice to what he was seeing. Before he stood a girl unlike any other he'd met. She was covered in thick honey brown fur from head to toe. From her head sprouted a pair of flopped-over ears that twitched periodically. Izuku's eyes dropped down to a small movement that caught his eye. The movement was from a fluffy tail wagging quickly back and forth behind the girl in front of him, so much so it gave her entire body a slight sway. The sway was most evident in her plump beeps, with only her fur preserving her dignity. Izuku was stunned, to say the least, as he stared at the girl. What are you?" he managed to squeak out as he slowly began to scuttle back from her. The dog girl seemed unperturbed by his question. In fact, at the sound of his voice her tail wagged faster, if that was even possible. "I'm a kobold," she shouted happily, pouncing on his legs and giving him a look at what she'd saved him from. What he'd thought was a puddle wasn't far off. The light blue liquid mimicked the color of water. If it wasn't for the thick tendrils lifting themselves up from its surface in search of its stolen prey, there'd be no difference. As he looked down at the dog girl lying on his legs belly up, he could see the state of his attire. There was hardly anything left of his breeches. The legs had been dissolved, effectively leaving him in shorts. His shirt was completely gone at this point. The slime had devoured his clothes but left him unharmed. In fact, he felt cleaner than he had when he arrived here. Where was here though? Where am I, miss? He asked, trying to stay calm. He had no frame of reference on how to treat a dog girl, but if she was like any other dog, then speaking in a calm manner was probably for the best. At the sound of his voice, she rolled over onto her stomach and looked at him with a smile. Those chocolate brown orbs of hers held no malice as far as he could see, but the same could have been said for the man who'd sent him here. "Oh, you're in Zipangu," she said matter-of-factly, having either ignored his subtle way of asking for his name or not noticing it in the first place. Needless to say, that name meant absolutely nothing to Izuku. He'd never heard of a place called Zipangu. Seemingly sensing his confusion, the dog girl sat up, adopting the sitting position of any other canine he'd seen. Unfortunately, given her mostly human shape, this stance squeezed her beeps between her arms, and if not for the thick fur at her crotch, he was sure he'd be staring at her genitals. Izuku averted his eyes and gave a hard gulp. I think you humans call this the demon realm," she said, as if not sure that was the correct term herself. Izuku felt his heart stop as she said demon realm. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked around. Now that he was relatively safe, he could see the vast differences that had avoided him earlier. First of all, the moon in the sky was bigger than the one he was used to and gave off a purple light. The stars in the night sky weren't where they were supposed to be. His father had shown him star charts whenever he was home. True, Izuku was a novice at reading them, but even he could tell this was not his night sky. The trees around him had thick jet black bark, and their leaves were as red as if they'd been dipped in blood. The final nail in the coffin was of course his current speech companion. A dog girl, and then there was the voracious slime puddle. All of this added up to one thing. I'm in hell," Izuku whispered slowly as his heart thundered in his chest. "He sent me to hell. He took my place and sent me here," Izuku shouted, startling the dog girl as he fell flat onto his back, gasping for air and clutching his chest in a blind panic. He closed his eyes tightly as he listened to the thundering of his own heart and felt the rasping of his breath in his throat. He wasn't dead, or maybe he was. Had that demon sent his soul to hell and taken his body for its own? As Izuku continued to spiral further down, he felt soft pads on his stomach. They ran gently up and down his hardened abs. He didn't know why, but slowly he started to calm down. Her motions were soothing, and by the time she'd placed her furry head on his stomach, he could open his eyes. His green eyes looked down at her, catching her brown ones. "It always makes me feel better to have my belly rubbed," she said with a small smile. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at her. If this was hell, then he was lucky to have such a kind person as her. Maybe she was trying to trick him to seduce him into staying here like Persephone and Hades. Izuku slowly sat up and gingerly placed a hand on her head. "Thank you. I don't know your name," he said, asking more directly for her name a second time as the dog girl slowly sat up, her tail wagging slowly from side to side as she nuzzled his calloused palm. "I don't have one. Usually our father or preferably our masters give us our name," she explained as Izuku arched his brow. Okay, well, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'd like to go back home. Do you know how I could do that?" he asked, hoping desperately that she did. He couldn't see himself staying here. He'd nearly been buried alive and drowned by a living puddle. He couldn't imagine if something mobile was to come after him. The dog girl's ears drooped as he mentioned going home. "You don't want to, Santa." As she spoke, her nose twitched suddenly and her eyes grew wide in fear. Her head snapped to the side as she stared into the trees before grabbing him by the arm and dragging him away into the underbrush. "What are you?" She covered his mouth before he could get another word out and held a finger to her lips. "Don't make a sound, just stay here and please be quiet," she whispered. Izuku was tempted to ask what was going on, but the pleading look in her eyes made him rethink that decision. Her big brown eyes were staring down at him, practically begging him to do as she said. She was literally giving him puppy dog eyes. He gave a slow nod, agreeing to do as she said. The sunny smile she gave him was more than he felt he deserved for such a meager thing. She backed away from him, moving to the opposite side of the small field, and began rolling around in the dirt as a furious rustling could be heard from some nearby bushes. Izuku turned his head in that direction, wondering what would appear. After all, whatever it was had frightened the kobold who had only moments ago been over the moon. As Izuku watched, his curiosity was rewarded as three feminine figures walked out of the woods. If a kobold was a dog girl, then these three individuals were most certainly wolf women, more commonly known as werewolves. They all had thick fur along their arms and legs. Sharp claws on the ends of their fingers glinted red in the light of the purple moonlight. Atop their heads were perky ears and wild hair with thick tails swaying softly as they walked. They were each tall, much taller than the kobold, and the leader was even taller than Izuku himself. Each one had fur in varying shades. The leader had deep black fur, hefty beeps, and luscious hips that swayed with each step she made. Her chest and shoulders were covered in fur as well, but whereas his kobold friend's body was entirely covered in fur, hers seemed to break apart around her chiseled abs but covered her beeps and crotch. This fur pattern was mirrored by the other two. These two women were a few inches shorter than the one he assumed was their leader, but still dwarfed the kobold. The one on the right had fur the color of mud, while the one on the left had dark gray fur. All three were sniffing the air before they zeroed in on the kobold and growled. "What's a mutt like you doing in our territory?" The black-furred one growled, stopping the kobold in her rolling around. She sat up slowly, looking in the wolves' direction, but not making eye contact. The tension built to a fever pitch before the kobold made a run for it. Her paws kicked up spurts of dirt and grass as she tore away from the three women, but her escape attempt was in vain. Izuku couldn't even see what happened. 1 second the lead wolf was standing still, then there was an explosion of dust and suddenly she had her foot on kobold's back. Izuku flinched at the pained yelp that escaped her as she was stepped on. "You must not have heard me, are you deaf, mutt?" The black werewolf growled as she kicked the kobold onto her back and stomped on her stomach. Her two companions moved to either side of the pinned kobold. "Now I'll ask you again. Why are you in our territory, girl? A dog should know better than to enter a wolf's territory. Do you know what we do to mutts who enter our territory?" she asked, leaning down toward the kobold's face and gnashing her teeth inches from her snout. The kobold turned her head away and whimpered. "I'm sorry," she whined. I got lost. I didn't mean to enter your territory." She apologized, only to have her face grabbed and forced to look the werewolf in the eye. Her yellow eyes glowed as she stared down at the kobold and sniffed her several times. "Is that what I think it is?" she asked before clamping her lips on kobold's mouth. She could feel the werewolf's thick tongue moving around her mouth. She licked along her teeth as the kobold refused to open her mouth. There was a growl as the grip on her jaw increased in strength, forcing the kobold to open her mouth, letting in the werewolf's tongue to mingle with hers. Izuku was frozen in perverse fascination. He had no idea what was going on. He'd thought the werewolves would be antagonists to the kobold. He'd heard stories of many a dog being torn apart by wolves during hunting trips or when a pack of wolves went after livestock. Maybe this was just how werewolves and kobolds were, or could it be the werewolf was assaulting the kobold one-sidedly? Izuku's fist clenched as he saw the pained look on kobold's face before the werewolf suddenly ended the key. A thin strand of saliva glittering in the moonlight connected their mouths before eventually snapping as the werewolf howled in excitement. "You have a man," she shouted in a ravenous glee that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. The kobold panted from the heated and impromptu make-out session as her eyes filled with fear at having been found out. She'd hoped her dirt bath would hide the human's scent, but she hadn't expected the werewolf to smell him on her breath or taste him on her tongue. "Where is he?" the werewolf growled as her pupils narrowed, focusing solely on the kobold at her mercy. The other two werewolves circled the downed kobold. Now that they knew she had a man, they went into predatory mode. Izuku was sweating bullets as he lay under the bushes. Should he run, or was it better to stay put and let things play out? Still, if she gave him up, he'd be a sitting duck lying here like this, so he should definitely run right. Izuku remembered that burst of speed the werewolf presented not even moments ago. If a fellow monster couldn't outrun her, what choice did a normal human like him have? As Izuku waffled on what to do, the kobold spoke. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a man," she shouted, only to be slapped by the werewolf. "Don't lie to me. Where is he?" she growled, but the kobold only shook her head as tears built in her eyes. "There is no man," she stated. The werewolf growled, flexing her claws. "Last chance, puppy. Tell me where the man is or I'm going to tear your nose off." The werewolf hooked her claws into the kobold's nose as she whimpered, but said nothing else. This was practically a death sentence for any canine monster. They had great hearing, sure, but what really got them through life was their nose. Without it would be similar to a human being deaf. So be it. Izuku couldn't watch any longer. Whether she was a monster or not, she'd saved him from that slime and cared for him when he was panicking. She'd been nothing but nice to him, a complete stranger, and if these werewolves were any indication, then could have been much worse. Whether or not this was hell, he couldn't let her be hurt anymore. Izuku bolted from the bushes at the trio of werewolves and reached out his hand. "Stop," he shouted, and as he did, a deep green energy glittered around his body before bursting out in a wave. The grass bowed under the force of the blast and the trees rattled, but the most prominent reaction came from the three werewolf women. As the wave rolled across them, their eyes rolled back into their heads as their pussies squirted their nectar onto the ground, drenching their fur and running down their legs as they fell on their backs with red faces and heaving chests. Izuku made his way to the kobold on the ground, seemingly unharmed by the wave of magic. "Here, come with me, we need to leave," he said, hoisting the kobold into his arms. Never before had Izuku been as thankful for his life as a farmer. The manual labor had given him a body used to carrying loads heavier than her. He ran for all his worth, not noticing the slime puddle he'd recently escaped had changed color from a light blue to pink, or that one of its tendrils split into 5, similar to a hand with its fingers outstretched. Izuku had no idea where he was heading, he just knew he had to get the both of them as far away from those werewolves as possible. He stumbled through the dark forest, narrowly avoiding falling several times. His head moved frantically from side to side, looking for a place to hide. "We have to hide, we have to hide," Izuku shouted frantically, barely keeping a lid on his rising panic before he spotted a massive fallen over tree. He skidded to a stop before making his way over to it. Once he arrived at the fallen tree, Izuku gently laid down his kobold and looked around the tree. It was truly massive, even laying on its side it was taller than him. This tree must be ancient. "Let's hope it didn't just fall," he said, tapping along the tree looking for a soft spot or maybe a hollow where rot had set in. "Come on, please be a hole here somewhere," he pleaded as he moved along the length of the tree before tapping on a part of the bark and taking a step only for his leg to sink in up to the knee before he caught himself. "Whoa," he shouted, seeing that there was a hollow where the tree met the ground. From the looks of things, it seemed the tree had fallen and crashed into a burrow of some kind. Izuku looked into the yawning mouth of the burrow with sweat dripping down his face. It would be an understatement to say he was apprehensive about diving into an unfamiliar hole. He didn't know anything about this land or what could be lurking in the darkness, but as he debated looking for another hiding place, a howl ripped through the night air, making the hair on Izuku's neck stand up. "Shit, I guess this is it," he said as he went back to his kobold and hugged her tightly to his chest as he stepped into the hole. It seemed the hole was only a few inches shorter than himself, letting him stand up and look out over the lip of it. He made sure the kobold was lying comfortably before hopping back out of the burrow and looking around for rotted bark and other decomposing foliage and spreading it around the hole. He hoped the rotting plant matter would hide their scents. Izuku heard rustling nearby and quickly dove into the burrow, hoping he'd covered his tracks well enough. From his vantage point, Izuku watched the tree line he had come from, and sure enough, the 3 werewolves appeared, sniffing the air hungrily as their yellow eyes moved back and forth fervently. Izuku unknowingly held his breath as he watched and waited. "They came this way," the black werewolf declared, practically huffing the air as she searched. "I can smell the man's desperation and his fear." Izuku clenched his teeth as the werewolf began moving, sniffing along the ground. "Come out, man-child, I know you're here. That magic of yours was powerful, you can't hide that forever. Come out and my pack will protect you. You'll be taken care of for the rest of your life as we bear your pups." Izuku swallowed as he watched the werewolf's fur-covered beaks sway as she walked. "Don't make this hard, child. Come out now and we won't get rough." She growled steadily, making her way along the tree, her claws carving through its ancient bark with ease. Izuku could hear the padding of her feet grow louder as she closed in on him. Izuku shrunk back from the opening just as the paw of the werewolf stepped in front of the hole. This was the moment everything hinged on her not finding them. He watched the werewolf's claw appear on the ground, telling him she was about to kneel down when another howl carried through the night. There was a moment's pause before the werewolves took off into the night. Izuku felt all strength leave his body as he crashed down on his butt next to the unconscious kobold. He clutched his chest as he took several deep breaths. He'd never been so frightened before, not even when Katsuki had dared him to go into the woods and pick berries at sundown. Now that the threat was gone, Izuku remembered the condition of the kobold next to him. He moved over to her, placing her head in his lap as he scratched her ears. Admittedly, Izuku had no idea what to do in this situation. He was holding a literal dog girl in his lap. He had more experience with the former than the latter, and though treating her like a literal dog felt somehow wrong to him, he didn't have much else to go off of. As Izuku scratched her head, paying particular interest to behind her ears before his eyes moved down her body to her stomach. "I wonder," he thought to himself before moving a hand to her stomach and gently stroking the soft fur there. The kobold reacted to his touch, giving off a low growl of pleasure in her unconscious state. Izuku smiled softly as he ran his hand up and down her stomach before beginning to gently scratch her. He was pleased to see her beginning to pant in her sleep as he scratched her belly. Izuku couldn't keep himself from chuckling as he felt the last of the tension ease from his body as he gave a yawn. He hadn't realized how tired he was until now, it seemed. He laid Kobold's head on the ground before lying down next to her as he gave another jaw-creaking yawn. "I need something to call you. I can't just keep thinking of you as Kobold or Dog Girl," he said as his eyelids grew heavy. "But what should I call you?" he asked himself as his eyes closed. The fact that the last thought occupying Izuku's mind was coming up with a name for his canine companion instead of thinking of a way to get back to his world did not dawn on the young farmer, nor the question of how he'd rendered 3 werewolves unconscious. None of these thoughts swam across Izuku's mind as he slept. One could only wonder why that was. Hundreds of miles away stood a towering castle draped in the purple moonlight that was unique to Zipangu. In its halls, a small figure flew. Bat wings flapped quickly, propelling a childlike figure through the air before stopping before a pair of massive stone doors. The doors were carved to look like the jaws of a vicious beast. The figure landed on the stone floor and composed herself. This childlike entity was known as an imp, a low-level succubi. The imp was dressed in what could only be called a series of dark purple straps. There was a thin band covering her small chest and the other formed an X over her groin. This imp had deep red hair and ebony horns reminiscent of a ram. Her bat wings spread out from her lower back above a thin forked tail. The imp patted herself down, not wanting to disrespect her mistress with a shabby appearance. Once she was satisfied, she knocked upon the door. Your Majesty, your council awaits your presence in the meeting hall. The imp spoke loudly to make sure her voice could be heard past the large stone double doors. Beyond the doors was a lavish room shrouded in darkness. At the back of the room past a trio of steps sat a massive four-poster bed. This bed could easily hold half a dozen people comfortably, but only one person now occupied its satiny depths. At the sound of knocking, a figure writhed beneath the blankets before sitting up. Very well, I will be with them momentarily. She spoke using magic to cast her voice outside the door. The imp immediately bowed lowly, her pert little raised high as she did so. Message received, madam, we wait patiently for your arrival. The imp said before fluttering back down the hall. The woman in the bedroom waited several seconds before sighing and waving her hand. Several candles in the room burst to light with purple flames, revealing the form of the woman in the bed. She had raven black hair that spilled down her back like an ebony river. The ruler of Zipangu yawned as she stretched sensuously before opening her eyes, revealing steel-gray irises. She crawled out of bed, bathing her nude body in the purple light of the candles. The demon lord was well muscled, but it only enhanced her feminine allure. Her large beeps bounced with each step as she moved to a walk-in closet. The sway of her ample hips and would be hypnotic to any who gazed upon her. Once entering the closet, she selected her clothing quickly, using magic to dress herself. She of course had the power to simply materialize clothing upon herself, but her husband had found the act of her taking the time to get dressed and undressed quite. Even with his disappearance, she found it hard to break that habit, so she compromised by using magic to put her clothes on. Soon she was dressed in a white sash with purple filigree that crossed across her ample bosom and covered her nipples. She also wore a white pair of bottoms that were akin to clothes, with a purple demon crest across the front that was mirrored on the intersection of the sash across her chest. She slipped her feet into a pair of heels, adding even more to her already imposing height. She clipped on a white cape with the same crest emblazoned across the back. The last part of her attire was a selection of jewelry. Several rings adorned her fingers along with a set of black diamond earrings. After a final check of herself, the demon lord waved her cape and left her room. Her heels clicked on the stone floor as she made her way to the meeting hall. As she neared her destination, a pair of golems pushed the door open for her as an imp announced her presence to the room. All rise. You are now in the presence of Demon Lord Nana Shimura. Nana walked into the room, seeing several shadowy figures standing around a large table. The room was lit by more black candles with purple flames. On the table was a map of the Zipangu region. A throne sat at the back of the room, elevated on a staircase, and hanging on a tapestry behind the throne was the demonic symbol that adorned Nana's cape. Nana walked past the table and up a small staircase to the throne. She never felt comfortable in this seat, but since her husband's disappearance, she'd grown accustomed to a lot of things she detested. After taking her seat and crossing one leg over the other, she spoke. Be seated. Her voice rang out, echoing off the stone walls as the figures took their seats once more. My daughters, you have convened yet another meeting, no doubt to discuss the matter that has already been decided on. At this, a woman stepped forward. She too had raven black hair, but whereas her mother's was straight and fell down her back, this woman's hair looked like a wild mane of ebony falling down her back in thick locks. Her blue eyes pierced the dim lighting of the room. She was dressed in flowing robes indicative of a far eastern region of Zipangu that left her shoulders bare. Mother, if I may speak, the elegant woman asked as she twirled her smoking pipe between her fingers. The demon lord gave a slight nod. You have the floor, Midnight. This woman before her was her eldest daughter and the monster known as a Nurarihyun, a type of succubus known for luring people into their home and entrapping them there until they expire, or at least that's what the stories say. Midnight bowed her head in gratitude before speaking. We know well your feelings on the matter, Mother, but we beg you to reconsider. You can't keep supporting the entire realm on your magic alone. You need more power, and that means we need to be bringing in more men, or you need to find a suitable one to take your place as the demon lord. At that, a pair of hands slammed on the table as another figure stood up. Enough beating around the bush, it needs to be said plainly for all to hear. We've been skimming the human population, taking a dozen men here and there when we should be capturing entire villages of men and bringing them here to feed Mother's power. I know we all know how you felt about Father. We know you want to respect his wishes to harm as few men as possible, only what we need to keep our population steady, but we no longer have the luxury of father supporting the realm. The woman who spoke was covered in white scales and had golden eyes with vertical pupils. From her mouth issued a steady stream of smoke. This woman was a creature from legend, a dragon. One of the most feared and revered creatures in the human world. You are the demon lord, which means you are the realm and vice versa. One cannot exist without the other, so if your magic fails, so does Zipangu. It's already shrunk significantly in the years since father died. We know you're doing your best with the offerings we give you, but it's not enough. We need to bring more men. A pulse of purple energy swept over the room, bringing the draconic woman to her knees. That is quite enough, Yukyu. The demon lord spoke as her eyes glowed purple, staring down at her daughter. I will not be told my limits by you or anyone else. We will continue the way we have, she said before coughing, and her magic dispersed as she sat there wheezing. Yukyu stood up as a small figure dropped down from the chair that was much too tall for her and ran over to the throne. It was a small girl with silver hair and red eyes. A cute pair of candy apple red horns peeked out from under her crown, which was adorned in filigree that resembled an infinity of hearts. Her white dress was spotted with bright red hearts of varying sizes that seemed to beat alongside the young girl's movement. From the back of her dress, a dark red tail lay on the ground as she kneeled at her mother's side. Mommy, are you okay? She asked, clutching at the demon lord's powerful thighs. Nana finally seemed to catch her breath as she placed a hand on the girl's head. I'm fine, Eri, just a little hungry, she whispered as a pair of claps was heard. The door to the meeting room was opened as a dozen men were brought in. Some wore commoner clothes while the majority were dressed in the remains of destroyed armor. Each one was made to kneel before the throne as Nana stood. Her eyes glowed as she opened her mouth and breathed in deeply. The men at the bottom of her throne shuddered as their essence was pulled from them and flowed into the demon lord's mouth. Slowly each man was reduced to a withered husk, drained of all life. Once the deed was done, the husks were gathered up by two golems and taken from the room. Nana did feel better after that, but emotionally she was disgusted. Succubi enjoyed taking a man's essence, slowly making it enjoyable for the both of them, and it usually never ended in their partner's death. But if Nana was to keep the demon realm stable, she needed massive amounts of essence. There was no room for half measures here. She was already teetering at the brink. Her power wasn't enough to support the realm alone, and so she needed to feed more often, but if she was only taking the minimum amount to support herself while giving the lion's share of that energy to the realm, the conclusion was definite. She'd either starve to death and the demon realm would collapse and just become part of the human world, or eventually, it would shrink until just the area surrounding this castle would still stand. Neither of those options was to her liking. She either had to take a husband or pass her throne and this burden on to one of her daughters. Both of those options made her stomach churn. That's enough for today, I am tired, she said, standing up only for a shiver to run through the room as she felt magic she hadn't known in some time. Toshi, she whispered, savoring the touch of her husband's oh so familiar magic, so much so it fell to Midnight to issue the command that should have come from her mouth. Midnight used her magic on the map before her to isolate the area where that magic had come from. It came from the east, but that area is mostly empty. A pack of werewolves has taken over, but besides them, all that is there are some old ruins. Midnight shook her head before raising her voice. Assemble the werebat scouts. Have them survey the area. I want whatever caused that magic found and brought here. An imp saluted before flying off quickly to alert the mentioned bat scouts. Once given their mission, a cloud of werebats burst from one of the towers of the castle into the night. Izuku was dreaming. He didn't know how he knew that, but he just did. He had to be. He was in a lavish bed, his body laden with sweat as he lay atop a woman. He couldn't make out her form, but he could distinctly tell that it was a woman underneath him. His hips moved back and forth as he thrust into her tight. The woman's breath came in throaty s that only drove him to fiercer action, which pushed her from breathy s to shouts of ecstasy. As Izuku continued to pleasure her, more of the woman's features came into focus. What he had thought was beautifully tanned skin was actually dark brown fur. A pair of ears sprouted from the woman's head and the voicing in his ear became all too familiar. Izuku's eyes snapped open as he looked below him to see the kobold he had been holding against him as he slept to being and whining as he thrust his cock into her over and over again. Her eyes opened as he stopped, her pupils had turned into bright pink hearts as she stared up at him. Her tongue lolled out of her mouth as she panted. One of Izuku's hands was being used to prop himself above her, but the other was firmly caressing her beep. He knew his face must be red as a beet at this moment. I'm so sorry," he said, pulling back only for Kobold to lock her legs around his waist, drawing him back in with a whorish. "Don't stop, master, more please," she begged, those heart-shaped pupils staring at him as if he was her salvation. Izuku knew he should stop, but something inside him pushed him to continue. He loved the feel of her under him and the sound of her voice as he ******ed her, but most of all he couldn't see himself parting with the feeling of her wrapped around his cock. "Master, please, I'll be a good girl, just don't stop," she begged, hooking her arms around his neck and bringing his face closer as she licked his cheek before locking lips with him, much like the werewolf had with her last night. That was the last straw as Izuku gave her beep a squeeze, eliciting a squeak from her as he thrust his hips forward, bottoming instantly. The kobold beneath him arched her back with a lustful growl, drawing him in as deep as possible and shuddering with pleasure as she felt her gush around his cock. Izuku watched the ecstasy roll across her face as its face went slack, her eyes nearly rolling into the back of her head as her tongue hung out of her mouth. He'd never seen any woman look as beautiful as she did right now. Izuku pulled his cock free of her as he rolled her onto her stomach before thrusting into her once more. He could hear her whine as her accepted him into her depths again. "Ma Oster rrrr." The kobold ed before Izuku began to thrust again, driving her into the dirt with each powerful thrust. The kobold had lost all rational thought, being reduced to nothing more than whines and growls as Izuku took pleasure from her body. He pushed as deep into her as he could, only to draw back before giving a hard thrust back into her that shook her entire frame. Izuku grabbed her hips as his movements picked up speed, his body clapped against her groin over and over again before he finally could take it no more and sheathed his dick as far as it would go into her. Izuku could practically hear each hefty shot of cum splash against her innards while the kobold whined at the feeling of her womb being painted in the heat and warmth of his cum, bringing her to yet another orgasm in the process. It felt like ages as Izuku continued to shoot round after round of cum into her. It was so much that even his dick stoppering her couldn't hold it back as it began to ooze out of the sides onto the ground before it finally ceased. Izuku's now limp cock slipped free of her, allowing a torrent of their mixed juices to flood the floor of their makeshift den. Izuku stared at the growing puddle of cum before kobolds finally closed, stopping the flood. He'd never cummed so much in his life. In fact, if he added up all the ejaculations he'd had since hitting puberty, he doubted it would even add up to a fraction of this. Now that the cloud of lust had cleared his mind, Izuku looked down at his cock and his eyes swelled. Izuku had never thought himself particularly endowed. At best he was average, at worst he was not, but what was once an average cock had grown into a powerful tool of female conquest. His dick had to be around 7 inches, and that was at rest. He had no idea how big it had been when he'd been pounding the life out of his kobold. Izuku looked up, startled, having forgotten about his partner in all of this. He scrambled around the puddle of semen to look her in the face. "Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I?" he shouted, looking into her eyes and receiving the most grateful smile he'd ever seen. "Of course not, master. You helped me, you gave me some of your mana to heal, and you made me yours," she said, licking the palm of his hand as she stared into his eyes. "Will you give me a name, my master?" she asked, beeping on his thumb. Izuku felt a stir down below but shook his head. "Of course, how about?" Izuku looked her over, trying to find any notable details to give him inspiration, but all he could see was the beautiful kobold before him. "That's it, I'll call you Urara, it means beautiful," he said. The kobold's eyes grew wide at the sound of her name as a green sheen wafted over her body so fast Izuku wasn't even sure it had happened. "I'm Urara," she said with a smile and stood up. "And you are my master," she said, keying him as he kneeled before her. Izuku swallowed as he too stood up, realizing he was without his breeches. He moved to grab what was left of them and slid them back on. He had no idea what had come over him. He'd taken Urara in her sleep. He should be appalled at his actions, and yet he could feel nothing but a deep satisfaction at his actions. Had his short time in this realm of demons already begun to change him? If he stayed here any longer, would he fall further and become a demon himself, unable and more importantly unwilling to return to his former life? Izuku shook his head. No, he couldn't think about that. He had to stay positive. If he let this place get to him, he'd never have the strength to leave. We should probably get out of here. Those werewolves might come back, he said, climbing out of the hole and away from those thoughts and his actions from earlier, as if putting physical distance from it would make it easier to forget. Once outside, Izuku turned around to help her out as well. Once they stood side by side, Izuku noticed that Urara was closer in height to him now. Where before she was as tall as his shoulder, now she was only a few inches shy of his full height. That wasn't the only difference he noticed. Her beeps seemed larger as well. He'd sworn they were only about B cups before, but they were definitely C's now. All in all, she just looked more mature and vibrant, he would say. Her fur was shiny, her eyes bright, and she was full of energy. He had no idea what could have caused this. Maybe monsters just healed faster, he thought to himself. Where should we go, Master? Urara asked him, to which Izuku shook his head. I was hoping you could tell me. I want to get back to my world, the human world. I don't think I can stay here like this, he said, gesturing to his disheveled appearance. Urara hung her head as he mentioned going home. You can stay, I'll protect you, Master. I won't let anyone take you away, she shouted, grabbing his hand and holding it to her beeps. You are my master and I am your Urara. Izuku looked into her chocolate brown eyes, noticing flecks of green in them now. He sighed as he looked at her. I'm a human, I can't stay in the demon realm, he said, only for Urara to fall to her knees. Then take me with you, please. I beg of you, don't leave me here without you, she shouted, tears streaming down her face. I'll do anything you want whenever you want, just don't leave me. Izuku looked down at her, startled by her pleas and once more seeing those big brown eyes of hers, begging him to do as she asks. He caved once again. I'll take you with me. That said, he had no idea how that would work. She was a literal dog girl, that wasn't something he could hide. They'd have to live far from people so she wasn't discovered, because if she was, he had no doubt the Night Order would come for her and dispose of her. He couldn't watch that happen. He didn't want her to be in danger in his world any more than he wanted to be put in danger in her world. Urara wiped her eyes slowly as she looked up at him. You promise you'll take me with you? She asked, holding his hand to her cheek. Izuku nodded before renewing his promise to her. I will take you with me, Urara, he said, smiling at her as she stood to her full height, beaming with a smile. But we have to find a way back to my world first. I don't think I can get back through that archway. Urara scratched her head as she thought. Portals to the human realm open up randomly all over Zipangu and close just as fast. Some stay open days while others close right after opening. I don't think we'll find it soon if we just look around. There are other portals that are safer, but those belong to the Demon Lord and her daughters. They are closely guarded and only the chosen can pass through. I don't want to go anywhere near them. If they find you, you'll be taken away, she whimpered as Izuku eyed her. The options she was listing went from nearly impossible to downright suicidal. There's no other way, he asked, feeling hope die in his chest. It seemed like his promise to her was moot. If they couldn't find a portal back to his realm, then he was stuck here forever. Just as Izuku was about to fall to his knees in despair, Urara barked. Wait, there's one other way. Some races can open portals of their own. Witches and dark mages can, and there's one in this forest, she said, wagging her tail as she saw Izuku's eyes grow bright with renewed hope. The look on his face made her heart skip a beat and her lower region hummed with arousal. She loved seeing him happy, it made her moist. She was Urara and her purpose was to help her master in any way she could, from offering her body to her life in pursuit of his goals. A witch lives in this forest? Izuku asked, feeling a tingle of trepidation through his body as Urara nodded in confirmation. All children knew of witches, evil women that had given themselves to the devil in pursuit of dark power. They were greedy, selfish souls that spirited away young women to add to their coven and seduced men away from their wives to drown in their lust. Izuku gulped but steadied himself. If this was the only way to get home, he had no choice but to do so. Where does she live? Izuku asked as Urara turned from him, facing into the forest. She lives in the very center of the forest underneath the tallest tree. If we go to her, I'm sure she can find a way to send us back to your world." Urara's confidence reassured Izuku of his choice as he nodded. "Lead the way, girl. I trust you," he said, rubbing her head, causing Urara to shudder as she felt his energy hum through her body, striking her core and making her grow moist. "Master," she said before shaking herself. We should go," she said before hurriedly walking along to the center of the forest. They had to make their journey as quickly as possible. The sooner they got back to her master's world, the safer they would be. Those werewolves weren't the only ones who were a threat to her master. She didn't know how he'd come to possess so much magic, so much so that even she could feel his power. If he couldn't find a way to hide that power, they'd be found in no time. She'd done her best this morning to try and absorb as much of his mana as she could, but it seemed bottomless, or perhaps she was just not enough. That thought made her sad in her heart of hearts. If she wasn't enough to slake her master's lust, then she'd have no choice but to share him, and she didn't want that. But if it was what was best for her master, then so be it. As the two walked away from their former hideout, they failed to notice a moist pink hand throwing itself over the trunk of the tree, pulling itself in their direction. Midnight stood at a window of the castle, twirling her long pipe lazily as she breathed out a thin stream of smoke. As she did so, she heard someone approach. Her red eyes moved in their direction. The woman stepped into the light of the full moon that still hung over the demon lord's castle. Daylight never reached this place. Instead, the moon always hung in the sky unless it was blanketed by a storm. The woman's hair was composed of a nest of snakes that lazily slithered back and forth. Her golden eyes were split by a vertical pupil as they focused on Midnight. Instead of footsteps, a dry scraping could be heard as the woman had the lower body of a snake. Her snake-like lower half was covered in scales of alternating aquamarine, purple, and pale yellow. "Hello, Uabami," Midnight said, stepping aside slightly to make room for her sister at the window. Uabami gratefully took the proffered space as she slithered up to the window, coiling her lower half before sitting on it as if it was a chair. "Elder sister Midnight, it's nice to see you. We sisters are hardly ever under the same roof these days," Uabami said, looking out the window at the night-soaked vista. Midnight sighed, stopping her twirling and placing the pipe against her lips. Midnight took a slow puff before exhaling. "It's only natural. After father disappeared, Zipangu fell into chaos. Monsters flooded the human realm, doing as they pleased and wreaking havoc. Mother had to hold the throne so she couldn't police her people. It was up to us to take the reins and restore order," she said, beginning to twirl again. Uabami's eye turned from the window to her older sister. "Speaking of father, do you think it's him?" she asked. "Do you think he's returned to us after all this time?" Midnight stayed silent as she thought about her sister's inquiry. "I don't know. On the one hand, we all felt that pulse of magic, and it certainly felt like father. None of them could mistake their father's magic. His presence was as familiar to them as the moon in the sky, but if it was their father, why did he appear there instead of in his home? He was the demon lord after all. Their mother may sit on the throne, but only a man could truly support the demon realm. It hadn't always been this way though. The first few generations of demon lords had all been monster women, but in those times they were truly deserving of that title. In the past, when they devoured a human, they did so in the basest definition of the word, all the way down to their bones. Humans were food and were treated as such, but after some time there was a shift in power. Humanity multiplied far too fast and advanced too quickly. With numbers and technology on their side, it was only a matter of time before monster kind was wiped out. The story is muddled, but at some point, the demon lord of that time turned a man into a monster. The first incubus in that transformation showed all of Zipangu how human men could prove useful to them. Ever since that day, only an incubus could truly bring out the power of the demon lord. On the other, if it's not, then who or what is it? She asked, glaring out of the window. What person or creature could take father's power and use it to come to this realm? Humanity's hostility toward our people has risen in the past few decades, and not without reason. Our people have become fractured without father to keep them in line. We've done what we can, but at the same time, we need more men to keep mother fed so she can hold this realm together with the thinnest of threads. If father has returned, then that's the greatest thing we could hope, but if it's something else, Something we don't know. It could be the final straw that drives our people over the edge. Midnight released a shuddering breath as Uwabami looked on. If whatever it is becomes a threat to this realm, then we will deal with it, she said resolutely. None of them would let the demon realm fall without a fight. Izuku followed after Urara as they walked through the forest. They'd been walking for hours, and now that Izuku thought about it, he hadn't eaten in more than a day. He placed a hand on his stomach and felt no pangs of hunger from it. Why was that? Was there something about this world that made him lose his sense of hunger, or maybe he was simply drawing further away from his body and its needs? What if the demon realm was slowly tearing his soul from his body until he was nothing more than a wandering spirit? Izuku bit the inside of his cheek, using the pain to calm himself down. Keep your head, Izuku. We're heading to someone who can get us out of here. I might be home in just a few hours. That thought was a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless, and in this situation he needed all the comfort he could get. Urara stopped as she sniffed the air. Izuku stopped in an instant as his eyes moved back and forth through the dense woods, but he couldn't see anything. Urara lowered herself down to the ground, pressing her nose to the dirt with her butt raised high as she did so. Izuku's eyes were pulled from scanning the brush to Urara's butt in the air. He zeroed in on it, watching it keenly as it swayed with each movement she did. He felt an intense draw to it and moved closer to her. His hand seemed to reach out of its own accord toward her ass. Suddenly Urara rose up and looked back at Izuku. This way, master, we're close, she said, breaking Izuku from his trance as he lowered his hand. He looked at the limb as if confused as to why it was there. Okay, lead the way, he said as he looked up at the canopy over his head but could barely see any light peeking through. For all he knew, it was the middle of the night or high noon. He turned back, seeing Urara moving ahead of him. He shook his head before following her. It took the two of them another few hours of trekking through the forest before Urara stopped and pointed. Izuku followed her finger and his eyes grew wide at what he saw. There was a massive tree in front of them. It was as wide across as a manor and its height was unimaginable. Even looking straight up and straining his neck, Izuku could only barely see the top. This is impossible, he said in awe. If he was unsure of whether he was still on Earth or not, this truly sealed his fate. There was no way a tree this large could exist in the human world. This is where the dark mage lives, Urara said as she walked forward and pointed out a door in the bark of the tree. If it hadn't been pointed out, Izuku wasn't sure he would have spotted it himself. He gave a loud swallow as he nodded, following after Urara as she walked up to the door and rapped on it several times. The two stood in front of the door waiting for several moments before they heard movement on the other side. Urara made sure to stand in front of Izuku as the door swung inward. Of all the things Izuku expected to see, it wasn't this. The woman standing in the doorway seemed normal aside from the hefty pair of beads nearly spilling out of her top. She had jet black hair that was kept in a spiky ponytail. The clothes she was wearing were exceedingly erotic. It was a black dress that cupped her beeps but was split down the middle, revealing her taut stomach before reconnecting to cover her crotch. She wore a wide brim hat that barely fit through the doorway along with lavender stockings. There was only one word that came to mind to describe this girl: mature. Her black eyes locked onto Urara. Oh, my kobold, it's nice to see you again. What are you doing in these woods again? You know it isn't safe with those werewolves prowling around, she said before her eyes rose to look at Izuku. The moment the two locked eyes, the witch could see a massive aurora of magic surrounding him, so much so it practically blinded him. She hissed and covered her eyes. What is that with you? She shouted, startling Izuku and making Urara throw her arms out in front of him. He's my master and I brought him here because we need your help, Momo, she said as the mage rubbed her eyes before looking at Urara, making a conscious effort to keep her gaze off Izuku. Your master is he? She asked before looking at the sky and seeing the sun starting to set. Well, come in. The forest comes alive at night and I can't have a beacon standing on my doorstep, she explained as she stepped aside, permitting them entrance. Urara came out of her protective stance and walked in, her tail wagging lazily. Thanks, Momo, Urara said, licking her cheek as she walked past. Izuku slowly walked into the mage's home and as he passed by, Momo felt a shudder run through her magic. Good demon lord, I've never felt such potent mana, She thought before hastily collecting herself and looking out into the forest before closing the door tightly. Once the door was shut, the mage swirled her hands through the air, and to Izuku's surprise glowing glyphs appeared in the air before passing through the wood of the tree to places unknown. Whatever she had done, the witch, Momo seemed tired afterward. I've intensified the concealment barrier, so even with your master's powerful mana we shouldn't be disturbed. Now kobold telephone. Before Momo could continue, Urara spoke up. My name is Urara now. My master gave me that name, she said, nuzzling against Izuku's shoulder as she intertwined her fingers with his. Izuku for his part didn't shy away from the act of affection, but the growing blush on his cheeks exposed how he truly felt. Momo took a moment to appreciate the cute scene before shaking her head to get her focus back. Okay, Urara, can you tell me why you've come to my home with a man? Surely you're not here to just give me the good news, Momo stated as she walked past the couple deeper into the innards of the tree. Izuku and Urara followed as the latter began to explain their situation. No, of course not, Momo, you're a friend, I'd never do that. We came here because we need a portal to the human world. Momo had disappeared behind a curtain of vines into her living space. The tree had been hollowed out into a large room. Izuku looked around as he and Urara passed through the curtain of foliage. In the middle of the room was a pit with a fire blazing in it. Over the flames hung a large pot that bubbled menacingly in his opinion. He could only imagine what that concoction could be comprised of. He willingly took his eyes off the pot to the small collection of books along one of the walls. The room was inundated with the smell of dried herbs from the collection hanging from the ceiling. This was truly a witch's home. You want what? Momo shouted, jarring Izuku from his inspection. Urara jumped slightly, looking at Momo confused. What? It's something you can do, right? Witches and mages can make portals to the human world. Momo palmed her face, dragging it slowly down her face. Oh, sweet Urara, no, I can't. Not all Majin can cast such a spell easily, and even if we could, we'd be fools to do so. The Demon Lord declared all unauthorized travel to the human realm to be a punishable offense. She doesn't want any more of us in the human realm than necessary, which brings me to a question of my own. How did you get here? Momo asked, turning away from a crestfallen Urara to Izuku. This was the first time she'd looked directly at him since when they'd first met. Izuku faltered under her direct gaze. I don't know. I helped a man on the road who turned out to be a demon and he sent me here, Izuku said, moving closer to Momo. Please, I just want to go home. I don't belong here. Please help me, Izuku said, grabbing Momo's hand. The action was so unexpected Momo didn't have time to react before his hands clasped hers. The effect was immediate as his mana flowed into her. Momo was a dark mage, and as such she was much more sensitive to mana, like all Majin were, and Izuku was practically overflowing with it. She edged as his mana passed through her body, filling her with a pleasurable heat that made her knees quake. She gripped his hand tighter, trying to stay on her feet. Her instability worried Izuku as he grabbed her arm to steady her. This only caused more mana to flow into her. Oh, gods! Momo shrieked as she felt the pleasure overtake her. Urara watched what was happening and reacted. She snatched Momo from Izuku's grip, tearing her from the tortuous pleasure the boy was unknowingly putting her through. Momo's chest heaved as she rode the aftershocks of her near orgasm. Her clothes were soaked and her nipples were rigid enough to tear through her top. Her eyes glowed with green energy as she stared at the confused Izuku. Momo bit her lip as she resisted the urge to fall back into his arms. Izuku looked at his hands, shocked. Had he hurt her somehow? How was that possible? He was just a human and she was a witch, right? Nothing was making sense. Are you all right, Momo? Urara asked, stroking Momo's back. She could smell the arousal oozing from Momo's body, and had first-hand experience with the taste of Izuku's mana. I can't help you. I don't have the power or the knowledge to open a portal into the human world. Izuku's eyes fell to the ground as his only hope was dashed before him. But I might know where you can find a portal to use. Izuku's eyes lifted, staring at Momo. What? He asked, with Urara mimicking his rising hope with a wagging tail. Momo composed herself before speaking again. Random portals into the human world open all the time. I know of one that always opens in the same place. I just don't know when it will. but with your help I think I can maybe force it open. Izuku stared at Momo as she spoke. If what she was saying was true, then maybe, just maybe, there was still a chance. Izuku pounced on the small hope Momo had given him. Anything you need, I'll give it to you, he shouted as Momo smiled tiredly. I was hoping you would say that, she said, licking her lips. Sasha, captain of the Werebat Scouts, landed at the foot of the hill that was the epicenter of the mana disturbance the Demon Council had felt yesterday. She was dressed in a small black cloak that ended just above her hips, and small black shorts that hugged her perfectly. A black mask covered the lower half of her face and her clawed feet were bare as she walked along the ground. It had taken them all night and most of today to get here, but now that they were here they had a job to do. The other members of her regiment were scouting the nearby area while she inspected this clearing. From what she saw, there had been a struggle here. There were 5 sets of footprints. 4 of them belonged to beastmen, no doubt several members of the werewolf pack that ruled this area, but it was the 5th set that caught her attention. These were the marks of a human boot. Very few monster species actually wore shoes, so she knew it couldn't be any of her fellow Momono. Looks like the werewolves had an altercation, maybe fighting over the man one of them had found, she asked herself. The human's footprints came toward the site of the scuffle but then retreated. Sasha shook her head, foregoing following the tracks into the forest just yet, instead backtracking the human's trail. Sasha moved over to a small crater in the ground. She rubbed her fingers along the edge, seeing them come back coated in slime. So a slime was camping here, she said, looking around and seeing a path of depressed glistening grass leading into the forest. Interesting, she said as she looked to the hill and saw signs of someone having recently fallen down it. So the human fell down the hill into the slime. A werewolf happens to come along and takes the man from the slime to keep for herself, but then her pack mates come along and a fight ensues, and the human escapes. None of this tells me where he came from though, she said as he flapped her wings, taking to the sky and flying to the top of the hill. As she landed, one of her subordinates called out to her. Ma'am, you're gonna want to see this, she said, jumping down a hole in the ground. Sasha followed after and dropped into an ancient structure. Sasha gasped as she looked around the place. This is an ancient temple. In the past this was how our people traveled to the human realm, but these fell out of use long ago when the magic to operate them was lost. I'm contacting Lady Midnight, she should see this, Sasha said as she placed a gem the size of a small ball on the ground before speaking a short incantation and kneeling before the stone as Midnight's visage appeared before the gathered Bat Scouts, who all took a knee. Lady Midnight, I believe we have found the point of ingress for the magical disturbance. We are currently standing in an ancient portal temple. There are signs that it has been disturbed. I have also found the boot marks of a human outside alongside werewolf tracks, she said, keeping her head hung as she spoke. Midnight was quiet for a moment before speaking. If there is even a small chance the werewolves are holding the interloper, we must find out. Go find the pack and question them. If they resist, tell them it is on my orders that you are there, and if they still resist, I will appear before them myself to get the answers I seek. Make that point very clear. Also, I will be sending several owl mages to go over that temple with a fine-tooth comb. If you would leave a few of your subordinates there to police the site, it would be appreciated. Sasha stood and saluted. As you wish it, my lady, so shall it be done, she said as Midnight's image faded. Sasha took a deep breath before speaking. You 4, she said, singling out a quartet of bat women. You will remain here until the owl mages arrive. Knowing how slow they are at flying, it could be a few days. Once they have arrived and warded this place, link back up with us. The 4 bats saluted as Sasha picked up the magic orb and unfurled her wings and took to the air again. It was just now night, and with their superior senses it would take no time at all for Sasha and her troop to find the lair of the werewolves. I hope they don't get violent, Sasha said, shaking her head. Lady Midnight did not tolerate disobedience. With that thought in mind, Sasha and her troop began to fly over the forest looking for signs of the werewolves before hearing a howl rip through the night. She shook her head. Well, at least they made it easy for us, she said as her cloud of werebats zeroed in on the sound and banked toward the location. It didn't take long before they saw the gathering of werewolves under the moonlight. They seemed to be working themselves into a frenzy, but if that was because they had a man in their clutches she couldn't say. Sasha and her troop landed silently in the trees surrounding the werewolf party. Once they were sure they hadn't been spotted, Sasha dropped down from her tree and walked into the clearing, immediately attracting every wolf's attention. "What is this?" growled a large werewolf female. No doubt this was the alpha. The specimen was a large werewolf with thick brown fur. Like all werewolves, her fur left her abdomen showing. Her abs displayed scarring. No doubt she had fought tooth and nail to get to the top of this pack and had fed on many men to gain the stature she had now. Sasha took a deep breath before speaking. "My name is Sasha. I am captain of the Demon Lord's Scout Regiment. I am here in response to a magical disturbance in your territory. We suspect that there is a man in your here if he is not already within your possession. The Demon Lord asks that you relinquish him to us." There were a series of growls around her that seemed to vibrate the air itself. "You come into our territory to take our prey and we're just supposed to roll over like a bunch of kobolds and let you?" "No," the leader growled, leaping down from the pile of stones that had formed her perch above the pack. "You will leave with nothing or you will not leave at all." At the threat, the trees around the clearing rustled, revealing a multitude of red eyes within their leaves. The werewolves gathered together, facing the possible threats. "As you can see, you are surrounded. We don't want this to end in bloodshed. If the man is in your possession, give him to us. Once we have the answers we want from him, and if the Demon Lord allows it, he will be returned to you. If not, Lady Midnight will authorize a hunting expedition for your pack." She let that sink in for a moment. It was usually the Demon Lord and her daughters chosen that were allowed to go into the human realm and hunt, providing a stipend of men for each territory. This was an unprecedented opportunity. If you refuse both these options, I am to tell you that Lady Midnight, eldest daughter of Demon Lord Nana Shimura, will come here herself to question you, and we all know a succubi's power of persuasion, Sasha explained, and her sensitive ears could hear the thumping of these werewolves' hearts. They rightfully feared Lady Midnight's power. The alpha growled before sighing. "That's not a fight we can win," she said, displaying a rare bout of intelligence and humility. "The man is not in our possession. He knocked a few of my girls on their asses and then ran off into the forest with a kobold. I was just about to organize a hunting party to find him and take him for ourselves." Sasha listened for a moment but heard no signs of deceit. She gave a nod. "Very well, on behalf of the Demon Lord, I thank you for your cooperation. You will be compensated when the time comes," she said, turning away from the alpha. The alpha werewolf watched the bat and her colleagues fly off into the sky before turning to her pack. "Go now. Find that man, bring him here, make sure you are not found out. If that man did what you said he did, then he's worth more than any handouts the Demon Lord would give us." She barked as her pack rushed into the forest. "What the Demon Lord doesn't know won't hurt her," she said with a toothy grin. Momo offered the two to stay the night and that they'd start on their work in the morning. According to her, the night would be far too dangerous for Izuku, with his powerful mana. That had to be the 10th time someone had mentioned mana around him, and Izuku was more than a little curious as to what they were talking about. "You keep saying mana, what is that?" he asked, garnering both girls' attention. Urara had her head in his lap dozing, but at the sound of his voice, her tail wagged slowly, letting him know she was listening. He smiled as he stroked her head, eliciting a pleased growl from her. Momo looked at the two for a moment before speaking. "Mana is life essence, the power of one's spirit, and yours is very powerful. More powerful than any human I've ever seen," she said, thinking on how that could be. No human could possess such mana naturally. It was simply impossible for their spirits to hold so much. All living creatures have it, and the longer one lives, the more they hold. Think of your body as a glass, and every year that glass gets deeper, but humans don't live long enough to hold the amount of mana you do. Izuku nodded in understanding, but there was something else he didn't quite get. "But why is that dangerous? Am I going to die or something?" he asked, fearing for his well-being. Momo smiled gently, trying to reassure the young man. "By all rights, you should already be dead, Izuku. That much mana in a human body would cause it to explode, and yet it hasn't." Momo remembered what Izuku said about a demon sending him here. "Izuku, you said a male demon sent you here after pretending to be a human?" she asked as Izuku nodded. "Yeah, he had dark yellow wings and hooves. He sent me here through some kind of old portal under a hill. He explained and Momo nodded in understanding. Izuku, our people don't give birth to males ever. When we have children it will always be a girl, and for most of us that girl will be the same species as their mother. That's just how it is. There is only one type of male demon, and that is known as an incubus. Momo explained as she looked at Izuku. Incubi aren't born, they are made, usually by succubus species. You see, a man is transformed into an incubus by absorbing monster energy through say. It takes an extraordinarily long time for any normal species of monster woman to give her partner the necessary energy to transform. Most men die before then. At the look of fear on Izuku's face, Momo shook her head. They die from old age, not by their partner's hand, though I am told that most men do die while having say asterisk, but that's just because we have say very often. It doesn't take as long for succubi, but it still lasts several years, so as you can see incubi are very rare, and most have no interest in humans. Human women don't offer anywhere near the say satisfaction that we do. They're fragile creatures after all. I don't know who this incubus was, but if I had to guess I think he gave you his power. Izuku thought back on the demon he'd met as something came to his mind. He looked sick in his human form. I thought that was just part of his trick, but even when he transformed he was still sickly looking. Momo leaned forward as Izuku gave her that information. So that's it then. He was sick or wounded and passed on his power to you, and then sent you here to us knowing how we would treat you. Izuku's eyes flashed with the indignation he felt. So he sent me here to be tortured. He shouted, making Urara jump up from his lap. Momo too was taken aback at his outburst. Every second I've been here has been hell. I was nearly drowned by a slime and torn apart by werewolves, and you're telling me it's all because that thing sent me here with his power. Why? Momo really wished she could feel some sympathy for the boy, but all she could do was try to hold in her giggles, which didn't go unnoticed by Izuku. Why are you laughing? I'm being serious, this isn't funny. He shouted as Momo waved her hand. I'm sorry Izuku, I really am, but what you think was torture, it was the exact opposite, at least to us. She said, seeing the confusion on the boy's face and leaning forward to explain. Izuku, to us you are the most precious thing imaginable. We would never dream of hurting you, at least intentionally. Izuku slowly sat back down to listen to Momo. Urara, seeing her master had calmed down, laid behind him, curling around his back, hoping to offer some comfort. Like I said, our people are all female. The only way we can have children and continue our species is to be impregnated by a man. That is the highest calling of all monster women, and it can't be done without a human man, so men in our society are coveted like precious stones, so just imagine what a man infused with the power of an incubus would be worth to us. You have the mana of an incubus, you would be the best husband, so of course when we run across you we go crazy. Even now I want you inside me, Momo said as she ran a hand down the valley of her chest, drawing Izuku's gaze to her beeps. I'm sure you've noticed it too, haven't you? Some subtle changes to your body and mind. She questioned as Izuku remembered what he had done that morning in the endowment of his cock, but most of all there was one thing. I knocked out those 3 werewolves with a shout. I don't know how I did it, but I know I did. Momo nodded as she leaned back in her chair. That's to be expected. Right now are overflowing with mana. If not for my wards, every woman within sight of my tree would be swarming this place. I can only assume you unknowingly directed your energy at those werewolves and forced them to orgasm. It's something reserved for succubi and incubi, a mastery of their lustful energy. In time you'll learn to control that power, and when you do, well, I just hope I'm within arm's length when that time comes. Momo said, giving another shudder and making Izuku swallow hard. He was slowly becoming a demon. Is there no cure for this? Can't I stop it somehow? He questioned, making Momo smile gently at him. I'm afraid not. It's a part of you now. I don't know why you were given that power, Izuku, but I would suggest you take some time and really think about what it means to have it, especially in the human world. I can tell you've already taken Urara there as your own, but I assure you that she will not be enough. An incubus lust as insatiable, Urara will not be able to keep up with you for long. And as your power grows it will become deadly for her to try and take in all that mana, not to mention the physical exertion. You'll be forced to seek out other partners, and I assure you no human woman will be able to even make a dent in your appetite. Izuku swallowed at what Momo was telling him. I can't go home, I have to stay here and wait until I become a monster. Exclamation mark. I didn't ask for this, I don't want it, there has to be some way to undo this. Momo sighed, looking at the boy before her. It would be in her best interest to break him of his desire to go back to the human world. Convincing him to stay here would be in everyone's best interest, but the look of distress on his face called her to comfort him. She sighed once again as she began to explain. There are 2 ways, but you're not going to like them. Izuku looked at Momo as she mentioned multiple ways for him to become human again, to leave all this behind and resume his life as a normal man, but at the mention of him not liking the solutions he had to admit he was wary of what it would cost to have his old life back. The first option is to find another male to pass your power onto, simple as that. Find a guy, give him your power, and boom, you're human, he's a demon, and you get to go about your life as if nothing was amiss. Of course, you have no way of knowing how to do that, and even if you did, would you? Momo shrugged at this notion as if she was suggesting he simply give up an old shirt and not doom someone to this life in his stead. I can't do that, he shouted, knowing that in the short time he'd been here he'd nearly been killed by werewolves and accosted by a slime. If not for Urara, who knows where he would have ended up. He was lucky, but what if the person he gave his power to wasn't so lucky and was thrown in some dungeon somewhere and only taken out to pleasure monster women? What if the guy didn't come to this world and stayed in the human world and started forcing himself on women? The guilt would eat Izuku alive. Izuku knew he couldn't live with either possibility of that, let alone willingly subject someone to it for his own benefit. Momo cracked open one of her eyes, knowing Izuku wasn't the type of person to throw someone else in front of the cart to save his own skin. He really was a sweet boy. Well, the second option is even less likely to work. The only person able to take away your power is a succubus. She would be able to draw that power out of you with no problem, leaving you as human as the day you were born, but the thing is, a succubus powerful enough to take all your magic is a rare thing. Looking at you right now, I'd say the only women capable of that would be the Demon Lord and her daughters. Izuku's heart stopped at the mention of the Demon Lord. Urara had warned him that if he was found by her or her people he'd be taken away. Either way seemed like a dead end, but he had to at least try to go back to his world and reclaim his life. He had to believe that he was capable of overcoming even this. Momo looked at Izuku and saw that Urara was sound asleep behind him. She moved over to him, slowly sitting down and rubbing his back. You could stay, you know. This place may be called the Demon Realm, but it's not so much different than your own, and in time you won't be so different from us. If you don't give your power away, your changes will become more pronounced. Izuku looked into Momo's black eyes. I'll have horns and cloven feet like that other demon? He asked, trying not to imagine himself looking so inhuman. Momo nodded her head from side to side as if weighing her answer. You could, but each incubus is different. The past few demon lords looked similar but different. I believe the demon lord's husband had wings and cloven feet, but the one before him didn't have wings, and instead was more toad-like, so who's to say what you may look like when the transformation is complete? Momo leaned in close to him. I think you'd look great with a pair of horns, though that is just my personal preference. She whispered as she rubbed his chest. If you stay, I'll show you how to use your powers, to control them so you don't go on a SAUAL rampage when you go home. Momo crawled into Izuku's lap, looking down at him as her eyes glistened with a sheen of green mana. I'd just need to take a taste, she whispered, leaning down only for Izuku to place his hands on her chest, cupping her beeps. Momo yelped as she felt his calloused palms cup her beeps through her top. Even with the thin barrier of clothing, she could still feel his energy seeping into her. I don't think we should do that, Izuku said, his heart racing and his mouth salivating. Up until this point, Izuku hadn't felt any sign of hunger, but now he was ravenous. I need to eat, he said as he moved Momo off of him. The young witch huffed at being rebuffed but quickly composed herself. Very well, it has been some time since you ate, I assume, she said as she moved to a far part of the room and began preparing various ingredients. Izuku could hear the sound of a knife chopping, and taking her momentary distraction, he looked down at the throbbing member between his legs. His eyebrows rose as he looked at the not-so-small increase in his cock length. He was definitely not this big before coming here. No doubt another change from the incubus energy now coursing through his body. Izuku looked over his shoulder at Momo. He eyed her figure as her body shifted with each movement. He was transfixed by her as he felt his mouth fill with saliva. He was really hungry now, and the longer he looked at Momo the hungrier he became. He turned away from Momo only to lay eyes on Urara asleep behind him. He moved to the side, letting the light of the flames make her fur glow in the darkroom so much so he could trace her figure with ease. Urara was lying on her side, her chest rising and falling in her gentle slumber. Izuku moved closer to her, almost in a trance, as he looked down at her face. She seemed so peaceful he shouldn't disturb her, but her lips looked so soft and cute. He reached down to trace his finger along her lips before leaning closer. He could feel her breath against his face as he moved to kiss her. "See what I mean?" Momo spoke, standing behind him as Izuku's head whirled to face her. His face was bright red and his eyes were as wide as gold coins. Momo just looked down at him with a knowing smile before dumping her ingredients into the pot over the fire. "You can't even keep yourself from having your way with Urara even though she's asleep. Can you imagine what would have happened if I hadn't said anything? Urara is willing, of course, so there's no problem there, but can you say a human woman would be as willing?" Izuku leaned back on his palms, putting distance between himself and Urara. She was right. If Momo hadn't said anything, he would have taken what he wanted from Urara just like he had this morning. This was no way for a human man to act. Momo once again sat by his side as their meal cooked. "Now do you see why you should stay here? You need to learn to control yourself, or I promise you if you go back to the human world you will bring harm upon yourself and Urara." Izuku looked down, feeling the resignation settle in his gut. "You're right, Momo," he said, looking at the floor of her home. He was a danger to the human world like this. Momo rubbed his back before pressing her beeps to his arm. "It'll be okay, I promise you. I'll help you get this under control, and in the meantime, you can stay here with me," she said, stroking his hair. "I'm not doing anything bad. I'm helping him, and if he decides to stay with me after we're done, then well, maybe that was just what was supposed to happen all along." Momo thought to herself as she stood up with the smell of a hearty soup filling the room and rousing Urara from her sleep. Urara sat up and stretched, arching her back, pushing her beeps far out and catching Izuku's eye. He gave a hard swallow before a warm bowl of vegetable soup was placed into his hands. "Most women like to subsist on normal food, but if we had a man we could live off his mana, and the same is true of incubi. For now, normal food will stave off your other, hunger, but the further the transformation goes the less normal food will satisfy you." Izuku looked at the bowl of soup and quickly began to eat. If this would keep him from attacking Urara or Momo, then so be it. "I don't mind feeding you, master. I will always give myself to you," Urara said, setting her bowl down and rolling onto her stomach and raising her high into the air, presenting her moist slit. Izuku's eyes nearly popped from his skull as he eyed Urara's glistening. The spoon dropped from his mouth into his nearly empty soup bowl with a clatter. It took all he had to turn away from that presentation. "No, Urara, that's okay. The soup is fine. Could I get a second helping?" Izuku said, offering the bowl to Momo, who took it from him and filled it again. Urara seated herself, removing that oh so tempting sight from Izuku's gaze. He should feel relieved it was gone, but some deep part of him wanted nothing more than to plunge his cock into her again and dump another heavy load into her. Izuku shook his head as he began shoveling hot soup into his mouth. It burned, but that discomfort only helped to ground him at this moment. Momo watched the young man struggle with desires. She could feel his want to the both of them. Momo was sure that Urara could smell his lust as well. She was sure they were both willing to let Izuku have his way with them. After all, one incubus was more than enough to split between the two of them. Izuku fell asleep soon after eating his fill. Urara sat disappointed by the fire, seeing him curled into a ball under one of Momo's blankets in the corner of the room, a precaution against any more sleeping shenanigans. Once his breathing evened out, Momo waved her hand, surrounding the boy in a sphere of silence. Urara, seeing this display of magic, turned to the young witch. "What are you doing, Momo?" she asked as Momo shed her dress and hung her hat before sitting back down completely naked. Wasting no time, Momo jumped right into it. "You know he can't go back to the human world, Urara." Momo's voice was steady but firm. It brooked no argument. Urara's ears fell but she nodded. I know, but it's what he wants. I have to help him get what he wants. I am his Urara and he is my master. She said as if that was an explanation enough. Momo admired the determination and loyalty of all kobolds. They were steadfast in their bonds and just lovely to be around, but at this specific moment that was a hindrance, no, a threat to both Izuku and her existence. Momo shook her head. Urara, you going to the human world is bad enough, you'd be putting your life in danger. Humans fear us and with the way our people have been kidnapping men I can't blame them, but if Izuku goes back to the human world he will get in trouble. You can't satisfy him by yourself. He will go and attack women until he's stopped or killed. I don't want to see either of you get hurt, which is why you need to help me convince him to stay here. You say you're his Urara, right? Then it is your job to do what's best for him to keep him safe. He's scared and confused right now, but if we can give him time to adapt and see how good his life here will be, I know he'll come around. Momo kneeled down in front of Urara and clasped her hands. Zipangu is the best place for him now. He won't give up his power, and if the Demon Lord finds him then he'll be taken away and you'll never see him again. This is the only way. Will you help me, help him? Urara looked into Momo's dark eyes before nodding slowly. If it will keep him safe then I'll do it, she said. Momo smiled and petted Urara's head. That's a good girl. Get some sleep tomorrow, we have a lot of work to do. Sasha had been flying with her troop all night and had found neither hide nor hair of the interloping human. They had followed the tracks from the site of the altercation with the kobold and found that the duo had taken refuge under a fallen tree. The lingering scent of arousal and the scent of a man's semen were overpowering. Some of her troops had nearly fallen over at the powerful musk pervading the love den. They'd resumed their search, seeing their quarry had trekked into the depths of the forest, but why? The kobold had to be leading him somewhere, but where? Kobolds weren't a very aggressive species, so it's possible that she was helping the human, or he had simply fallen for her cute docile demeanor and chose to follow her. There was something else that was concerning to Sasha. It appeared that someone or something else was following the duo. A thin trail of slime seemed to cover their tracks flawlessly, but what could it be? A snail girl maybe, but they were ambush predators and not known to travel too far from their hunting grounds. Could it be the slime that had attacked the man at first? Was she following after her lost prey, but that also didn't track? Slimes were mindless hunters that did travel until they'd exhausted resources in their current residence. Still, if this man possessed the power of Lord Yagi, then it wasn't that outlandish that even a slime could be motivated to go after him. Sasha was drawn from her thoughts as she saw the sun beginning to rise and resisted the urge to yawn. They'd been at this all night on top, flying throughout yesterday. They needed to rest. Weary minds are made for poor trackers. We're gonna call it for tonight. Get some rest, ladies, we'll be back at it again at dusk, she commanded her eager troops. The cloud of werebats fell upon the forest, finding refuge in the trees. Some took out fruits for a quick meal before bedding down as they hung upside down from the tree limbs. Sasha licked her fingers free of fruit juice before wrapping her arms around herself. They would find the man soon, it just took a little time and patience. She would not fail Lady Midnight. Izuku slowly awoke, blinking his eyes to clear them of sleep. He sat up slowly, feeling something tug at his abdomen. He looked down, seeing Urara had spooned him sometime in the middle of the night. He smiled as he rubbed her head. She shuddered at his touch, and that made him smile all the brighter. Izuku looked up at the sound of dripping water and his eyes widened at what he saw. Momo was standing in the center of the room, running a warm wet cloth across her naked body. His eyes were glued to her as the sheen of water only made her that more alluring. Somehow sunlight was shining through the tree, making her practically glow in its light. Momo dipped the rag into a small bucket of warm water and she ran it across her body, across her beeps with pert pink nipples topped with small beads of water. Down across her toned stomach to the juncture of her legs, crowned with a black patch of hair above a tight pink slit. Izuku's mouth was dry as he watched Momo bathe. She turned around to wet the towel again before seeing Izuku staring at her. She smiled warmly at him but did not stop what she was doing. "Sorry. I thought you two would be asleep longer. I'll be done in a moment," she said, not breaking from what she was doing. At the sound of her voice, Izuku turned from her, his face red. No, I'm sorry, this is your home, I shouldn't be looking, he said as Momo chuckled. I don't mind if you wish to watch, in fact, I wouldn't be opposed to you joining me. I could use a strong pair of hands to wash my back, and I'm sure you could use a good washing. Izuku yelped at what she was saying. He wanted to turn around and look her in the eye but resisted. Again he heard Momo giggle. You humans sure are worried about the smallest things, but do as you wish. Momo sighed as she used magic to dry herself before pouring the water out against the roots of her tree, watching them drink it up immediately. She had hoped that teasing Izuku would elicit a more aggressive response, especially since he hadn't fed Seiyu Ally in a day, but it seemed he was more willful than she expected. After getting dressed, she turned to Izuku as she placed her hat on her head. You can turn around now, she said as Izuku turned around, a genuine sigh of relief coming from him. Urara, it's time to get up, he said, shaking Urara's shoulder gently. He watched her eyelids flutter over those big brown eyes of hers before she sat up and stretched. He smiled at the cute display before feeling her tongue along his cheek. Morning, master, Urara barked happily. Izuku held his cheek as Urara stood up and walked over to Momo. Morning, Momo. Momo smiled at Urara's exuberant greeting. And a good morning to you too, Urara. I've taken the liberty of making breakfast. It's not much, but it should do. Izuku walked over at the mention of breakfast. He wasn't hungry per se, but he could no longer trust his body's responses to such things. It was better he eat whether he was hungry or not. The breakfast was a plate of toast with an assortment of berries next to it. He tucked into the breakfast as Momo gave a cough. Izuku, I know it's early, but have you thought about what we talked about last night? Izuku thought for a moment, remembering everything they had spoken about, and nodded. I do, and I want to. Before Izuku could answer, there was a crash as something impacted the tree. What in the world? Momo shouted as she jumped to her feet just as something else crashed against the tree. Momo waved her hands in the air before clapping them together. Izuku jumped up as a portion of the wall became invisible. He looked around out at an entire pack of werewolves surrounding the massive tree. As he stood there, a large werewolf dug her claws into the tree and ripped out a large chunk of wood. I know you're in there, little boy. I can smell you and the witch's magic. Momo clicked her tongue. I underestimated their sense of smell. We have to go, Momo said as she moved to a series of roots and waved her hand, causing the roots to rise to reveal a tunnel as the large werewolf woman dug her claws into the wood again, disrupting Momo's viewing spell and erasing the image of the large lupine. Now, Momo shouted, galvanizing Izuku and Urara into action as they raced after her. Outside, Hattie, the leader of her pack, looked at the gouged out wood and frowned. This should be easy work for her claws that were able to tear through stone with ease. She must have enchanted the wood. Spread out and surround the tree, tear it apart. We have to get through this wood before the bats get wind of this, she shouted as her pack moved to encircle the tree and began tearing into the bark. If they were inside the tree, then that meant there had to be a way inside, and they'd find it. Hattie moved back, looking around the clearing as her ears swiveled on her head. They're not coming out, which means they might have an escape path, she said, bounding off into the nearby forest. Hattie would not let that man escape, and if she had to, she'd tear through anyone or anything that got in her way. Momo led Izuku and Urara through a network of tunnels under the tree. She'd lived here for nearly her entire adult life, and she'd made sure that the tree was a fortress. The bark was enchanted with her magic that she renewed every day. She also made sure the roots were fed on a magically enhanced mixture of plant food to make it grow stronger, but just in case her outward defenses failed, she had these tunnels to fall back on. How did they find us? I thought you used your magic to hide us, Izuku shouted as Momo turned around a bend in her sprint. My magic was meant to hide your mana, but obviously they picked up your scent somehow. Don't worry, this tunnel lets out far from the tree, and we'll also be near the portal I was talking about yesterday. Izuku's head popped up as she mentioned the portal. You're going to send me home, he said excitedly as Momo stopped at a thick wall of roots. She took a moment to catch her breath before stroking her hand along the roots, making them glow before they lifted from their places in the ground and pushing the earth up above them. Izuku was shocked as the roots opened like a trap door. He never ceased to be amazed at this world. I'll try, Momo said as she ran out of the opening, followed by Urara and Izuku just as a howl tore through the tunnels. "They're already in the house, we need to go," Momo said as she rushed toward a nearby hill. Izuku gulped hard as he ran after them, looking back to see the roots fall back in place. "Almost there," Momo said as she stopped near the edge of the hill, seeing it end in a steep fall to another section of the forest below. Momo took several deep breaths as she gathered the magic within her. It would take nearly all she had to open the portal, and it would only stay open for a few seconds. If not for the influx of magic she'd had from Izuku yesterday, this would be impossible. Under ideal circumstances, she would have had Izuku boost her mana with his as she cast the spell, but they didn't have time. Once she'd gathered the necessary focus, Momo started to cast her spell. Her arms slowly moved back and forth in strange patterns, steadily speeding up with each completed pattern. "Okay, I've got a hold of the portal's energy," she whispered before hearing a growl from the forest. She couldn't turn around to see what it was without breaking her spell. She'd just have to trust Urara to handle things until she was ready. "There you are, manchild," Hattie said, stepping out of the shadow of the forest. Izuku's eyes grew wide at the imposing lupine figure before him, and yet even with her large fangs gleaming in the sunlight revealed by the joyful rictus on her face and the sharp claws that he'd already seen demonstrated, he couldn't help but find her very attractive. His eyes moved to her hefty beeps and then down to her groin. His gaze didn't go unnoticed. Hattie raised her arms above her head to flex as she moved her hips back and forth. "Yeah, you want this, don't you, boy?" she said, licking her lips. "I can smell the lust on you. Come here and let me take care of you. I'll bear you strong pups, I promise," she said as her hand moved down to cup one of her beeps before moving lower to her. Izuku watched her thick fingers begin to spread her flower before his vision was blocked. "No, master, don't look," Urara shouted as she covered his eyes from behind and pulled him toward Momo, who was steadily widening the portal. "Just another few seconds," she groaned, feeling as if she might vomit or black out, maybe both. Hattie growled at the intrusion of the kobold. "You little bitch, I almost had him," she shouted, moving to charge only for something wet to land on her head. "What?" she shouted before whatever it was jumped off her face, pushing her to fall on her back. Izuku had no idea what was happening. He was doing his best not to fall backward as Urara continued to pull him toward the portal when something crashed into his chest, driving him into Urara and forcing her back to crash into Momo, who had just gotten the portal open. "Wait, no, it's not ready," Momo shouted as she was forced through first, followed by Urara, Izuku and whatever had crashed into him. There was a snap as Izuku felt himself pass through what felt like a thin membrane before being overcome by an intense heat and then an intense cold. The rapid change in temperature was so fast it almost felt like it hadn't happened at all. The feeling was quickly displaced by pain as Izuku crashed into the ground. He heard the sound of two other bodies hitting the ground as well. He groaned as he sat up, rubbing the back of his head. "Is everyone alright?" Izuku was cut off as something wet enveloped his entire head. He couldn't breathe and began swiping at whatever was attempting to drown him. At least this time he could see. His vision was dominated by a pink hue, as if he was underwater. "Not again. How come this keeps happening to me? I can't breathe," Izuku mentally shouted, only to feel whatever was on his head go away, leaving his hair soggy and sticking to his face. "What is going on?" he shouted, only to feel something wet wrap around his body. "I finally found you, husband," a voice whispered before keying his cheek. Izuku turned slowly to see who was talking to him. He saw a girl composed completely of liquid. Her hair was spiky looking. If not for the fact it was composed of liquid, he'd be tempted to call it fluffy. A pair of tiny horns stuck out from the girl's head. Her entire body was bright pink and translucent. She was wrapped around him, but honestly, it was more like he was stuck inside her. "I've been looking for you for so long, but you're so fast," she whined, keying his cheek again. "I'm hungry, husband, feed me," she shouted as Izuku began to struggle, trying to extricate himself from this slime. "Please let me go, I'm not your husband, I swear." "Urara, Momo, help," he shouted as he looked around, and noticed this was not where they'd been last, nor did it look anything like the human world he knew. He was surrounded by enormous mushrooms and the sky was a bright pink. "Where am I now?" he shouted. Sasha had woken in the middle of the day to loud howls tearing through the forest. It could have only been the sound of the werewolves. It was the middle of the day, and as much as Sasha would have loved to brush off their howls as just a routine hunt, but something inside her told her she needed to look into this. Sasha groaned as she dropped to the ground, stretching and looking at the rest of her platoon. Some of her platoon's members noticed her movements and were about to start to move, but she shook her head. "I've just got a hunch is all. Go back to sleep. If I need backup I'll call," she said before taking to the skies. Sasha hated flying during the day, but then again she was a werebat and nocturnal, so operating in the daylight was a mortal sin for her. She pulled out a pair of goggles from her pouch and put them on to cut down on the glare of the sun. As she flew through the skies she noticed the werewolves were gathered around a massive tree and tearing it apart, or at least attempting to. As she flapped her wings to stay aloft she noticed their leader coming back and she was livid. From what Sasha could hear it was not good. The werewolf leader had let the man escape through a portal. Sasha nearly screamed, but stifled the primal response and instead returned to her troop and then reported her failure to Lady Midnight. Because she had her people go to sleep instead of continuing the search during the day, she had let the werewolves bungle her investigation, and now she had to report that to Lady Midnight. Sasha had never felt so small in her life as she told her lady what had happened. Now Sasha had rounded up the entire pack and was waiting on Lady Midnight to appear, which she did in spectacular fashion. To her left a portal was torn into existence and a heeled boot stepped through onto the grass, followed by Midnight's tall figure. Her blue eyes were glowing with her magical power wafting from the corners of her eyes. "Have you any idea what you've done?" Midnight asked, her voice calm, but sharp. "You have cost us something very valuable. The man we're after had answers to questions we had, and now he is gone, because of you. You were told that you would be rewarded if you cooperated. A promise that I fully intended to keep, but now your greed has cost us more than you could ever know." Midnight hissed as she stepped forward bust to bust with the large werewolf leader. Hattie, to her credit, did not back away from the intimidating succubus. Midnight simply smirked. "I know werewolves aren't as good at following directions as kobolds, but I have experience in making people see things my way," she said as she cupped Hattie's cheek, and immediately the werewolf felt pleasure course through her body. She did her best to stand her ground. "I did what I wanted. I'm not apologizing for that." Hattie growled, only for Midnight to place her other hand on her face as pleasure flowed from her to Hattie. The werewolf gave a low whine almost imperceptible to anyone without a heightened hearing, or like Midnight, who was inches away from her. Even though Hattie had the advantage of height and muscle, it was clear she was the one being dominated here, as she was finally forced to gasp. Her body felt like it was on fire in the best possible way. Her nipples were hard and her was positively weeping. It took all she had not to succumb to the succubus power of pleasure. "I understand that feeling, I do, but because of you, I may have lost something very important that I might not ever get back. That deserves some kind of punishment and compensation." Midnight launched forward, locking lips with Hattie, and it was then that the dam broke loose. Hattie edged into the key as she was brought to her knees. Her gushed from the pleasure she was getting. Hattie prided herself on her strength, but with just a key she was laid low. Midnight's tongue played hers like a fiddle, dominating her own muscle before moving around her mouth like an amorous serpent. At times Hattie swore there was more than one, but just as Hattie thought she'd go mad, Midnight pulled back, allowing the werewolf alpha to breathe. "You are going to work with us to find this man. You alone will go. The rest of your pack will stay here and be supervised until your return. Is that understood?" Midnight asked before pinching Hattie's hard nipple, making her yelp like a pup. "Yes, I understand." Hattie barked like an obedient dog. Midnight smiled, releasing her hold on the werewolf's teat. "Good, now show me where this portal was." Hattie panted as she sat on her knees before pulling herself off the ground to her full height. She'd never felt so thoroughly beaten in her life. She'd fought powerful opponents before, and she'd be lying if she said she'd won every fight, but this wasn't just a simple loss. It was utter defeat at the hands of an insurmountable opponent. Hattie had no choice but to bend the knee and do as Lady Midnight said. "Of course, Lady Midnight," Hattie said, turning around to lead her mistress, only to feel Midnight squeeze her ass. "Good girl," Midnight said, showing the tips of her fangs in a predatory smile. Izuku looked around at the massive mushrooms before hearing rustling as Urara appeared out from between a copse of smaller mushrooms. "Master!" she shouted, seeing the predicament he was in. Urara leapt into action and snatched him from the grip of the unsuspecting slime. Once extricated from the slime's grip, Izuku shook his arms, sending strands of slime to the ground. From her place on the ground, the pink slime puffed out her cheeks and glared at Urara. "You took him from me. Again. I saw him first and you stole him from me," she shouted, washing forward like a small tide to capture Izuku's leg. Both Urara and Izuku looked at the slime at the mention of Urara having stolen him from her before. "Wait, again, you can't mean..." Urara thought back on the moment she found Izuku being assaulted by a slime. "That was you, but that slime was a different color," Izuku shouted as the slime smiled happily. "I was different back then, but then your mana washed over me and I changed. I love the taste and feel of your mana, husband. I can't live without it," she stated, making Izuku feel slightly anxious. At the mention of living, Urara's ears stood on end. "Master, you have to help Momo," she shouted, dragging Izuku after her. The pink slime was not going to allow her husband to be taken for a third time and was therefore dragged along with Izuku. Urara bounded between the mushrooms, vaulting over the smaller ones until she stopped in front of a mushroom as tall as a tree, and propped against its woody stem was Momo. Izuku collected himself as he felt the slime slither up from his leg to his shoulder. He shuddered at the cool and moist feeling of her climbing along his body, but Momo demanded more of his attention. The young witch was very pale and covered in a sheen of sweat. Her chest moved with shallow breaths as she leaned against the mushroom. "She's not feeling well. I think something went wrong with the portal, and it's all your fault," Urara growled while glaring at the pink slime. "My fault? I didn't do anything." The slime denied, slipping down Izuku's body to reform inches away from Urara's face. "You pushed us through the portal before it was ready and now Momo's hurt." The two monster women glared at one another, and even though it was clear the two were moments away from violence, Izuku couldn't take his eyes off Momo. "Stop it," he said, and as his voice reached their ears a green sheen flashed across their eyes. Urara's ears fell as she sat down with a whine. "Sorry, master," Urara said as the slime shrunk in on herself. "Yeah, sorry, husband," she said, quivering like jelly. Izuku walked over to Momo and placed a hand on her forehead. At his touch, Momo's eyes flickered. Izuku smiled gently before speaking. "Momo, what's wrong?" he whispered, stroking her cheek. Momo opened her mouth as she locked eyes with Izuku. Her mouth moved slowly, but Izuku couldn't hear what she said. He leaned forward, placing his ear inches from her mouth. "I need mana," she whispered. Izuku pulled back from Momo, whose eyes fell shut as she continued to pant heavily. Izuku pulled back and stared at the clearly suffering Momo. He bit his lip as he contemplated what Momo was asking of him. He swallowed as he felt a stirring in his pants. He was ashamed that right now, with everything that was going on, he could be aroused. "Urara ho, how do I give Momo my mana?" he asked. Urara perked up at having been addressed after disappointing her master before. She was eager to curry his favor. "Oh, that's easy, master. You need to have say with her," Urara shouted happily. Izuku closed his eyes as his suspicions were confirmed. He gave a deep sigh. I can't just, do that while she's unconscious," he shouted, standing up. Both Urara and the slime cocked their heads to the side. "Why not? I'm sure Momo wouldn't mind," Urara said as Izuku stopped himself from face-palming. He sighed. I just can't. Okay. Is there any other way?" he asked desperately, hoping he wouldn't have to resort to such a drastic measure at the drop of a hat. Urara held her chin as she swayed from side to side in thought. It was the slime who gave Izuku a better option. She oozed over to him before pulling his shorts down. "Just have her beep that until you gush into her mouth." Izuku looked down at his cock at half-mast. His cock was clearly willing to go through with anything. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I mean, come on, she wants it to see." Izuku's eyes popped open as he saw the slime had opened Momo's mouth, showing Izuku the nice pink interior as she stroked Momo's glistening and soft-looking tongue. Izuku nearly choked at the sight. His cock went from half-mast to full in an instant. His turgid member throbbed in the open air, and Izuku swore he could feel each sperm swimming in his large nuts. A goofy smile overtook Izuku's face as he stared at Momo's open mouth. "Okay, I'll do it," he said, swallowing hard as he moved toward Momo, his cock inches from her mouth before he placed the tip against her tongue, rubbing it up and down the wet muscle. Izuku hissed as he felt her soft tongue up and down his cock before he pushed more of his member into her mouth. Momo edged as she opened her mouth slightly. There was a glorious taste settling on her tongue. It woke her from unconsciousnness like a bolt of energy. All she could see was a taut stomach before her eyes. It took her a moment to realize exactly what was happening. Izuku was *****ing her mouth. Izuku pushed deep into her throat, forcing her to accept all of him, and she couldn't be happier to do so. Momo would have preferred to be a more active participant in this, but she was still so weak from opening the portal. Still, there was some charm in letting Izuku have his way with her like this. She edged as Izuku thrust deep into her mouth, into her throat. She could feel him throbbing inside her and taste the precum leaking from his tip. Her was dripping as Izuku ******ed her mouth. She did her best to lick and swirl her tongue around his shaft, giving all she could in her weakened state. She needed to show Izuku how good it felt to let his desires out upon them. Izuku was lost in the sensation of having his way with Momo's mouth, her tongue sliding along his length with each plunge. His weighty sack slapped against her chin, splashing against the drool running down her mouth as he moved in and out. He leaned forward, pressing his hand to the back of Momo's head, pushing her head right up against him and forcing her nose into his pubic bush. Momo's mind went blank as Izuku bottomed out into her throat and her nose was swamped with his masculine musk. If her body wasn't limp before, it would have been now, as his scent wafted through her, reducing her mind to a puddle and her limbs to jelly. She didn't even care. She couldn't breathe as long as she could keep inhaling this scent. Izuku groaned as he felt Momo's throat massaging his shaft as it swallowed in vain before jerking her head back and releasing his cock from her mouth with a pop as Momo panted heavily, her eyes gazing upon his saliva-coated cock. She wanted it back in her mouth right now. She had to have it. Izuku looked down into Momo's dark orbs, his own eyes glowing green with lust as he smiled down at her. To Momo it was the most beautiful smile she'd ever seen, so gentle and caring and full to the brim with lust. "Here I come, Momo," Izuku said before driving her head forward and lodging his cock firmly in her throat as he *****ed her mouth, jerking her head back and forth as if it was nothing more than a toy for his pleasure. Finally, Izuku bottomed out and Momo felt the first splash of cum against the back of her throat. It was so thick and rich that even though not a drop had touched her tongue, she could just imagine how tasty it would be. The next volley of cum came soon after, followed by another and another in rapid succession. Momo was glad Izuku was so far into her throat, giving her no choice but to swallow. If he weren't, she wasn't sure she'd be able to keep up with the sheer volume that was flooding her stomach. Semen wasn't the only thing flooding Momo's body. Each salvo of cum carried with it the richest mana Momo had ever come into contact with. The mana Momo had spent in ripping that portal open was replenished and then some. Her body was overflowing with mana. Her exhaustion was relieved in a matter of seconds and her strength returned. Her belly was full to the brim when Izuku had finished. He released her head as he pulled his cock free of her mouth, dragging his length along her tongue, slowly allowing the last few drops of his seed to linger on her tongue before he exited her mouth. Momo felt amazing even though she looked a complete mess. There was drool running down her chin, her eyes were watery with unshed tears, her hair was atrocious, but she never felt better. Izuku looked down at Momo, and even with the disheveled way he'd left her, he didn't feel as bad about it as he thought he should. He helped her. He'd given her what she needed, so what if he may have enjoyed himself just as much? He shook his head as he put his cock away. Momo was no longer in danger. In fact, she seemed better than ever, if the way she began to fix her hair as she stood up was any indication. He couldn't help but notice the slight bulge in her dress from the amount of cum he'd shot into her stomach. A slight shudder of satisfaction ran through him at seeing his handiwork. Urara slowly padded over to Izuku and Momo. She looked at her friend as she savored Izuku's taste on her tongue and felt a tad envious of her position, but would not voice it right now. Izuku had saved Momo. It would be wrong for her to be jealous of that. Instead, she should congratulate her friend on a full recovery, but before she could, another voice rang out. My, how rambunctious you all are. Izuku and his party all turned in the direction of the voice as a woman appeared before them. Out of all the women he'd met in this world, she was the most normally dressed. She was dressed in a red suit with white polka dots. Atop her head was a wide-brimmed top hat with mushrooms growing out of it. She had brown hair that covered one of her brown eyes, and in her hands were a teapot and a teacup. Izuku cocked his head to the side, knowing something was wrong. In the human world, no woman would be wearing men's clothes like a suit, and certainly not standing alone in the wilderness with a teapot. Oh, but where are my manners? Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Kanoko the Mad Hatter, and seeing as I am the first representative of my home, I welcome you all to Wonderland. Midnight stood in front of the once open portal. Her eyes were glowing blue as she surveyed the mana that had been around the portal scar most recently. Hattie had told her everything she had seen while hunting her target. Apparently, the interloper was a human boy with exceptional mana. This left Midnight with more questions than answers. How did a human boy come to possess her father's mana, and furthermore, how did he know about the ancient portal temple to travel through it? Midnight drew her finger up and down in midair, tracing the portal scar. This was torn open by a witch, an unskilled one at that. The opening of the portal was sloppy, but that probably had more to do with her rushing than her actual skill. Hattie had said she'd come upon the trio as the witch was working and had nearly caught them before a slime had dropped down on her, ruining her hunt. Hattie's words, not Midnight's. Where were you trying to take him? Midnight asked as she began to manipulate the mana around the portal, slowly pulling it open before her eyes widened in recognition. Why on earth would they be heading into Wonderland? She asked no one in particular. Sasha stepped forward. The human has gone into Lady Aries' territory, Mistress Midnight. She asked as Midnight nodded. It would seem so, Sasha, and that does not bode well for our investigation. Return to the castle on standby. I will prepare to speak with my little sister and enlist her help in finding this green-haired boy. This has gone far enough. He will not escape again. No more delays, no more interferences. She shouted, making all those gathered cower. As you wish, Mistress Midnight. My troop and I will await your orders at the castle, she said before flying off to return and gather her subordinates for the return trip home. Hattie, seeing that she was no longer of use, was about to step away herself before she felt Midnight's claws gently resting on her shoulder. Oh no, my dear, you are far from clearing your debt to me. You and your pack will be guarding the remaining owl mages in that time until they finish their work, and maybe after that, I will consider you paid in full, she said, squeezing Hattie's shoulder. The alpha werewolf whined but did not argue. Good girl, now go, Midnight hissed, allowing Hattie to race off to fulfill her mistress' order. Wonderland is that part of the demon realm? Izuku asked, looking at the gathered monsters, but it seemed only Momo had the answer to his question, and she was not happy about it. This is bad, very bad. We should move. We have to leave here right now, she said, standing up. Izuku had only seen Momo this anxious when the werewolves were attacking her home, so whatever this was, it was serious. Izuku began to follow behind her. What's wrong, Momo? What is Wonderland? He asked, hearing the patting of Arara's feet and also the wet slaps of the slime's movements as well. Wonderland is here, and here is Wonderland. My home, like I said before. The Mad Hatter suddenly popped up from behind a mushroom, planting her butt on it like a fine chair. Izuku stumbled back from the woman as she sipped her tea. As to why your friend is in such a tizzy, that would be because Wonderland isn't like the rest of the demon realm. Allow me to explain, she said as she produced a second teacup from out of her hat. Now watch closely. Say this water is the human world where you're from. As she did this, the teapot that was definitely full of tea poured out clear hot water. In the grand scale of things he'd seen, a teapot somehow changing its contents wasn't too out of the ordinary. Now say this tea is the demon realm. Kanoko sat down the pitcher and reached into her hat to pull out some tea powder and tossed it into the cup, giving it a cursory stir until the two were mixed. See, they exist at the same time and in the same space, separate but not, and now this sugar is Wonderland, all sweet and makes everything tasty. Once more reaching into her hat, Kanoko produced sugar and stirred it into the tea and offered it to Izuku, who gingerly took the cup. The demon realm is under the control of the demon lord, but it's got so many rules to follow and is just plain no fun. Wonderland is better and watched over by our lovely Queen of Hearts, and I think she would just love to meet you. She'd take you into her bedroom and just beat that big cock of yours all night long. In fact, how about you let me demonstrate and give me that fat dick of yours for a few?" Izuku looked into Kanoko's brown eyes as she stared at him. It was strange, it was like her eyes saw more than just him, and they were honestly quite mesmerizing. "Have a drink, you must be parched after jumping through that portal all willy-nilly. Then you can give me a drink," she said, gently pressing the cup toward his mouth. "I am kind of thirsty," he said, licking his lips and pressing the cup to his mouth only to have it slapped from his hand and a burst of wind knocking the Mad Hatter off her mushroom. "Don't drink that, Izuku. Don't drink or eat anything anyone from here offers you. Wonderland is dangerous, it is chaos, and the Queen of Hearts rules this land according to her whims. What she says goes, and if you don't obey, you'll be made to obey. Unlike the demon realm where we can live with free will to make our own choices while following simple laws, Wonderland operates on what the Queen of Hearts wants, and the place itself quickly turns you into what the Queen of Hearts would prefer. It twists man and monster to her whims. Before you know it, you're dancing to her tune." Izuku swallowed as he looked over at the Mad Hatter as she dusted her suit and hat off. "Now that was quite rude, madam. I simply offered the young man a drink and to relieve that marvelous cock of his with my stupendous fellatio, but I know when I'm not wanted," she said as she looked at Izuku and pulled one of the sprouting mushrooms from her hat. "Here you are, young man, if you ever find yourself in trouble, eat that and I will come rescue you," she said, keying the mushroom and pressing it into his hand before skipping off into the mushroom forest. Momo watched the Mad Hatter leave before grabbing Izuku's hand and pulling him along. "Momo, where are we heading?" Izuku shouted as Urara and the slime flanked him on both sides, now wary of everything around them. "We need to get someplace safe before the Queen and her trumparts find us. She will take you away from us and turn you into her toy. I won't allow that to happen, you belong to us." Izuku yanked his hand away as he looked at Momo. Her eyes were swirling with a kaleidoscope of colors as she stared back at Izuku. "Momo, I don't belong to you, I don't belong to anyone. You're not acting the same as you were," Izuku said, looking between the three of them as they stared at him. "Izuku, don't be silly, you need to listen to me. I'll keep you safe, we'll all keep you safe, and you'll stay with us and be happy." Momo moved slowly toward Izuku with dilated pupils honed in on him before shaking her head. "Oh no, the Hatter's spores," she said, feeling her body grow hot as she stared at Izuku. "Izuku, you need to get away from us, we're not ourselves right now," she said, fighting the urge to grab hold of him. "I can't believe I fell for it," she growled. Mad Hatters exuded spores that drew out a person's lust. Normally it was targeted at human men to drive them to carnal acts with the Hatter. Momo hadn't even thought that it could be used on other monsters like herself. Izuku slowly backed away from Momo. "Momo, what do you mean, what's happened?" Izuku bumped into something soft before feeling a pair of furry arms wrap around his abdomen. "Momo's right, master, you should just run away with me, I'll keep you safe, I promise, and drink all your tasty cum." Izuku looked over his shoulder and swallowed hard as he looked at Urara. Her eyes were swirling with color just like Momo's. She too was under the effect of the Mad Hatter's spores. Urara opened her mouth and began nibbling Izuku's shoulder. "Oh, master, you taste so good, please give me your cum," she shouted, only to have the pink slime drop down on her head, knocking her to the ground. "Run, husband," she shouted as she held Urara in place. Izuku looked at Urara trying to escape from the slime's clutches on the ground, and then to Momo, who was erratically writing runes into the air. She caught his eye. "Don't worry about us. I'll dispel the spores and then we'll find you. We both have your mana inside us now, we'll be able to find you as long as you're in Wonderland, now run." Izuku ran from them as fast as he could, leaving behind the sounds of struggle as he rushed through the mushroom forest. Soon the sounds of struggle faded, being replaced by the ambience of Wonderland's nature. Izuku didn't know how far he ran, but he eventually stopped at the strangest river he'd ever seen. The river flowed in stripes of several colors. Izuku couldn't help but stare at the ludicrous sight before him. Still, even with the strange sight of a striped river, Izuku couldn't help but feel a thirst welling up in him. Should he drink this? But Momo said not to drink or eat anything from here, but she said specifically not to drink anything offered to him. He looked around, seeing no one around. If there's no one around, then that means no one can offer this to me and I'm just taking it, right? He said, unconvinced by his own flimsy logic. This wasn't the human world with human rules, this was a world ruled over by a queen who painted everything in her hue. Ugh! This is so frustrating. He shouted as he slammed his fists on the ground. Why? He shouted, catching sight of himself in the striped river, and stopped cold. This was the first time Izuku had seen his reflection in days. He'd changed. His green eyes now had vertical pupils and his mouth now sported a pair of fangs. He was changing more and more, first his dick and metabolism, now his face. Would he grow horns next, or fur? He was losing his humanity more and more with each second he stayed here. What do we have here, Nya? Izuku whirled, seeking out the voice as he stood up. He saw no one around and didn't hear any movement. Who's there? Mad Hatter, is that you? He shouted, thinking about how she'd poisoned Momo and the others. Surely she was now here claiming him for herself. As his eyes roved the mushrooms around him, he heard giggling. No, I'm afraid not, Nya. No Mad Hatters here. Izuku still couldn't pinpoint who or where this person was speaking. Now if you were to ask about a Cheshire cat, you would be in luck. This time the voice came from right next to his ear. Izuku whirled around and nearly lost consciousness as he stared into a disembodied mouth. Midnight arrived back at the castle through one of her portals into her bedroom. Like all her sisters, she was born with powerful mana enough to tear open holes in the world and travel through them to wherever she pleased, well, almost wherever she pleased. She sat down at a vanity and ran a hand through her hair and sighed. There was so much going on right now, it was nearly impossible to relax. Her mother's slow decline alongside the decline of the demon realm itself, now this human interloper with her father's mana. It was all beginning to be too much. Now on top of all that, she had to entreat with her youngest sister for entry into her domain. Wonderland was under Eri's complete control. The sun didn't rise in her world without her saying so. In truth, Eri was probably the most powerful of them all when it came to pure raw mana. Her mana was so powerful it disrupted the demon realm, throwing it out of balance. It didn't help that she was so young as well, and also one of a kind. Eri was literally so heaped with genetic gifts they became curses. She had to be contained in a world of her own making so that her mana wouldn't influence the demon realm. Of course, her sister wasn't trapped there and could come and go as she pleased, but if she stayed from Wonderland for too long, it would disappear like a dream. When you woke up, Midnight took a moment to collect herself before using her mana to conjure a scrying mirror to speak with Eri. It took a moment for the mana to take hold, but soon enough she was shown an image of her little sister in a white nightgown with red hearts scattered around it. Eri was sitting on her bed as a trumpart combed her long silver hair. Eri, can I have a moment of your time? Midnight called out, garnering her sister's attention. Eri smiled as she looked at her older sister in her mirror. She immediately jumped out of her bed and ran over to the small vanity and took a seat. Big sister Midnight, it's so nice to see you. She smiled brightly, with Midnight giving a small smile of her own. You as well, sister, but I have something to ask you. I would like permission to enter your realm. Eri smiled even wider as she clapped her hands and bounced in place. Entry into Wonderland wasn't easy. The realm was so chaotic that opening a portal into it was nearly impossible. Eri liked to say Wonderland wasn't a place you go, but a place you know. The only surefire way to open a portal into Wonderland was to have Eri herself do it. It was sheer dumb luck that the young witch had managed to slip into Wonderland. Oh, of course you can come over. We can have a tea party and eat cakes and cookies and talk about this and that until the sun goes down. Then you can stay the night and we'll have a sleepover and you can tell me a bedtime story just like old times. Midnight's smile broke at the seemingly endless list of activities Eri wanted to do. No, Eri, I'll be coming on business, unfortunately. Eri stopped listing off things they could do and looked at Midnight. Business? What business? You're coming here to see me, right? So why wouldn't you do all those things? Eri asked as Midnight sighed, deciding to just lay out her hand. Eri, the man with father's mana has come to your realm. Are you telling me you haven't sensed him? Midnight asked, not able to believe that her sister didn't know he was there. So was Eri playing dumb, or was there something else going on? Eri turned her eyes from Midnight. Of course I do. My trumparts are out to find him right now and they never fail, so you don't need to come after him. You can just come see me, Eri said, her smile slowly returning. Midnight's eyes widened at what Eri just said. Eri, you need to let me handle this. I'll take the man and bring him back to Mother, and then we can do all those fun things you wanted to do. Midnight said, trying to remain calm and let her sister know that this was something she would take care of. You don't think I can do it, do you? Eri hung her head as she tossed out the accusation. Midnight instantly felt the situation slipping from her grasp. No, Eri, it's not that. I just think it would be better for me to do this rather than you. I mean, you have so much on your plate with just Wonderland. Midnight wasn't sure Eri could handle such a task. Unlike the rest of them, Eri only fed on bottled mana. To Midnight's knowledge, her sister had never been with a man, and who knows what could happen if Eri's explosive mana came into contact with that boy. Her power could run rampant or just as likely kill the boy. Neither situation was to Midnight's liking. Eri looked up, her red eyes blazing as the mirror cracked. Too bad, I'll take care of it. He came here, so I'll deal with him. I can do stuff without all of you looking over my shoulder. I'll show you, she shouted before cutting the connection. Midnight stared at her reflection in the cracked mirror before screaming as loud as she could, shattering it in the process. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, trusting that what he thought he saw wasn't what he saw. His green eyes scanned upwards and watched in horrified curiosity as the mouth was joined by a slowly appearing head. Well, now that wasn't exactly what I expected when you turned around, said the head as a pair of arms appeared. The head had a mane of striped and blue hair with a pair of cat ears sticking out from the hair. Her sky blue eyes settled upon him with mischievous glee. Sorry to startle you, boy, here, let me help you up, she said, offering him her paw. At this point, her body had come in fully and Izuku could see the cat paws were only on her hands and that she wore stockings and heels on her feet. As he looked at her proffered paw, he noticed the blue striped tail wafting lazily behind her. Izuku was hesitant but took her hand to pull himself up, only for her to be pulled down on top of him with a feline yowl. Her beeps crashed into his face, knocking him back to the ground as she floundered around atop him. Her paws went everywhere from his chest to his arms before gripping his cock and finally extricating herself from him. Izuku huffed as he slowly sat up, looking at the cat woman. You naughty boy, trying to get a handful of my kitty, were you? Well, I'm not that kind of cat to just let any tom play with me, she said, huffing as she stood up, adjusting her top. This woman was different from every other monster girl he'd met. She didn't have as much fur as Urara, and more importantly, she was much more mature than any of the others. Urara and Momo, hell, even the pink slime, all seemed around his age, but this Cheshire cat was a woman in all regards. The dress she wore seemed almost like fancy sleepwear, boosting her beeps up but leaving her midriff exposed. The clothes she wore cupped her bottom quite nicely and were very revealing in their way. They clearly outlined her beep. Izuku swallowed before shaking his head. I'm sorry about that, and my name's not Tom, it's Izuku, he said, standing up but making sure to keep several feet between them. I'm just waiting on some friends of mine, he explained as he dusted himself off. The Cheshire cat finished with her primping before looking at him. My name is Pixie Bob, and why wait for your friends when you could go to them? She asked as she took a step towards him, only for Izuku to take a step back. After all, no one likes to wait, right? You should go to them like right now, she said, doing a small hop towards Izuku, forcing him to take several steps back. No, they said they'd find me, so I really should stay here, he said, raising his hands as if to make a barrier between the two of them. The Cheshire smirked as she looked at him. Izuku wasn't sure what to think of this cat woman. He'd thought well of the Mad Hatter until it turned out she had drugged his friends. Who knows what this one was capable of? Oh, I don't think they'll be able to find you, not after this, she said. Izuku was about to question what she was talking back, but saw her take several steps forward, and as he moved to step back, his foot found nothing but open air. He turned as he began to fall and saw that the Cheshire cat had maneuvered him toward the edge of the river and he'd foolishly fallen in. Izuku dropped beneath the surface of the river as its current began to carry him off. He swam upward to catch his breath and saw the steadily disappearing figure of the Cheshire cat waving at him as he was carried further and further away. Pixie Bob looked at the retreating figure of the human man and smiled. She of course wasn't going to let him go just like that. It was her duty as one of the chosen species of the Queen of Hearts to guide that young man down the path to becoming a true citizen of Wonderland, but she couldn't do that if he was surrounded by others. But before she could disappear though, she heard the voices of her 3 compatriots. 3 more Cheshire Cats appeared behind Pixie Bob. Mandalay, Tiger, and Ragdoll, what brings you all here? Pixie Bob asked as the trio looked at each other. You haven't heard. The Cheshire Cat with green and yellow striped hair and tail cocked her head to the side. Mandalay, a Cheshire Cat with deep brown and red striped hair and a tail facepalmed. This is why you need to stop goofing off. The Queen of Hearts says there's a man with powerful mana in Wonderland and she wants everyone to be on the lookout for him. Whoever spots him is to bring him to the Queen immediately. Have you seen a man like that anywhere? Mandalay asked as Pixie Bob sported a small smile. You know, I did see a guy with a Mad Hatter not too long ago. Maybe she still has him. You know how those hatters get when they find a man, she said, flicking her hair as the other 3 stared her down. Finally, Mandalay sighed. If he's with a hatter then we need to hurry. The longer he stays breathing in those spores the more of a chance that he'll have say with her. The Queen wants the man untouched, so we should get going right away, she said as the other 3 disappeared. Pixie Bob stayed where she was for the moment. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up in a bit, she said, waving stiffly. Once the last body part of her compatriots had disappeared, she broke into a sweat and started bounding down the river. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I didn't know he was important to the Queen, she shouted, rushing along the riverbank. I have to find that boy before anyone else. If the others find out I just let him go like that, they'll skin me alive 10 times over, she shouted as she raced faster. Her blue eyes scanned the surface of the water looking for any sign of the young man she'd so foolishly dropped into the river. Momo's body was racked with the most pleasurable flame she'd ever felt. Her entire body was hot and her was drooling with arousal as she tried to concentrate on her spell. She needed to purge the spores from herself first before she could do the same for Aurora. She looked up, seeing the slime was still successfully holding the kobold in place. Keep her just like that, slime, I'm almost done, she said before casting the now completed spell, and felt the rush of lust and arousal leave her body as she coughed several times, expelling a vibrant green dust. Immediately Momo felt her mind clear as she stood up and recast her spell over Aurora, leaving the dog girl coughing up vibrant green dust as well. Aurora popped up, her eyes clear with a confused look on her face. Momo, where's Izuku? Where's my master? She whined as she pulled herself free of the slime and shook herself dry. Momo rose to her feet as the slime collected itself into the loose form of a humanoid. Calm down, Aurora, we'll find him. I just had to send him away for a moment, she said, shaking her head, still feeling the aftershocks of the spores. But why? She howled like a dog left alone at home. Momo clutched an ear before turning to Aurora. Because if I didn't, we would have attacked him and made love to him under the effects of Wonderland. That would not have ended well for either of us. Wonderland is like a poison, it seeps into your mind, changing how you think and act, and that is only quickened by Sayual acts. It'd be even worse for Izuku. If he truly awakens as an incubus here, he'll never want to leave, and unlike our world, there is only one succubus in Wonderland that could satisfy his urges, and that is the Queen of Hearts, and we must do everything in our power to keep her from getting her hands on him. Aurora slowly composed herself as she listened to Momo's explanation. Okay, Momo, I understand, she said, wiping her eyes. Momo turned to the kobold and rubbed her head. Don't worry, he hasn't been gone long, and with your nose and my mana sense we should be able to find him soon, Momo said as Aurora smiled and began sniffing the air. Momo closed her eyes, focusing mana into them before opening them again and seeing the emerald trail of Izuku's mana into the mushroom stalks. The trio of monster women set off to find the burgeoning incubus. Unfortunately, it seemed Momo was mistaken about how far Izuku could have gotten. The trail led them far from where they were incapacitated and soon terminated at the bank of a multicolor river. Aurora sniffed the ground and then shook her head, fighting off a sneeze. There was a cat here with Izuku, she said, and Momo groaned. That is not good at all, she said, shaking her head. Cheshire Cats are one of the favored species of Wonderland. They are regarded with favor by the Queen and they love her deeply. If one of them came across Izuku and knew what he was, there's no doubt that he was taken to the castle. she said, but Aurora shook her head in disagreement. There were other cats here too, but their scents disappear. I don't think she has Izuku. Her scent leads off along the bank alone, while Izuku stops here. Aurora said as she began to walk alongside the river. Momo looked at Aurora as she began to walk away. Momo looked around with her mana sight but didn't see Izuku's mana except at the bank. By that logic, Izuku may have fallen into the river to escape the Cheshire Cat and was swept along with its current. We should hurry. If Izuku is without us, who knows what he might run across. There's no doubt that the Cheshire Cat is hunting him down, and if she is, then it's almost certain that the Trumparts are looking for him as well, and if we run across them we won't stand a chance. At yet another mention of these Trumparts, the pink slimed rolled her eyes. All you keep talking about is Trumparts this and Trumparts that, what even are they? The slime demanded in an irritable voice. Momo looked over her shoulder at the slime with barely held frustration. They are women hand-chosen by the queen herself and gifted with a small portion of her powers. The spades are women who excel in martial combat. A single 2 of spades can bring down a small fort by herself, and a 10 of spades has more strength than an ogre. The clubs have powerful magic on par with an entire coven of witches. The diamonds possess a similar power to the queen that can call anything into existence within Wonderland. And finally are the hearts. I don't know much about them other than that they bear the queen's symbol, so they must have power befitting it. These all pale in comparison to the aces of their respective suits. The aces are said to be on par with demigods. Momo loomed over the quivering slime. Now do you understand? Trumparts are the hands of the queen, and none of us stand a chance against them if we're caught, and Izuku in his unfinished state won't be any trouble for them at all. We have to find Izuku and get out of Wonderland as quickly as possible. Momo stated as she sped up to keep pace with Aurora. The kobold had heard every word that Momo had spoken, and it took everything she had to stay composed and focused on tracking her master. If she lost it here and now, they'd never find him before the Trumparts did. As Pixie Bob searched for her foolishly lost prey and Aurora tracked down her master, there was a third party on the hunt for the human boy. A young girl with black hair and a streak of red running through it stepped through a tree marked with a heart, club, spade, and diamond into the woods of Wonderland, followed by 3 more like herself. They all had matching hair with a red beret on their head. They each carried a sword at their body and were dressed in short white dresses emblazoned with several spades on their stomachs. These were the queen's spade Trumparts. The lead Trumpart had 5 spades on her stomach as she pulled her sword out to slice through a thicket of branches. We have our orders, ladies. 5 of spades shouted. Our queen wishes us to capture the human and bring him to her immediately. We shall not fail because we are the. In unison, all 4 Trumparts shouted in a single voice. Trumparts of the spade. A flock of birds took to the skies, scared out of their tree by the powerful shout. That's right. 5 said before breaking into a sprint, followed by 2 girls with a pair of spades across their stomachs and a girl with 3 spades. The quartet sprinted through the forest in a diamond formation with not a single step out of sync. They moved as one, racing to the point marked out to them by the queen when they were given this mission. They would not fail their queen. Izuku found himself coming to a riverbank. His clothes were drenched, and as he sat up he went into a coughing fit, hacking up water as he sat down. He looked around, seeing the scenery had changed. He was no longer surrounded by towering mushrooms, instead he sat on a sandy bank looking into a dark forest. His eyes had hurt at the vibrant hues of the mushroom. This entire realm was so colorful and bright, even though it was home to monsters, but this place looked almost plain in comparison. I just want to go home, he said as he stood up on shaky legs, stumbling toward the forest before collapsing against a tree and breathing heavily. He felt sick, his head was throbbing, and he was hungry again. Maybe there'll be some berries or something in the forest, he said, pulling himself to his feet and stepping forward, only to be bowled over by none other than the Cheshire Cat that had sent him down the river in the first place. You, he shouted, his eyes flaring green as he glared at her. Instantly Pixie Bob felt the power of the boy before her and knew why her queen would want him. She'd run frantically through the forest trying to follow along the bank, but then the river forked and she'd had no choice but to let Wonderland itself guide her. So she disappeared with only the thought of the boy in her head. Hopefully, Wonderland would put her where she needed to be. When she opened her eyes, her fur stood on end as she knew exactly where she was. Oh no, why would it bring me here? She shouted, covering her ears as she looked at the darkened woods around her, curling her tail tightly around her waist. Pixie Bob swallowed hard as she slowly walked along before hearing movement nearby and broke into a mad sprint away from it. She dashed through the woods only to slam into something solid and masculine. She looked up and saw it was the boy from before, and she immediately felt relieved until his eyes opened and glared at her. He was angry. Pixie Bob felt his mana wash over her, scaring her, yes, but also making her so horny. She scuttled back from the angry human, crouching low so as not to seem threatening. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for you to come here. I swear I was just having some fun, but I meant you no harm, honest. She pleaded as Izuku stood up, staring down at her with suspicion and irritation. Pixie Bob smiled up at him anxiously. I know you don't trust me, but you have to believe that I would never have sent you here on purpose. Nobody comes here and with good reasons. Please let me take you away from here before something bad happens. She pleaded. Izuku looked down, still suspicious, but he could clearly see she was scared of something. As he looked around, he noticed a difference in the woods around him. The colors he did see weren't the typical colors he'd come to expect. Instead of yellows, blues, and greens, he saw bright reds, deep purples, and oranges in a sea of black. This place was fundamentally different from the other places in Wonderland he'd seen. Even the river that once boasted a multitude of colors seemed dull in this place. Where are we? He asked the quaking cat girl. Tulgey Wood is a dangerous place even for those of us native to Wonderland. This is where Jabberwocks make their home. Well, more like this is where the Queen banished their kind. She said, slowly getting to her feet. Izuku looked around and then asked, "What's a Jabberwock?" He asked only to hear a monstrous roar rip through the sky. It was so loud it felt like it would rattle his bones out of place. The Cheshire Cat beside him yelled in fear before launching herself onto him. There was a shift as the world seemed to break apart piece by piece before reassembling itself. It was quite a nauseating sight, to be honest, but it passed in a few moments as the world was once again fully assembled. Izuku fell to his knees, breathing deeply in an attempt to relieve his nausea. Is it always like that? He asked between breaths, only to look up at the Cheshire Cat spinning her head around 180 degrees as if it were normal. Never mind, he said, slowly getting to his feet. Not hearing what Izuku said, Pixie Bob composed herself. Well, if you're not sure, that was a Jabberwock. It's a type of dragon. Even with our queen's magic they're still quite brutish. She said, smoothing out her dress before smiling at the boy. I know we didn't start off on the best terms, so let's start over. I promise I'll take you someplace safe so you don't have to wander the woods and worry about getting attacked. She said with a toothy grin. Izuku looked at the cat girl, not quite ready to trust her. And where is this safe place? He asked, crossing his arms. Pixie Bob smiled as if that question was exactly what she wanted to hear. To the Queen of Hearts, of course. There's no safer place in Wonderland than by her side, she said excitedly. Izuku's blood ran cold. What? No, I'm not going to her. She'll change me, he shouted, stepping back from Pixie Bob, who cocked her head to the side. Change you? What do you mean by change you? The Queen doesn't change people, just helps them be their best selves. She fixes them and makes them happy with who they are, Pixie Bob said as Izuku shook his head. Momo told me that the Queen of Hearts changes people to suit herself, making them into what she wants them to be. Pixie Bob put her hands on her hips and just shook her head. Well, that's just ridiculous. Tell me, has this Momo ever been to Wonderland before? Has she ever spoken or even seen the Queen before? She asked, to which Izuku couldn't actually answer. He couldn't say whether Momo had been to Wonderland before or not. The way she acted when she got here, it seemed like she had, or maybe she'd just read about it. In the end, Izuku simply spoke what he knew was true. I don't know, he answered. Pixie Bob nodded her head as if that answer was enough to prove her point. Exactly, you don't know and she didn't know, so how about instead of just assuming things, you take a walk with me and I show you Wonderland, and if you still don't want to see the Queen, then that'll be that. Deal? She asked, putting her paw out for Izuku to shake. Izuku looked at the outstretched paw, waffling between taking it and not, but in the end, he didn't have much choice. If he didn't take her up on her offer, all he had to look forward to was wandering Wonderland alone with no real knowledge of the place. He could find himself in a place just like Tulgywood or worse. No, it was time Izuku stopped being scared and stopped waiting on others to save him or show him the way. He needed to think for himself and learn how to survive, and maybe it would be him coming to their rescue. "Okay, show me Wonderland," he said, taking the Cheshire Cat's paw. Pixie Bob smiled as the two once again disappeared. Urara had been tracking for most of the day along the river before coming to a fork in the river, and the Cheshire Cat's scent had disappeared. "It's gone, I can't find her scent anymore," Urara said as she began to circle the spot, desperately hoping to pick the scent back up. Momo sighed as she opened her mana sense up and of course, saw a small tear in the mana of Wonderland. "It's no use, Urara," she teleported somewhere else. It was honestly a miracle that she stayed on foot this long. Cheshire Cats are known for popping up all over Wonderland as they please, a gift to them by the Queen of Hearts. "They can appear anywhere at any time," she said with a sigh as she reached for the small portal scar. Wonderland was permeated with these from all the teleporting Cheshire Cats did, so at least in the realm of Wonderland it was easy to open a portal. "As long as I'm not interrupted this time," she said, looking over her shoulder at the pink slime who shrunk back in on herself. Seeing her words had been taken to heart, Momo began to open the portal again. It was surprisingly easier this time. Of course, she expected it to be, but it was even easier than she had expected. Her magic gripped the edges of the portal and slowly began to widen it. "This is incredible," she whispered to herself as she felt her mana flow like water. This had to all be the doing of Izuku's mana. It was boosting her own and making her magic that much more potent. The portal opened and through it Momo saw a darkened forest. Something told her that they shouldn't go through, but suddenly a gloved hand reached through the portal, grabbing hold of Momo's dress and yanking her forward. Urara, seeing this, jumped behind Momo and wrapped her arms around the girl's waist and dug her paws into the ground, claws first, trying to find any and all purchase she could. The slime also grabbed hold, trying her best to keep her form as she pulled with all she was worth, but all their efforts were in vain as they were steadily pulled into the portal. The ground gave way, creating trenches as all three females were dragged through the portal and hurled to the ground. Momo rolled forward, coming into a crouch and preparing to cast a spell before she felt cold hard steel pressed against her throat. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," a steely voice instructed as Momo's hands dropped to her side, seeing that they were surrounded and, more importantly, who they were surrounded by. The people they most wanted to avoid. The Five of Spades turned around from the closing portal to look at the trio of monster women. "You're not from around here, which means you all probably know the man we're looking for," she said, crouching before Momo with her hand on her sword. "Tell us where he is," she said simply. Momo bit her lip as she stared into those ebony eyes. They brooked no argument or defiance, but still, Momo did just that. She remained silent, not speaking a word. If she told them that she didn't know anything, then these spades either wouldn't believe her or worse, would continue their search. It wasn't her first choice, but this might be the best thing she could do for Izuku. By time, she would prefer Izuku not come into his powers while in Wonderland, but maybe if he did, he could save them from its queen. "We came here by accident. We don't know what man you're talking about," Momo said as the spade stared down at her. "You must think we're idiots. A witch, kobold, and slime all travel together by choice. That's not normal even for Wonderland. Not to mention you came through a portal around where the man we're looking for was. He's gone now, by the way," she said, placing her hands on her hips. Momo felt a shiver run down her spine. Izuku wasn't here either, so what did that mean? Was Izuku still with the Cheshire Cat, or was he still on the run? So many questions, but Momo just had to keep a calm head about this. "We don't know what you're talking about," Momo repeated. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Urara was feeling anxious but was doing well to follow her lead. She was grateful for that. The Five of Spades sighed before closing her eyes and shaking her head. "Fine, if that's how you want to play things, so be it," she said as she snapped her fingers. "Pack them up, we'll take them back to the castle for interrogation," she said as she produced a playing card and threw it into the air. The card expanded to over 5 feet tall and wide. Momo found herself thrown over the shoulder of a spade along with Urara. 5 What should we do with the slime? One of the two of spades asked before the slime reacted by spitting into the girl's face and slithering off like a liquid serpent. Why you little? The two of spades sliced through the slime, cleaving her in two, but it did little damage, with the now smaller slime leaving behind part of itself to collapse into a liquid as the rest of her scurried off into the underbrush. The two were about to give chase as 5 shook her head before running a hand down her face. Leave it, we have the other two. Slimes are notoriously stupid. I doubt she would have had any good information anyway. The witch seems like the mouthpiece, so for now we'll return to the queen and tell her what we've found, she said, standing to the side while the other 3 spades marched Momo and Urara through the card face. It yielded to them easily, the white surface rippling with each passage until only the 5 remained. She scanned the surrounding forest before speaking loudly. If you can hear me, and I'm betting you can, I suggest you count yourself lucky. If you want these 2 back, bring the man to Heart Castle, she shouted before stepping through the card, only for it to shrink in on itself and disappear. Several moments after the disappearance of the card, the pink slime slowly raised her head from underneath the dark bush. She was quivering in fear as she stepped out, revealing she was no taller than the average child. I have to find my husband and tell him, she shouted as she shrunk into a perfect sphere and began rolling across the ground. Just like Urara and Momo, she too knew her husband's mana and could follow it. The hum of his mana was weak, which meant it was far away, but that wouldn't stop her. She had to find her husband at all costs. With that thought alone driving her, she rolled along the ground doggedly in pursuit of her husband. Izuku didn't know what to think as he followed after Pixie Bob, but he did say he would keep an open mind, and ulterior motives or not, he was a man of his word. The duo walked through the forest, listening to the sounds of Wonderland's version of nature. Where are you taking me? He asked as she looked back at him, her head rotating 180 degrees as if it was nothing. Izuku's neck hurt just looking at the display of inhuman anatomy. To see what Wonderland really is, of course. Cheshire Cats have the honored duty of showing newcomers like yourself around Wonderland, and I intend to show you everything, she said with a wink as her head slowly turned back around as they continued to walk. As they did, the sounds of nature gave way to voices. Izuku listened closely, thinking he was simply hearing things, but then the voices grew louder. No words were being spoken, but Izuku could clearly tell that they were voices he was hearing. And this will be the first thing I show you, Pixie Bob said as she pulled a branch away, creating a small viewing hole. Izuku looked at the Cheshire Cat dubiously as she shrugged. Just take a look, I promise I won't do anything, she said, crossing her heart with one of her claws. Izuku stared for a moment before kneeling down in front of the hole, and his eyes widened. There before him was another human man. Izuku hadn't seen another member of his species in such a long time. He nearly found himself in tears at the sight. He didn't know this man had never seen him in his life, but to know that he was human awoke a kindred spirit in Izuku. It was due to this relief that it took Izuku a minute to realize what the man was actually doing. Izuku looked at the man, seeing his eyes were glazed over and he was naked, and beneath him was a woman with pink rabbit ears and legs. The man was passionately ing the rabbit girl. She was pinned on the ground, her legs lifted up to the sides of her head as the man pounded down into her. The display was primal and visceral. The rabbit edged with each thrust as the man grunted in satisfaction, driving himself deeper into her. He was panting and covered in sweat as he continued to thrust into her. Her soft springy fur cushioned his body so there was no sound of clapping flesh, but the sight of her plump beeps waving and jiggling as she was ed more than made up for it. Izuku swallowed as he stared at the carnal sight before him. Looks fun, doesn't it? Pixie Bob said, stroking his neck. Don't you want to join in? She asked, watching Izuku as she tempted him. She could see the lust simmering in the young man and wanted to see it boil over. If the queen wanted him, then it had to be as her husband, her king of hearts, and as a faithful and loyal subject. It was Pixie Bob's duty to make this boy into the man of her queen's dreams. Realizing this, Pixie Bob had devised a plan to tempt Izuku into falling under Wonderland's sway. If she could continually bring him closer and closer to giving into his lust and then deliver him to her queen hungry for say, there's no way he would submit to her. Pixie Bob looked at Izuku as he shook his head. No, I shouldn't, he said, but didn't stop watching the display. Pixie Bob smirked. Are you sure? I mean, I'm sure that little horny rabbit wouldn't mind entertaining you as well. After all, that man can only fill one hole at a time. She needs someone to tend to her other soft parts, wouldn't you say? She whispered, looking down at the throbbing bulge in what was left of his breeches. You want to though, and what's the harm? She asked as Izuku panted before turning his back on the debaucherous scene before him. No, I can't do that. If I do, I'll change more, he said, standing up and walking away. Pixie Bob snapped her fingers. She doubted he'd fall at the first temptation, but it was a nice thought. Oh well, on to the next temptation. Izuku shook his head, trying to get rid of the sight of that rabbit woman in carnal throes, but her eyes were chasing him as he walked. Hold on there. You don't want to wander off again, do you? Pixie Bob said, slinging her arm around Izuku and pressing his face against her beep. You can't go anywhere dressed like that, and I think you could use some new clothes, wouldn't you say? I would be a terrible chaperone if I continue to let you go around like that, and it looks like you have the perfect invitation. Izuku was blushing at the feel of Pixie Bob's soft tit against his face. The throbbing in his member intensified as he imagined pushing the cat woman to the forest floor and having his way with her. His cock slipped into her pink folds as she edged into his ear. He shook his head and pushed away from her, only to have a hat slipped onto his head. Wait, what? He asked as he looked at the hat and saw it was the one given to him by the Mad Hatter. As she promised, Kanoko appeared before him, stepping out of one of the mushrooms adorning the hat. She daintily dropped to the ground and twirled to face him. A pleasure to see you once again, young man. Mad Hatter Kanoko here to service you, she said with a bow. Izuku looked at the girl, but before he could speak, Pixie Bob stepped in. Kanoko, good to see you. Izuku here needs some new clothes, and of course, we all know that there are no better seamstresses in all of Wonderland than a Mad Hatter. Why don't you get your hands all over that body and measure him from cock to top? She said, making Izuku jump at the mention of his dick. I don't know if that's necessary. I'll wear whatever clothes you have around that'll fit me. No need to make a fuss, and I can't really trust you. You drugged my friends, he said, lacking any true anger in his words and sounding more like a pouting child. At his words, Kanoko speedily walked up to him and pressed her finger to his nose. Now I know you meant no offense, Sir Izuku, but I would be less offended had you slapped me across the face with that juicy cock of yours. I am a hatter first and foremost, but there is no clothing that is out of my reach. I will provide you with clothing befitting a gentleman of your status, and it will be free of charge. Consider it my apology for what I did to your friends, but in my defense I simply wanted them to relax a little and be more honest with themselves. I'm shocked that it didn't work on you though. Any man that comes into contact with my spores would be willing to f*** any female within reach. You must have a very high mana pool, she said before whipping out a pair of large shears and whirling them around Izuku's frame in a hurricane of snips. Izuku flinched and closed his eyes, standing perfectly still so as to not be accidentally clipped in the process. Soon the sounds of the scissors stopped. Izuku hesitantly opened his eyes and looked down to see he was completely naked and what was left of his clothes in a pile of shreds at his feet. What did you do? Izuku shouted, reaching to cover himself only for his hands to be caught and spread apart by a length of measuring tape. Don't move now, this has to be very precise, Kanoko whispered as she stood behind him, her breath brushing against his ear. Izuku swallowed slowly as Kanoko's hands ran along his arms, her fingers gliding across his skin. Yeah, stay just like that, Pixie Bob said as her blue eyes focused slowly on Izuku's throbbing manhood. She knew the boy was endowed, but this was honestly a little frightening. She'd never seen a cock that big and paired with such large balls. It was a true monster. Pixie Bob stalked forward and blew a gentle puff of air against Izuku's cock. The boy yelped as he looked down at the smirking feline. Oh yes, he will be perfect for the queen, she thought as Kanoko continued her measurements. Izuku wanted to be embarrassed or frustrated, but the soothing feeling of Kanoko's fingers along his body made him feel more relaxed than he should be. This was all due to Kanoko's spores calming the young man, but also raising his sensitivity and arousal. As Kanoko moved, it was as if she was massaging every one of Izuku's erogenous zones all at the same time. And done, she whispered, and this broke the young man as he came. Pixie Bob, who had been kneeling in front of Izuku this entire time, was caught in the face by Izuku's first salvo. The shot came with such speed and amount it bowled the feline over onto her butt as shot after shot showered her. "Ooh, now I'm all dirty," Pixie Bob complained as she wiped some of the cum from her face. "How could you, Izuku? I thought you were a good boy." Quote. She whined, making Izuku feel guilty for what he'd done, but at the same time, the look of her covered in his cum was all too arousing. Pixie Bob covered her mouth as she smiled. She could see Izuku was enjoying what he'd done. Sure, on the surface he felt guilty, but deep down he liked the sight of her covered in his cum. She began to lick herself free of cum like a cat bathing itself. She never broke eye contact with Izuku as she did so. She saw a glint of pink in his green eyes and knew that the madness of Wonderland was sinking into the boy. Soon he would be ready for the queen. She just hoped Eri was ready for him. There was something inside Izuku that made Pixie Bob nervous, but so horny as well. After sleeping off her tantrum, Midnight went to see her mother. The Demon Lord was the only person besides Eri that could open a portal to Wonderland without fail. She sighed at the childish way her sister was acting. She knew as well as the rest of her sisters that their mother's magic was finite. Making her do this would only exhaust her further, but this was Midnight's last course of action. There's no telling what kind of man held their father's power, and if he wasn't a good man, Eri could be in danger. Sure, Eri had the most mana among her sisters, but that did not mean she couldn't be overcome. Midnight sighed as she walked into the library, seeing her mother sitting on a loveseat with a book in her hand and a bottle of essence on a nearby table. "Your Majesty," Midnight said with a bow, only for Nana's gray eyes to look at her. She sat up slowly as if making a conscious effort to not exert any more than the absolute minimum. Nana sighed but smiled at Midnight. "Midnight, you don't have to call me that when we're alone. Honestly, you don't have to call me that at all, but I know how you like to stand on ceremony, so at least call me Mother when we're alone," she said as she patted the seat next to her. "Now come and have a seat." Midnight looked at the couch cushion before sitting on her ample backside upon the cushion. Nana smiled at the younger woman before running her hand through her hair. "See, isn't this better?" she asked. "Now what is it you wanted to speak about?" Nana questioned her daughter as Midnight sighed. "It's Eri, Mother. The man I've been looking for escaped into Wonderland, and when I asked for Eri's assistance she misinterpreted what I was saying and refused to allow me entry to Wonderland. I need you to speak with Eri, Mother, and make her open a portal allowing me and my subordinates entry, or barring that you'll have to open a portal yourself. I don't want it to have to come to that, but Eri might leave us no choice. I know that we can capture the man in Wonderland without him escaping again." Nana leaned back, not stopping in her stroking of Midnight's hair. Honestly, she found it quite soothing. Midnight remembered when her mother used to do this for her as a child along with her father. "Oh Midnight, you know how fragile Eri is. She's so powerful, but so young at the same time. She's not like the rest of your sisters, and you shouldn't try to treat her as such. Still, I understand your worry about her. You think this man may be a threat to us, and you're worried that could end badly for Eri." Nana stood up and sighed. I will speak with Eri. I can't promise that I'll get through to her, but if I don't, I will try to open a portal for you if my mana will be sufficient," she said, taking a sip of the white liquid in her glass before walking to a mirror and using her magic to make a connection to Wonderland. It took only a moment before the connection was made and Nana could see into the darkened interior of Eri's room. She could spot the mound of silver hair on the pillows as she slept, and Nana couldn't help but give an awe at the sight. Her little girl, the last gift her husband gave her before he disappeared, was sleeping so soundly. It had been so long since Eri had moved to Wonderland. Her mana was too much for the demon world and threw it out of balance. It hurt to have her daughter so far from her, but it was for the best, and over time Eri had made Wonderland her own. Nana dispersed the viewing mirror, the image of Eri being replaced with her own reflection. Midnight jumped to her feet looking at her mother. "Mother, why didn't you ask Eri anything?" Midnight shouted as her mother turned to her. "Come on Middy, I couldn't wake her up, she was so cute lying there in bed sound asleep. I promise I'll talk to her in the morning, but for now, let's have her rest," she said, walking back and sitting on the loveseat once more. "But Mother, the longer we leave him to wander around Wonderland, the worse it could be. We should move now." Suddenly Midnight was snatched off her feet and found her head in Nana's lap with her mother stroking her hair again. Midnight would never admit it, but she had thought such displays of strength were far beyond what her mother was capable of nowadays. Obviously, her assumption was wrong. "Shush Middy, it's okay. Everything will be fine for one more night," she whispered. Midnight's face blushed at the use of her childish nickname. "But Mom," Nana pressed her finger to Midnight's lips. "Just relax for a little while longer, Midnight. I know how hard you've been working to keep everything under control. You've really stepped up since your father's disappearance, and even though they may not say it, your sisters appreciate you," Nana said, stroking Midnight's cheek as the younger woman began to slowly relax. "And so do I," she said before keying Midnight's forehead. There was a clanging that brought Momo out of her dreamless sleep. Her ebon eyes fluttered open as she noticed the light growing brighter, illuminating her abode as it drew closer. Momo was in a cell lying on the stone slab that ejected from the wall to serve as her bed. She sat up slowly, her body protesting with pain from her uncomfortable seat. As she sat up, she heard movement in the cells across from her. She stood up and walked to the thick wooden door of her cell. It was made from sturdy oak with thick iron bands across it, strengthening it even more. Momo wasn't sure even an ogre could break down this door. The door was further fortified by a collection of runes around the doorjamb, preventing her from casting magic. There was a small barred window at the top of the door that Momo looked through, seeing the light from the approaching torch reflected in Urara's brown eyes. Unlike Momo, Urara was held in what amounted to a cage. The front of her cell was composed entirely of iron bars, with a thick iron door being the only exit. Urara growled as 4 figures appeared. 2 of the figures were familiar to the 2 prisoners. There were the 5 and 3 of spades. It was the other 2 that worried Momo. They also wore black outfits like the spades, but instead of that symbol upon their stomachs was emblazoned a black club. Momo swallowed, knowing exactly why those 2 were there. Members of the club suit were powerful magic users, and seeing as both of them had 2 clubs each, it was safe to say these 2 were strong. If it was just one of them, Momo might be able to overwhelm her, but 2, that was nigh impossible. The 5 of spades slammed the butt of her sword against Urara's cage, narrowly missing her fingers gripping the bars. "Step away from the bars," she commanded, and Urara reluctantly obeyed as she took 2 steps back, allowing the 3 of spades to open her door. 5 then turned to Momo. "You as well step away from the door." Momo did as she was told, stepping back into the darkness of her cell before hearing a key being inserted into the lock. There was a slight whine as the mechanism was turned, and then the door was opened, showering Momo in the light from one of the club's wands. Momo had thought they were carrying torches, but the light had come from their staffs. "Put your hands out in front of you," 5 commanded, and once more Momo complied before a pair of deep red handcuffs in the shape of hearts was clamped around her wrist. The 2 club soldiers stepped to the side, ushering Momo out. As soon as she was out of the cell, she felt her magic return to her before the 2 clubs locked their staffs about her neck. It was a simple but efficient warning. Even with her magic restored, she would be no match for them. Momo tried to keep her face calm as she gave a slow nod of acceptance. The clubs held their staffs at her neck for a moment longer before they withdrew them. There was a growl to her left, and Momo turned, seeing the 3 of spades holding Urara down as 5 clamped a muzzle onto her face and handcuffed her. "Is that really necessary? You've already caught her," Momo shouted. 5 stood to her feet as the 3 jerked Urara up to hers. "Quiet, prisoner, you are not the one asking questions. Now march," 5 shouted, shoving Momo toward the stairs. For a moment Momo thought she'd fall flat on her face, but managed to catch herself and proceed up the staircase. As she walked up the stairs, hearing the pad of Urara's feet on the stone and the click of their captor's boots on the steps behind her, she thought about their capture. Momo and Urara had been forced through the face of the enlarged playing card, and upon exiting out the other side they stood in a stone hall before a thick banded door. It had been night when the spades had captured them, and moonlight streamed in through several towering windows. There was only one place in Wonderland with majesty like this. They were in the Heart Castle. One of the spades walked to the door and opened it with no sense of effort. "You 2 will spend the night in the dungeon and speak to the queen in the morning." She and Urara had been ushered down into the dungeon and left there until now. Now that the castle was lit by sunlight, she could see all the small details that she'd missed in coming here in the dark. The walls were carved every few feet with a large heart, and a slight miasma hung in the air. Pink smoke wafted across the ceiling. Mom was jabbed in the back to make her move again. Go to the left. 5 instructed and Momo walked. She followed Spade's instructions, turning when she was told to turn and stopping when they arrived at their destination. The 6 of them all stood in front of a pair of massive bright red doors. Out of the corner of her eye, Momo noticed that each of the Queen's women were looking themselves over, making sure there wasn't a single thread out of place. Once they were satisfied, the lead Spade knocked 3 times on the door. There wasn't even a moment's pause, with the door seeming to open as soon as her fist connected with it a 3rd time. The room before them was opulent, to say the least. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, billowing out that pink smoke that Momo had seen when exiting the dungeon. There was a plush carpet that ran the length of the room, starting at the door and ending under the feet of the Queen's throne. As the group walked in, Momo finally came face to face with the Queen of Hearts. She was a child in form, her feet not even reaching the ground from where she perched on her throne. Her bright red shoes kicked back and forth as she bounced on her throne. Her horns were polished as bright as her shoes, as was her crown. Her vertical pupils nestled within those bright red eyes, focused on them with abject curiosity. Before she knew it, Momo's knees were kicked out, dropping her to a kneeling position, same as Aurora. She hissed as her knees slammed into the carpeted stone. My queen, I, the 5 of Spades, present to you 2 intruders in Wonderland. I have cause to believe they know of the boy you seek, she said with a curtsy mirrored by the other 3 members of her squad. Momo looked up at the Queen of Hearts and noticed a massive portrait hanging behind her throne. The figure was a demon in all respects. Bright hair trailed down his back and over his shoulders like a golden mane. His chest was massive and rippling with muscles. Piercing blue eyes stared out at her from the painting as Momo's eyes moved down the majestic painting. The demon had goat legs in the same color as his hair, but aside from his eyes, what stood out next was the golden horns adorning his head. Momo swallowed as she stared at the demon. This was most certainly an incubus, and unless she was mistaken, this was the last true demon lord. Momo was brought from her inspection by the click of shoes. Her eyes trailed down to the throne that was now empty and then traveled lower, seeing the Queen of Hearts step off the final step, placing her at even height with Momo before her forehead was pressed to the ground by the club soldier holding her, hearing a muffled thud as the same thing was done to Aurora. You did well, 5. The young voice of the Queen of Hearts rang out. Good girl, well done. Eri patted the head of the 5 of Spades, who blushed heavily as she relished the affection visited upon her by her queen. Every citizen of Wonderland lived to please their queen, but none more so than her chosen soldiers. Their every breath was devoted to her and making her happy. All too soon the praise and head pats ceased. 5 desired more but held herself back from begging for it. The queen's attention had to be earned. Now bring them out onto the balcony. I haven't yet had breakfast and I would be delighted for these 2 to join us. Free them from their bonds so they may eat. Unless you and your soldiers wish to feed them by hand, she said with a giggle as she skipped over to the glass terrace door that was opened by a pair of imps. Momo and Aurora were jerked to their feet and their handcuffs along with Aurora's muzzle were removed. They were pushed toward the balcony. It seemed that they were finally allowed to move on their own rather than being dragged from place to place. Momo felt Aurora grip her hand as the 2 walked forward into the bright morning of Wonderland. When her eyes adjusted, Momo was shocked at the breakfast that was being provided. She'd expected slices of ham or maybe eggs, or considering they were in the presence of royalty, maybe omelets. Instead, she was greeted by pancakes topped with whipped cream and powdered sugar, along with crepes stuffed to the brim with an assortment of fruits. There were towers of cupcakes, tea cakes, cookies, and bowls heaped with ice cream and drowned in chocolate syrup, among other various desserts. Momo sat down looking at the cavalcade of sweets and wondering how this was considered breakfast. She looked across the table, seeing the queen's plate being prepared. A hefty slice of cake beside a crepe and several pancakes heaped with syrup. Eri took a bite of the cake and leaned to the side and squealed at the delicious sweetness of it all. Her bright red eyes popped open looking at Momo and Aurora. Please go ahead and eat. I know you must be hungry after spending the night in the dungeon. Sorry about that. I was asleep by the time you arrived, so to keep me safe my trumparts kept you down there, for my sake, she said with a giggle. Momo looked at the table of sweets and was about to decline the queen's offer before seeing the glares of the quartet of trumparts. Their eyes said it all. Eat. Momo sighed and looked at Urara before giving a nod. The two of them chose a small sampling of what was available to them. A crepe for Momo and several pancakes scraped free of whipped cream for Urara. Eri leaned forward smiling at the two watching them eat. So what are your names? Eri asked jovially. Momo swallowed one of the cherries she'd picked out of the crepe. I am the witch Momo and this is my companion Urara the kobold. She said with a small smile. We are honored to eat at your table your majesty, but we would like to know why we're here, Momo asked as Queen Eri leaned back kicking her legs. Oh, of course, you're here because. Before Eri could finish her sentence she felt a small pulse of magic from the hand mirror she kept in her pocket. She knew the magic was from her mother and nearly panicked as she reached into her pocket before looking at her guests. I'll answer your question in just a moment Momo. My mother is calling and I have to answer, but I'd rather not have her know you two are here so would you both be so kind as to eat quietly until I'm done? Please. As that word left her mouth a wave of mana enveloped the area. It was so thick and potent that both Momo and Urara felt as if they were practically breathing it in. Momo knew the queen by reputation, but here and now sitting in the maelstrom of her mana she knew without a doubt Eri deserved every bit of fear and respect that reputation had earned her. It took a massive effort on Momo's part to shake her head in agreement. Urara could simply sit there and stare at the queen until her mana was restrained once more. Lovely, Eri said as she pulled out the mirror having it face her as her mother's face appeared on the reflective surface. Hello, mother, and good morning to you, she said with a small smile as she looked at Nana who returned the smile with all her motherly warmth. Good morning to you too Eri my sweet I trust you slept well. Eri nodded happily. Very well mother are you feeling well after Yuku upset you a few days ago? Eri asked hoping to keep her mother from asking too much about her or her realm. She hadn't yet found the boy that Midnight was hunting and if her mother asked she'd have to tell her the truth. She could never lie to her mother. Of course my sweet I'm fine. I just got a little excited back then, but that's all over now. Anyway, I heard that you and Midnight had a slight disagreement. She asked but of course, she already knew the truth considering that Midnight was sitting out of sight a few feet away. Do you want to tell me about it? She asked as Eri's cheeks puffed up in frustration. If Momo didn't know who she was looking at she would say Eri was the cutest thing she'd ever seen. Eri leaned back into her chair not looking at her mother. She doesn't think I can do anything on my own. Eri pouted. I didn't say that, Midnight shouted as she jumped to her feet, but thankfully Nana had used her magic to keep Eri from hearing her voice. She cast her gray eyes in Midnight's direction and taking the hint Midnight sat down again. Now Eri I'm sure Midnight did not intend for her words to sound like that. She just wants to help. This boy could be very dangerous. He has your father's powers, after all, there's no telling what he might do with them. At this Urara's jaw dropped and Momo dropped her fork the utensil clattering on the stone balcony. Now everything made sense. Momo had been wondering who it was that had brought Izuku to the demon realm and gifted him with the powers of a fully fledged incubus and now she knew. He was a demon with dark yellow fur and wings. Izuku's description of the male demon had made no sense to Momo because the past demon lord had disappeared long before she was born and no one outside of those close to royalty would know what the demon lord had looked like. Now thinking back to the golden demon in the portrait above Eri's throne everything had come together. Izuku is the chosen vessel of the former demon lord. Urara had always known her master was special after all his mana was so delicious and felt so good. Her master had the power of the demon lord and she had been chosen by him. She was rubbing her thighs together so hard she was afraid she might catch fire. She belonged to the new demon lord. She couldn't keep the blush from her face as she stared ahead in awe. Nana continued trying to persuade Eri. So please dear open a portal for your sister to come and get the boy and then she'll be gone. I promise she won't mess with anything else in Wonderland. Nana bargained. Eri turned her head away from her mother who sighed. I can take care of him by myself I don't want big sister Midnight to come here. She whined only for Nana to shake her head. Eri you know your father hated when you girls fought. This is very important to all of us so please work with your sister on it. You can spend some time together. I know it must get lonely in Wonderland with none of us being able to visit often and you not being able to stay long when you come here. Eri looked back at her mother and frowned before nodding. Okay mother, Midnight can come, but I'm not letting her in the castle, she can go anywhere else. She said, crossing her arms. Midnight rolled her eyes but nodded. Fine, I won't go near the castle, she said as Nana nodded. It wasn't what she would have liked, but it was a compromise. Thank you, Eri, that was very mature of you, she said as Midnight rolled her eyes and stood up. Eri nodded, proud of herself. I'll open the portal after I get done eating breakfast, she said, waving at her mother. I promise, she added after crossing her heart. Nana smiled. She'll be waiting. Goodbye, sweetheart, Nana said as the two broke the magical connection they had through the mirror. Midnight stood behind her mother with her arms crossed. You baby her too much, you and father both did. Midnight groused as Nana just giggled. Don't be jealous Middy, I baby all of you more than you'll ever know. Eri looked at her mirror, making sure the magical connection had been severed completely before speaking to her guests. Sorry about that, now where were we? She asked, but before Momo could explain, Eri spoke again. Oh right, you were going to tell me where that human boy is, she said, and once more the Queen of Hearts mana washed over the area, even more potent and heavy than before. Momo felt like her entire body was being wrapped up in a giant thick blanket, and from the way Urara was panting, she could assume she was feeling the same. Even the Trumparts gave slight flinches as the mana swirled around the area. Momo swallowed as she looked into Eri's glittering eyes. She couldn't fathom lying to her, and luckily she didn't have to. Izuku awoke to the sound of singing. It was beautiful, gently rousing him from his slumber. Surely a sweet maiden must be singing to him, but as he looked around he was greeted by a blue and green checkered bird singing with the voice of a grand songstress. He just shook his head as he got to his feet, refusing to be shocked by anything else Wonderland had to offer. He looked around, seeing his guide asleep in a tree. Her eyes closed as slow breaths pushed past her full lips. Izuku felt an intense pull towards her as his stomach growled. He licked his lips as he began to climb the tree. He'd climbed trees growing up, so looking for purchase on this one wouldn't be too hard. In fact, it was exceedingly easy as he found himself hovering over Pixie Bob, who was still slumbering away. Now that he was within inches of her, he could take in her scent, so uniquely feminine, and it only made his hunger harder to ignore. In the deepest corner of his mind, he could hear himself resisting, shouting out to stop and not to give in to his hunger, but it was too faint. Izuku had gone without for long enough. He pounced upon Pixie Bob, latching his lips onto hers. Her blue eyes shot open and roved around their sockets before settling on him, and then feeling the powerful lust emanating from Izuku and overwhelming her body. She edged as she felt her mana being pulled out of her and her body burning with lust at his touch. Before she gave in and ruined her queen's catch, she teleported away from Izuku, landing only a few feet away on the ground. He'd siphoned a good portion of her mana away, resulting in a teleport that was barely more than a hop. She edged as she tried to get to her feet, only to hear the thud of Izuku's feet hitting the ground behind her. She shivered as she turned to look at him. Green mana was wafting off him like thick fog, his eyes glowed with lust and his body rippled with strength. Pixie Bob knew she wouldn't be able to escape him. He'd ravage her once he caught her, and any resistance she put up would be futile. Not that she was against any of that, she'd be more than happy to submit to him, but she couldn't betray her queen. Izuku, listen to me, you need to take a breath, just calm down and breathe. I know you're hungry, but if you wait I can take you to someone who will be able to fulfill every desire you have and then some. Just take a moment, she said, but it was clear Izuku was not listening to her as he ran toward her at a speed much greater than a normal human could manage. Pixie Bob closed her eyes and prepared for Izuku to have his way with her. She waited one moment, then another and another, but still nothing happened. She hesitantly opened her eyes and saw the spectacle before her. Izuku was caught in a web of pink slime. He struggled as the slime began to strip him of all his new clothes until he was wearing nothing at all. Every moment Izuku struggled before the slime took the form of a pink girl. Husband, I'm here. The slime spoke, garnering Izuku's attention. He launched himself up to her, locking onto her mouth and keying her. Having just experienced the sensation, Pixie Bob knew all too well what was happening. The slime jiggled as Izuku keyed her, his hands roving across her body, growing slick with her moisture. "I'll take care of you now," she said as her slime spread across his lower half, engulfing his throbbing cock. Izuku growled and threw his head back. The slime got to work playing with his cock. Pixie Bob thought about stopping this, but she had a feeling that if she got too close, Izuku's eyes would wander to her again. "I'm sorry, my queen, just this once," she thought to herself. Letting this slime have Izuku for the moment was a small price to pay rather than giving herself to him and spoiling her queen's prize. She sat down on the ground with her legs spread. There was no reason she shouldn't enjoy the show. Pixie Bob brought her paw down to her clothes, which had been drenched under Izuku's first assault, and slid them to the side. Her was weeping as she stroked it up and down, pressing hard against her clit on the upstroke as she watched the slime work Izuku's cock. "Oh, husband, I'm so glad I've found you," she said as Izuku thrust up into her. "Yes, use me, husband, as much as you want. I'll take all your essence," she said as Izuku's powerful hips drove his cock all the way to her chest. She could feel him pulling away her mana to satisfy his hunger, and that was fine. When he came, that would give her all she needed. She relished the feel of his cock plunging into her depths, shaking every inch of her as he drank in her mana, and she his pleasure. Izuku sunk his hands into her body as he thrust up into her over and over again. Pixie Bob stroked her faster and faster with each pump of Izuku's cock into the slime. The fur of her paw was drenched in her arousal, her gushed, its juices dribbling onto the forest floor. Izuku thrust up into the pink slime a final time, and through its translucent body, Pixie Bob saw Izuku's cum jettison from his flared tip in slow motion. The thick white stream reached almost all the way to the slime's throat before stopping and then dispersing throughout her body as another shot of cum flowed into her. As volley after volley of cum flowed into the slime, Pixie Bob noticed a transformation take place. The slime grew from its small size to the size of the average woman, with hefty liquid beeps and wide hips. The slime ate as she devoured Izuku's potent essence. She felt so full and powerful. She leaned over, looking into Izuku's eyes as they returned to normal. "Husband, are you okay now?" she asked as Izuku blinked a couple of times before focusing on her. "I am now, thanks to you." Izuku focused on the slime before him, realizing that since he'd met this slime he hadn't given her a name. She owed her sentience to him apparently. He should take responsibility for her. "I am thanks to you, Ashido," he said, giving her a name finally. Was it a great name? Probably not, but it was hers. Ashido covered her mouth as she reveled in her new name. This meant that Izuku had finally acknowledged her as his, just like. Ashido's eyes widened as she hopped off Izuku and started to gather his clothes, tossing them at him. "Husband, we have to go. Momo and Arara are in trouble," she shouted, remembering why she'd traveled so tirelessly in pursuit of Izuku. Izuku moved slowly at first as the aftershocks of his orgasm ran their course. He started to get dressed when he heard that Momo and Arara were in trouble. "What happened? Where are they, Ashido?" Izuku asked, dressing quickly. Ashido looked back at Izuku, seeing that he seemed to have his wits about him now. "The Trump Hearts took them to the Queen of Hearts," she shouted. Izuku felt his chest go cold as he heard the Queen of Hearts had Momo and Arara. He looked at Pixie Bob sitting on the grass, licking her own juices from her paw after a powerful orgasm. Izuku walked over to Pixie Bob and lifted her to her feet with ease. She wanted to marvel at his strength before he cupped her chin and locked eyes with her. Once more Izuku's eyes glowed, making her unable to turn away. "Take us to the Queen of Hearts," he said, and the look in his eyes was so mesmerizing. A green sheen swept over Pixie Bob's eyes, and the only thing she could think of was doing what he said as quickly as possible. "Okay, Izuku, I'll take you to the Queen," she said, wrapping her paw around Izuku's hand, who in turn wrapped his other hand around Ashido's. Soon enough the trio were no longer in the clearing. Midnight waited more than an hour in her room before Eri finally opened a portal for her to enter Wonderland. She knew her little sister was just being petty, but she had to accept it. After all, no matter Eri's feelings, she had opened the portal for her. "Finally this can come to a close," she said as she entered Wonderland. Midnight looked up, expecting to see the cotton candy pink of Wonderland's sky. Instead, the sky above her was dark and stormy. Midnight frowned, knowing full well that all of Wonderland was under Eri's control, and so the weather could be whatever she wanted it to be. Midnight felt a drop land on her nose before a heavy downpour fell on her. Midnight growled as she raised a hand to create a shield of magic over her head. "You're being very immature, Eri, but no matter, throw your tantrum, I will find that boy," she said as she activated her mana sight and saw a thick trail of green mana leading out of these dark woods into a brighter area. Midnight wasted no time in following the mana. It didn't take her long to find where the trail terminated, and she growled. There was only one creature in Wonderland that could teleport successfully in Wonderland, and that was Eri's pet, the Cheshire Cat. "Very clever, Eri. Dump me off in the middle of nowhere while you hold the boy in your clutches." Midnight's blue mana spiked off her in frustration as she tore open a portal and walked through it. "I have had enough of this, Eri," she shouted as she found herself on a beach looking out at a black and red checkered ocean. "And of course, you're not going to simply let me teleport into your castle, but that's fine. I won't stop until I get near your castle and then walk from there. Forget the promise I made, this ends here," she said, stepping through a different portal to places unknown to her. Eri looked at Momo and Arara, who had been brought in from the balcony and were now on their knees with the swords of the spade soldiers at their necks. "I don't have time to be polite anymore. I need to find that boy before my sister does, and you two came with him here, so I refuse to believe that you don't know where he is. I'm going to ask you one more time. Where is the boy?" Momo was acutely aware of the feeling of cold steel on the back of her neck, but she couldn't answer the queen's question. "I told you we don't know. We separated from him when we got here, and lost sight of him. That's all we—" "Silence!" Eri shouted, her mana spiking out and cracking the ground and walls, even shattering several windows. "If you won't tell me where he is, then I have no use for you. Off with their heads," she shouted at the top of her lungs. Momo and Arara's eyes widened at the death sentence. "We're telling the truth. You can't kill us for not knowing the answer to your question," Arara shouted. Up until now, she'd thought it better to let Momo speak and handle everything, but this was all she could take. If she was going to die either way without seeing her master again, then so be it, but she wouldn't die without a fight. Eri's eyes swung to Arara, nearly freezing her heart in her chest. "Start with the dog." Her voice was low but fierce, lancing through her chest. The spade soldier behind her raised her sword high. "As you wish, my queen," she said, bringing the sword down only for a burst of mana to throw her to the side. Everyone in the throne room turned to the presence that had just appeared. It was Izuku, standing there in a maelstrom of green mana. At his side, Ashido stood with a relieved smile on her face, and at his feet was an exhausted Pixie Bob. She looked up at Izuku, the green sheen in her eyes slowly fading as she realized what she'd done and where she'd taken him. Izuku looked at the four Trumparts facing him. They'd left their prisoners to protect their queen. Behind the four women, he spotted a small girl with silver hair and red eyes. Atop her silver mane was a small crown with hearts adorning it. "The Queen of Hearts," he said as Eri swallowed hard, looking at him. She could feel the echoes of her father's magic on this boy, but they were faint. Slowly but surely the magic was becoming his, and her father's presence would disappear. Izuku moved to Momo and Arara, stroking Arara's ears as she shuddered under his touch. He moved to cup Momo's face as he looked at the two of them. "I'm sorry it took me so long to find you again," he whispered to the two of them before giving each a quick key on the lips. Even from this quick exchange, both could tell that Izuku was very close to becoming an incubus. The physical changes were more defined. His eyes now constantly had a soft glow, and his fingernails were sharp along with prominent fangs in his mouth. All he would need is one more push to complete the transformation. "It's okay, master, we understand," Arara said, nuzzling into his hand as Momo smiled with relief and nodded. "Arara is right, I told you to run and you did, and now you've come back for us." "Thank you, Izuku," she said as he stood up, placing himself between them and the Queen of Hearts. The shock of Izuku's entrance had worn off on the young queen, and she now put herself back in control. "So you're the boy my sister has been searching for so frantically. You're not what I expected, but you do have my father's mana. How did you get it?" she asked, letting her own red mana spread across the room. It was massive as it wrapped around Izuku's small pocket of mana. Izuku looked at her confused for a moment before shaking his head. "I won't tell you anything until you promise that Momo, Arara, and Ashido will be safe." You've been hunting for me, not them. Eri cocked her head to the side as she looked at the three monster women with him. She hadn't expected him to demand that of all things from her. After staying silent a moment she smiled, showing her cute little fangs. I'll make a deal with you, Izuku, was it? I promise to keep not only your three toys safe, but you as well. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Eri's words, but he couldn't deny the power he was feeling. He wanted to say he had just as much, but he had no control over it. Even just doing this, keeping her mana from swallowing all of them, was taxing his body. And what do you want in return? He asked as all his lovers clung to him. Eri smiled even wider. If he didn't know what she was, Izuku would say she was the cutest little girl he'd ever seen. Her silver hair was styled so perfectly, right down to those ruby red eyes of hers. She was like a doll to be put away in a case and protected. Become my king of hearts and I'll make sure you want for nothing. All of Wonderland will be at your service to do with as you please. She said as she pulled a deck of cards from her dress and tossed them in the air. From them, 48 other trumparts appeared. And of course, I too would be yours as well, Eri said, walking towards Izuku with a lustful gleam in her eye. Izuku knew that the look she had should feel foreign on such a childish face, but in truth, Izuku felt like he was the child in the room when he looked at her. No, Izuku, you can't. She'll turn you. You will never be human again, and worse, you'll belong to her forever. It was true that Momo had no real desire to help Izuku return to being a human and would prefer he become an incubus, but if he became one for the Queen of Hearts she would lose him, and she couldn't ever be okay with that. She's right, Master, she just wants you for herself, to become hers and hers alone. I don't want to leave you. I'm yours forever, I belong to you always. She shouted, her claws digging into his pant leg as her big brown eyes swelled with tears. Even before she knew Izuku was the bearer of the Demon King's mana, she'd wanted to be by his side. When he was just a confused, scared boy in the demon realm, she wanted to protect him and love him and be loved by him. He meant everything to her. They're right, husband, you can't sacrifice yourself for us. Ashido shouted, wrapping herself tightly around him. He was the whole reason she could think for herself aside from thinking about food. She could speak because his mana had evolved her. She owed her very consciousness to him. She wouldn't let the Queen of Hearts take him if she could help it. So what do you say, Izuku? Will you take my hand and become my king? Eri asked, holding her hand out to him. Izuku was in the thick of it now. He'd stepped into the lion's den and was now on her menu, and he wasn't sure there was anything he could do to stop her from devouring him whole. She was offering him a way out to become her King of Hearts, but that would mean staying in Wonderland forever. He shook his head. There had to be another way. He knew that becoming human again was no longer possible. He could feel that part of himself was almost gone, and he cared about Ashido, Momo, and Arara too much to let them go or put them in danger by bringing them to the human world. So what could he do to make sure they would stay safe? There was no way Eri would let them leave here, and if he resisted he had no doubt that she would just take him and do away with the others. She was the queen here and her word was law. There was no one above her, or was there? He looked up at Eri as he made a decision. He couldn't run anymore, he either had to step forward or be devoured. Izuku took a breath. I can't accept your proposal, Your Majesty, Izuku said, his green eyes trained on Eri as he felt her aura crash down on him, shattering his small zone of mana and wrapping around him and the girls. Her red eyes glowed with anger. Why not? She shouted, stomping her foot and creating fissures in the stone. Izuku took a labored breath as he looked back behind him, seeing Arara, Momo, and Ashido face down on the floor, pinned by Eri's mana. Izuku looked back at Eri, trying to stand as tall as possible while he spoke. I can't marry a queen without first seeking the approval of her parents, he said. It took Eri a moment to process what Izuku had just said, and when she did, the shock of it made her oppressive mana evaporate in an instant. Her ruby red eyes stared at Izuku as he approached her. Her trumparts immediately assumed a defensive position around her, but Izuku simply kneeled before Eri. I may possess the mana of a king, but I, Izuku Midoriya, am a commoner, Your Majesty. I cannot in good conscience take your hand without speaking to your parents and acquiring their blessing. Izuku was glad he was facing the ground, that way Eri wouldn't see the anxiety in his eyes. This was a massive wager. Izuku didn't know much about royalty, but in all the stories he'd read he knew it was customary for the husband to ask for the lady's hand in marriage. If that was the way it worked here, at the very least it would get them out of Eri's clutches and maybe put their lives into someone with more steady hands. Eri crossed her arms as she stared down at Izuku. She pushed out her bottom lip and pouted because he was right. If he was going to marry her and become her king, then he had to meet her mother. Eri waved her hand signaling her trumparts to stand down before she walked toward Izuku, standing less than a foot away from him. "Raise your head, Izuku," she commanded, and watched as Izuku lifted his head, greeting her eyes with that deep calm green. She could get lost in those pools if she let herself. Eri blushed as she held out her hand. "You are right, if you are to marry me you must meet my mother. She has been looking for you as well, so this will be two birds with one stone." Izuku looked at Eri's hand before gently holding it in his as he stood. Eri blushed more, feeling Izuku's strong calloused hands wrapping so gently around her own. It reminded her of her father and yet felt even better. "Oh, that's right, my sister was looking for you as well," she said, waving a hand and opening a portal through which a frustrated Midnight stormed through. "Eri, you have some nerve," she shouted, her eyes glowing blue as they fell on her little sister and then to the young man holding her hand. She could immediately see small bits of her father's mana leaking from the boy, but for the most part that mana was his now. She was too late for the best-case scenario. Midnight's plan had always been to find the boy before her father's power became integrated into his own mana and transfer it from him to her mother. If she caught it early enough, then it wouldn't result in his death, but that was no longer an option. Transferring that power would definitely kill him now. Still, that wasn't too much of a moral hurdle for Midnight. She'd gladly trade this boy's life for her mother's and her people. "Eri, enough fun and games, hand the boy over, I'll be taking him to mother," Midnight said, smoothing out her dress. Eri gave the cheekiest smile Midnight had ever seen on the imp's face. "Sorry big sister, I'll be taking him and you to mother. I want her to meet my future husband," Eri said, sticking her tongue out at Midnight, whose face grew red at her sister's disrespect. Eri turned to Momo, Urara, and Ashido. "Well, come on you three, Izuku can't leave his toys just lying about now, can he?" she said with a smile. Momo took offense to being labeled as Izuku's toy, but she supposed that is how the Queen of Hearts would see them. She'd never consider them his wives or partners, that would be too grand a title in her eyes. Still, Momo knew Izuku didn't see her or any of them that way, and that was good enough for her. She watched as Urara grabbed hold of Izuku's free hand, and before she could say anything she then grabbed her own. Momo felt the wet hand of her slime companion grip her hand and she smiled. They didn't have to fight for Izuku's attention, they all knew he cared for them equally. Izuku looked back at the three women before following Eri into this portal. He could feel the cold gaze of the other succubus whom Eri had summoned and could tell she did not have any good intentions for him. He just took a breath and held his head high. He had to give a convincing show of confidence now more than ever. It wasn't just his life he had to worry about anymore. He was responsible for Urara, Momo, and Ashido now. Izuku and his group stepped through the portal into another castle. This one was more mature and dark in Izuku's opinion. The light shining through the window was from a purple-tinted moon and would be repeatedly blocked out by thick black clouds. Izuku felt a prickle all over his body as if the air was charged and ready to receive a lightning strike. He gave a small shudder as he followed after the happy Eri as she bounded down the corridor, eager to tell her mother the good news of her soon-to-be engagement. Midnight strode a bit faster to stand beside Izuku. He could feel the cold gaze on the side of his face. He looked out the corner of his eyes and locked them with Midnight's ice-blue eyes. He was sure if it was possible he'd be frozen in an instant from her gaze. "So you're the boy who has our father's mana, and what is your name, boy?" Izuku could feel the sheer weight of Midnight's authority crashing down on him. He swallowed as sweat beaded at his temple. His jaw was frozen, not allowing him to speak. "Answer me," she commanded, only for Eri to step between the two of them. "Stop it, Midnight. He's my future and I will not allow you to do anything to him." There was a small delay before both their manas exploded in the hallway, crashing against each other like a pair of tidal waves. Both glared at one another before the door they found themselves in front of opened, and Izuku looked at the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. It wasn't a conscious thought, but it was the only thing that came to mind when looking at her. She was tall with black hair and gray eyes. Her skin was white as porcelain, but the muscles adorning her body looked as if they were chiseled from marble. "Nana," he said, making everyone turn to him. He didn't know why he said that or how he knew that was her name, but he just did. Her gray eyes locked onto Izuku, and for a moment she swore she was looking at her husband again. A young human with kind eyes and a glorious smile that could make even the Demon Lord's daughter fall for him. She swallowed before looking at her daughters. "Stop this fighting, you two. I could feel your mana from the other side of the library. I would prefer you not show such unpleasantness to one another in front of our guests." As the other 4 members of this party were mentioned, Eri immediately smiled and wrapped both her arms around Izuku's arm, squeezing it against her chest. "Oh, mother, he's not just a guest, he's going to be my king of hearts," she shouted happily as Midnight rubbed her forehead. "As you can see, mother, this is the person in possession of father's mana. I don't know what Eri is talking about, but now that we have him, we should quickly take the mana he has and give it to you. Surely with father's mana, you'll be able to hold the demon realm together and we can finally stop worrying about our future." Izuku's eyes widened with hope at the mention of having this demonic mana taken from him. It was true, he had given himself over to the idea that he would complete his transformation and live here with Urara and the others, but from what this succubus was saying, he could still become human again. That thought was quickly dashed by what Eri said next. "No, you can't do that, it would kill him. You know that father's mana is pretty much gone at this point. Izuku has already absorbed his power and made it his own. If we strip that power from him, he'll die." Urara, Momo, and Ashido stepped in front of Izuku, protecting him in their own way. "We won't let you hurt him," Urara growled as Midnight's cold blue eyes stared down at them. "You act as if you have a choice." Instantly a blue sheen washed over the 3 women's eyes before they collapsed to their knees. What did you do?" Momo asked, feeling all the strength drain from her body. It took all her energy just to look up at Midnight. To her left, Ashido was barely holding her head together from sinking into the puddle that the rest of her body had become. Urara was on her hands and knees, shuddering as she gave a faint growl in Midnight's direction. "Oh, that's surprising. You should all be unconscious, and yet you are awake and even coherent. No doubt a side effect of taking in this boy's essence. See, mother, if his power can do this for them, imagine what it could do for you." Eri was still grabbing Izuku's arm as she turned to her mother. "Mother, you can't. He's going to be my husband. He came here to ask for your blessing to marry me. You can't let Midnight kill him," she shouted, her red mana spiking in the hall as Midnight rounded on her sister. "That is enough, Eri. You can't have your way all the time. If this boy lives, our mother will die. Do you understand what that means? For centuries, mother has been holding this realm together by herself, and now that we finally have a way to stop our realm from shrinking and mother from killing herself, you want to throw that away for some human who probably killed our father and took his power. I will not allow that to happen," she shouted, her eyes blazing as she looked at Izuku, who did his best to stand his ground in the face of her bloodlust. For the first time, Izuku felt he was in real life threatening danger. Every other monster he'd met only wanted to have say with him and keep him as theirs, but now face to face with a true demon, he knew all those experiences paled in comparison. Midnight moved swiftly, her pointed nails stretching out to pierce through Izuku's skull. Eri moved to attack Midnight, her magic lancing out toward her older sister. She could not allow her to harm Izuku. If need be, she would take her mother's place as Demon Lord. Her huge reserve of mana had to be good for something. "Cease this at once." A booming voice shook the castle to its foundations as the entire area was blanketed in thick purple mana. None of them could withstand its pressure as Midnight, Eri, and Izuku were all brought to their knees. Momo, Urara, and Ashido were nowhere near resilient enough to withstand a fully realized Demon Lord's power and quickly fell unconscious. Nana stood there, her hair flowing out around her as energy crackled between her horns and around her body like lightning in a storm cloud. "I will not have my own children attacking one another in the home me and your father built together," she shouted, her chest heaving as she looked at Eri and Midnight. "Midnight, summon all your sisters to the castle at once, no objections," she said, reeling in her mana and allowing the 3 of them to rise to their feet once more. Midnight gave a shudder before bowing low. "As you wish, mother." she said, raising her head before turning on her heel and walking away. It wasn't until the click of her heels faded away entirely did Nana speak to Eri. Eri, I want you to wait in the meeting hall until all of us are assembled. You are not to leave that hall without my permission, is that understood? Eri looked up at her mother as if she was going to argue, but the glint in her mother's gray eyes told her that would be a bad idea. I understand, mother, she said before taking hold of Izuku's hand. Come on Izuku, let's go to the meeting hall. Before Izuku could even take a step, Nana spoke once again. Izuku will be staying with me for the time being, Eri. I hope you understand, she said as Eri dropped Izuku's hand. He could tell she wanted desperately to refuse her mother's command, but in the end, she was still her mother and Eri could not disobey. Very well, mother, Eri said as she began to slowly walk down the hall. Now it was just him and the demon lord. Izuku kneeled down to check on Urara and the others. They will be fine after some time has passed. I will have my servants take them to a room, she said before snapping her fingers. Heavy footsteps responded immediately as a pair of golems rounded the corner and began collecting his unconscious friends. Where are you taking them? He asked as the golems rounded the corner out of sight. He turned to look at Nana and was immediately struck by how haggard she appeared now. Moments ago she was the most powerful being he had ever seen, but now she seemed almost fragile. Nana coughed before looking at Izuku. Somewhere safe as long as you behave yourself. Izuku's heart stopped for a moment as he understood the implications of Nana's words. His friend's lives depended on his cooperation. He nodded slowly, letting her know he understood. Good, now follow me, I have questions and it will be sometime before all my daughters arrive. Nana slowly walked back through the doors she'd exited from to stop her daughters bickering. Izuku followed after her and found himself in a study of some sort, or perhaps a library would be more apt. There was a multitude of bookcases lining the wall, stretching all the way up to the ceiling and proceeding toward the back of the room. The room was dotted with plush chairs and couches along with several long solid wood tables. As a farmer, Izuku had never seen such opulence. Wow, I bet the king himself doesn't have a library as large as this, he said before hearing the soft pomp of Nana sitting on a loveseat before using her magic to set a plush chair down in front of her and presenting it to Izuku. I know he doesn't, she said as Izuku sat down facing her. Nana sat there for a moment, collecting her breath as she reached for a glass with a thick white liquid in it. Izuku watched her drain the glass in 2 swallows, seeming to not even taste whatever it was. Still, she seemed to become less exhausted after drinking it. Nana set the now empty glass down as she licked her plump lips, much to Izuku's delight. Excuse me, I was rather parched. Now then, Izuku was it. Tell me, how did you come to have my husband's magic, and more importantly, where is he now? Izuku once again felt a shiver run through his body at those 4 last words. Even if he wanted to lie, he wouldn't be able to under those eyes of hers. They were so familiar as well, even if Izuku knew this was his first time seeing them. After taking a breath, Izuku began to explain what happened and how he had come to be in the demon realm. Midnight hurriedly walked through the halls of her mother's castle. She was ashamed of having been reprimanded like a child, but she was also embarrassed about making her mother unleash her mana in such a way. Her mother was in a weakened state, so that couldn't have been easy for her to do. Midnight could only imagine the stress that had put on her mother's dwindling supply of mana. She sighed as she entered a room adorned with several mirrors along the walls. Upon stepping into the exact center of the room and letting her mana flow into the markings there, each of the mirrors began to glow. Midnight waited for several moments before one of the mirrors displayed a large eye taking up the entire mirror. The vertical slit held within the yellow eye narrowed as it focused on Midnight. What is it, Midnight? I was sleeping. A deep feminine voice rumbled out, seeming to rattle the casing of the mirror it was projected from. Midnight turned to this mirror. Apologies, Sister Yukio, but Mother has requested your presence in the castle with no objections. The eye shifted out of view for a moment before a tall woman with white scales adorning her arms and legs and a pair of alabaster wings stepped into view. Is this about that boy with father's mana? She asked, and Midnight nodded. Yes it is, but I hesitate to say more until we're all gathered. Yukio rubbed her chin before nodding. I will make my way there then. she said before walking out of view, and the image slowly faded to show a reflection of Midnight. Well, this is interesting. It's usually you calling us together, not Mother. Is everything all right? Uwabami asked from her mirror. Midnight turned, seeing the echidna Uwabami lounging on an assortment of pillows. It is nothing dire, sister, but Mother requires we all be gathered nonetheless. Uwabami looked at her older sister for a moment before sighing. As she wishes, I will be there shortly, Echidna said, slithering away. As she did so, a giggling could be heard from another mirror. No exceptions, huh? Grandmother is getting quite needy, wouldn't you say, Auntie Midnight? A deep red glow emanated from the mirror the giggling was coming from. Midnight turned around to look into the mirror, doing her best to hold a passive face. Well, she has been under a lot of pressure. You would know that if you bothered to show up to our gatherings. Another voice spoke before Midnight could rebuke the disrespectful voice herself. I will alert the soldiers of my absence and be there shortly, sister. The rebuking voice informed Midnight before disappearing from sight. Well, that was awfully rude, but fine, I will appear in Mother's stead on account of her being dead and all. The mocking voice said before dispelling the magic of her mirror. Cheeky little bitch. A loud voice shouted from a nearby mirror engulfed in flames. Midnight nodded. Yes, but she has kept the vampires in line for the most part, so we don't have all that much to complain about. Midnight replied. I take it you will be joining us as well. Of course, if Mother wills it, then it shall be done without fail. I will see you soon, sister. Midnight watched the glow fade from the mirror before making her own exit. With her mission accomplished, she supposed she should wait in the meeting hall until everyone arrives. Nana looked at the boy after having heard his explanation of how he came to be here, and more importantly how he came to possess her husband's power. She held a hand over her eyes as she processed his tale. If this was true, and she had no doubt it was. Looking into Izuku's eyes, she could tell he wasn't the type to lie, and if he did, he wasn't good at it. Much like her Toshi, he just had an honest spirit. This brings up so many questions. Why did he leave us? Where is he now? And most importantly, why did he give his powers to you? What did he hope to accomplish by this? As she gave voice to each question, another dozen cropped up in her mind. Was he simply tired of all this? Tired of us? She said, her gray eyes falling to the stone floor. I don't think that's the reason at all, Izuku said, gaining Nana's attention once more. She craned her eyes to look across the small space between them and settled on Izuku. The boy fidgeted under her gaze, so unsure of himself. That wasn't like Toshi at all. Even when he was just a regular human boy, he was much more confident than this boy. What would you know of his thoughts? She asked, making Izuku flinch once more. I mean, I don't know them at all, but all I can say is that he didn't seem like he was doing this to escape from something. He seemed like he had a plan or was hoping for something. Maybe it's my own perspective, maybe I just want there to be a reason for me being here, but he did say he chose me for a reason. I don't know what that reason could be, but I just can't think that he was using me as an escape route. Izuku finally met her gaze, those deep green eyes seeming to pull her in. He was your husband, you probably knew him best. Do you think he would do something like that? Izuku asked, and Nana bit her lip. No, he wouldn't. That wasn't the type of man he was or would ever be. She was being foolish. Toshi loved her and their children. He would never abandon them. If he left them without a word and brought this boy here, there had to be a good reason. Toshi had an eye for people, and from the sounds of Izuku's story, he had been searching for someone like him from the moment he'd left them. But for what reason could he have brought this boy here? What did you want him for, Toshi? She asked herself over and over before opening her eyes and looking at the boy. Could that be it? She wondered. Toshi would never condone harming a human, so he didn't send this boy here with his power as a sacrifice, but as a replacement. Nana closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. All right, Toshi, I'll trust you. Nana stood up from her couch, causing Izuku to do the same. She was so much taller than him, but she knew that would change soon if he was anything like Toshi, that is. Izuku Midoriya, come with me, she said, walking to the door of the library. Izuku's eyes trailed after her before the rest of his body followed suit. He didn't know where she was going, but following her was the only option. If he stepped out of line or disobeyed her, Aurora and the others would suffer. I hope they're all right, he thought to himself as he followed after Nana. Ashido opened her eyes and sat up slowly. Her head hurt, but other than that she was all right. She slowly panned her eyes over and saw Momo and Urara lying in similar beds near her, but there was no sign of Izuku. Slowly Ashido pulled herself together and made her way to the other two and began to wake them. "Urara! Momo, wake up!" she hissed to the two as they slowly came to. Both were groggy and seemed to be having the same head pains that she experienced upon waking. "Where's Izuku?" Urara said, sniffing the air deeply and finding no trace of her master's scent. She rolled out of bed and stumbled to her feet and made her way to the door before flinging it open and running into the solid back of a golem. She yelped as she fell to her butt on the ground, rubbing her nose. "OWWW, she whined. The two golems at the door turned toward them. "You are to remain here per the Demon Lord's orders." The two spoke in monotonous unison tones. Urara growled as she stood up, staring into the cold eyes of the two golems. They were much taller than her and statuesque, with large beaks and wide hips. Their powerful limbs were solid stone, no doubt able to crush anything with ease. The image of two brick houses came into Urara's mind as she stepped back. She wouldn't be able to overpower them. Momo came over to help her to her feet and led her back to her bed. "It's best to remain here for now, Urara. We don't know where Izuku is or what kind of situation we might be jeopardizing by moving erratically." Urara nodded as she sat down and flopped herself onto her side, curling her tail around herself as she whined. "Okay, but we barely got to see him at all before we were brought here. I miss him," she said as Momo began to rub her side. "I know, but we have to be strong now. I'm sure Izuku knows what he's doing by asking to meet with the Demon Lord," she said as Ashido sat down next to her. "Yeah, husband has this in the bag. He wouldn't abandon us," she said, exuding confidence. Momo and Urara smiled. "Thank you, Ashido," Momo said as the pink slime smiled. "Of course," she said as Urara sat up some. "Not just for that, but also for bringing Izuku to find us. If you hadn't, who knows what the Queen of Hearts would have done to us. You saved our lives." If slimes were capable of blushing, Momo would say Ashido was doing so right now as she quivered like a bowl of shaken jelly. "Ah, you guys, you're welcome. I'd do anything for you guys because we all belong to Izuku, right? We're partners," she said, and Urara and Momo quickly nodded, all three squeezing each other in a group hug. Midnight was standing outside the meeting hall. She could tell Eri was inside and didn't wish to be in there alone with the childlike Lilim. She was sure Eri could sense her outside the door just as she could sense her inside. Thankfully, she soon heard the sound of approaching feet. She looked up as Yukio rounded the corner. The powerful dragon held her head high as she walked. Her talons clicked on the stone floor as she walked forward. Her white scales glowed in the purple moonlight along with the proud horns curving back from her forehead. Her wings were wrapped around her shoulders like a cloak as she approached. From beneath her wings, it appeared Yukio was wearing a burgundy dress that ended just above her ankles. "Sister Midnight," she said with a nod as Midnight did the same. "Sister Yukio," she said as the two embraced. Yukio stepped back after the embrace and looked at the two large doors. "Eri's inside already," Yukio stated as Midnight nodded. "I thought it better I not be in there alone with her after our recent disputes," Midnight explained. Yukio gave a low chuckle. "Very well, I'll be your buffer," she said as she opened the doors only for the two of them to both hear a soft scraping coming closer. The scraping sound was soon revealed to be the sound of Uwabami's multicolored scales slithering along the ground. Seeing her two older sisters, Uwabami gave a small curtsy. "Sisters Midnight and Yukio," she said as her two older sisters nodded in return. "Hello, Uwabami," Midnight said as Yukio walked over to the snake woman and hugged her. "Hello, little sister," Yukio said, lifting the snake woman up slightly before setting her back down. Uwabami gave a soft giggle as she was set down. "Strong as always, aren't you, Yukio?" Uwabami said as she began to slither into the meeting hall with her two older sisters. Yukio chuckled as she released her younger sister. "Always, Uwabami. A weak dragon is like a shark that isn't swimming," she replied. The three sisters looked at Eri sitting sullenly in her chair as she slowly kicked her legs back and forth. In front of her was a steaming cup of cocoa and a plate of cookies, and at her side was an imp minding a serving cart. Yukio and Uwabami looked at Midnight, who silently took her seat. Yukio shrugged and called out to her baby sister. Hey Eri, how have you been? She asked as she took her own seat. Eri looked up, an angry glow in her eyes as they skirted to Midnight for an instant before making eye contact with Yukio. I've been better, she said as her sharp little fangs crushed a cookie into her mouth. Yukio smiled and nodded. Well, if you want to blow off some steam, I'll be happy to take you on. It's good to release pent-up frustration, especially if you don't have a mate of your own to do it with. I do have one, Eri shouted, looking at Yukio and then at Midnight. Or he will be mine soon, no matter what others might say. She hissed. Midnight for her part remained stoic and did not rise to Eri's provocations. Seeing things weren't going well, Uebami interceded. If I may ask, Eri, what are you drinking? It smells divine, she said, smiling softly as she caught Eri's attention. The younger Lilim looked at Uebami and then her cup. It's a cup of hot cocoa with lots of marshmallows in it, she said as a small smile graced her face as she indulged in the sweet concoction once more. I can't see how you drink that sweet crap all the time. A voice rang out as the room was bathed in a warm glow. A woman stepped through the doors with flaming hair and burning green eyes. Eri looked at yet another of her older sisters. What was that, Mo? Eri asked as she sat up straighter in her seat. It wasn't much of a difference in height, but the glare she gave Mo was more than enough. The flaming woman's heels clicked on the stone floor as she walked around the table. She was clothed in flames across her beeps and along her crotch. There were additional flames erupting from her wrists and ankles. There was a string of metal pearls around her neck that clacked gently with each step. Mo soon stood next to Eri, looking down at the glaring Lilim. Ah, I'm just playing with you, Eri. I like sweet shit too, she said, ruffling Eri's hair and keying her cheek as she snatched a cookie and sat down beside her. There was a small release of tension in the room as Eri took Mo at her word and fixed her hair. You shouldn't try to rile people up when they're already in a bad mood, Mo. The owner of this voice stood in the doorway. She had purple and pink hair and stood nearly as tall as Yukio herself. She was adorned in armor along her arms and legs and a bia plate over a deep purple dress. A great sword was sheathed at her ample hip. She walked through the meeting hall and sat next to Midnight. Mo slumped forward. Okay, sorry Nagant, she said, placing her chin in her palm. Nagant gave a firm nod before looking to Midnight. Elder sister, she said with a nod which Midnight returned. It is good to see you, Sister Nagant, she said before Nagant turned to the rest of the table. It has been a long time, sisters. How have all of you been? She asked, to which her sisters each responded in the positive. By now only one chair remained empty. Where is that little brat? Yukio growled, staring at the empty chair as light streams of smoke emitted from her mouth. Patience, Yukio, she knows the consequences of not responding to mother's summons. Midnight said as from one of the high windows the sound of shrieking bats could be heard. A cloud of bats came in through the window, swirling around the empty seat before coalescing into the form of a young girl with glowing red eyes and skin as pale as milk. Were you all waiting long? Himiko asked snidely as her pearly white fangs shone in the light. Mo rolled her eyes. It's about time you got here. Show some respect for your grandmother. Himiko turned to Mo, smiling all the wider. Sorry, Auntie, it took me a while to get ready. It's not often Grandma demands my presence. I had to feed to make such a long trip, she said, licking her lips. That in itself is an issue that must be discussed, Midnight said, looking at the young girl. Ever since your mother passed, your people have been hunting the humans relentlessly. It is raising tensions with them. Midnight explained, only for Himiko to laugh. They're our food. No one says anything to them when they overhunt, but my people have to curb our eating habits. Exclamation mark. I think not, Himiko said, crossing her arms. The young girl was dressed in a black backless dress. Her shoulders were bare as the dress cupped her modest beeps and flowed down her body like oil. Her long nails were stained red at the tip and a golden chain adorned her neck. Midnight took a breath. She was weary of confrontation. She would broach the subject with her mother once she was here and see what she would say about the Vampire Queen's actions. As if summoned by that thought, from a door near the throne her mother stepped out, dressed in all her regal finery. She ascended the dais to her throne and took a seat. The room remained silent as Nana made herself comfortable. Daughters, it is so good to see all of you in one room again. she said, making eye contact with each one before settling on Himiko. Of course, that extends to you as well, granddaughter. You look as beautiful as your mother, may she rest in peace. Nana said as Himiko gave a wide smile. Thanks, Grandma, you look good too, she said as Nana chuckled. I try, but on to why I have brought you here. As you all may know, recently a human boy came into our lands possessing the mana of your father, who has been missing for more than a century. Many of the women there nodded. I am here to tell you that he has been found and brought before me. Nana clapped her hands and the door she entered opened again, and out of it stepped Izuku. He was no longer adorned in the garb of Wonderland's Mad Hatter, instead he was dressed in noble clothing. Creased black pants and freshly polished boots adorned his legs and feet. He wore a pressed white with the collar open to expose his chest and an overcoat. His hair was combed back and shiny in the light of the room. This is Izuku Midoriya and he will be the next Demon Lord, Nana stated. The meeting hall was silent, only the sound of the flames flickering in the torches could be heard after Nana's announcement. Izuku's heart was beating a million miles a minute as he stared at the most powerful women in the demon realm. He swallowed as Midnight's chair scraped across the stone violently as she stood up. Her blue eyes locked onto Izuku before moving to her mother. What is the meaning of this? She shouted at who Nana sat there impassively, unshaken by her daughter's outburst. There was a series of clapping from Eri, who smiled as widely as she could. The sound of her clapping was slowly bringing the others out of their various states of shock. Eri's clapping was joined by maniacal laughter. Izuku looked at the young who cupped her face as she laughed. This is insane, Himiko shouted as tears gathered in her eyes. You think this is funny? Yukio growled as she too stood up, glaring at Izuku. This was her first time seeing the boy and she was unimpressed. He had her father's mana but nothing more. He didn't have a manly face or the strength she could trust to rule her homeland. Izuku looked out at all of them as he was brought back to what happened before he entered the room. Izuku followed after Nana as the click of her heels echoed in the halls. She was striding with purpose and Izuku could see the naturally commanding presence she had. It wasn't the supreme aura he'd seen when he'd first met her, but it also wasn't the haggard look she had when they first entered the library. As he watched her, he couldn't keep his eyes from wandering. Her raven black hair flowed down her back, ending above her abdomen, and he could see the muscles of her back shift beneath her skin and then her taut that still managed to have a little jiggle as she moved. He swallowed hard and licked his lips before shaking his head as she came to a stop. Nana pushed the door open and a blanket of steam wafted across their feet. The door opened into a large bathroom. The room was lightly cloaked in steam and floral smells wafted into his nose. Polished tile covered the floor in alternating colors of white and gold. The walls were smooth stone, he would guess marble, but he was a stonemason so he couldn't be sure. Nana looked over her shoulder. Come in, she commanded, and Izuku followed after her. Once he was inside, the doors closed behind him. Izuku turned around to see a quartet of imps standing behind him. They were all dressed in the same way. Short white skirts and white cloth wrapped around their chests. Izuku smiled awkwardly before looking to Nana, who had taken a seat on a bench that ran the outer perimeter of the wall. Bathe him, she said, and immediately the four imps moved to follow her command. Wait, what? Hold on, he shouted, only to be overwhelmed as the four stripped him completely and led him into the bath. Izuku struggled, but the four imps had a strong grip on him, and once he was in the water he saw no reason to struggle anymore. Especially considering that once their white attire came into contact with the water it became translucent. Izuku stared down at the 8 nipples surrounding him as he felt his body begin to be washed. Nana leaned forward, watching the boy's reaction to this situation. Toshi also had a problem with this when he first came here. She didn't know why humans were so bashful, but he'd be broken of that soon enough. Now that she could see all of him, she could tell he wasn't as weak as his personality seemed to broadcast. The boy's body was chiseled from his farm work and his mind had been strengthened from his time here in the demon realm. Her eyes slowly dropped down to his waist under the water. She'd caught a glimpse of his package while he struggled against the four imps, but she couldn't really get a good measure of him. Izuku, Nana spoke, capturing Izuku's attention and breaking him from the trance he had found himself in. Why yes, he shouted, going completely stiff and staring at her. I need to speak with you while we have a moment and tell you what is about to happen. Izuku looked at her before nodding. Nana sat back and crossed her legs, allowing the boy a small glimpse of her underwear. You have very few options now. You are in my castle and there is no escape. I mean, you alone could probably escape, but I doubt you'd be able to abscond with those 3 women you came here with, and I can assure you they would suffer if you abandoned them to me. She said, and even in the steamy water, Izuku got a chill. I would never do that. He said, his voice steely. Nana nodded. I expected no less. The other option is to go through with Midnight's plan and have your essence stolen and perish in the process. Of course, we would make it as painless as possible, as well as let your little girls go free, and most of all you would die as a human. Izuku swallowed at the finality of her words. If she had offered him this when he first came to the demon realm, he honestly couldn't say whether or not he would have accepted that fate. He had been so terrified of turning into a monster and losing his humanity that it was entirely possible that death would have seemed preferable to living as a monster, but now, so many things had changed, and most of all he had people in the demon realm he cared for. I can't do that. I don't think I could stop you if that's what you decided, but I can't simply lie down and die without fighting for my life. I have people who depend on me now. My life isn't my own anymore, he said, looking into Nana's steel-gray eyes. Once more the demon lord nodded. The final option and the most difficult one is for you to become the demon lord. Izuku looked at Nana with a shocked expression. But aren't you the demon lord? He asked. At this point, every inch of Izuku had been bathed and the imps stepped away, alerting Nana that their task was complete. She gave a nod. Take him to get dressed, she ordered. The imps stepped out of the bath surrounding Izuku in a box as they led the naked youth to an adjoining room, followed by Nana. Izuku found himself in a dressing room surrounded by opulent clothing. Most of it was women's clothing, but a small portion of the space was held by men's clothing, but it was all much too big. To answer your question, Izuku, yes, I am the interim demon lord. My husband was the true demon lord, but after his disappearance, I had to take his place, and over the last century I've done my best to hold our realm together. The confusion on Izuku's face was apparent, and Nana began to explain as Izuku was dried and then dressed. The large clothing was placed upon him and then made to fit his form with magic. The demon lord isn't like one of your human kings. I don't only rule the demon realm, for all intents and purposes I am the demon realm. The realm is fed and held together by my mana. If I were to be killed and no one took my place, the demon realm would begin to break down and disappear completely along with every inhabitant. Even those who escaped would not live for long without the mana of the demon realm to support them. At best they would become human, at worst they would die, she explained. Izuku was amazed at just what it meant to be the demon lord. She was the only thing that stood between her people and extinction. Though I may possess it, I'm not suited for the title. The demon realm has been shrinking steadily over the past century. I've tried to at least slow down the progress by eating more essence, but my husband, being human once, didn't want for us to needlessly hunt humans, and so I've kept to that even though it was harming me and my people. Nana sighed as she looked at Izuku. But you are a man with powerful mana. You would hold this realm together, maybe even expand it with ease, and unlike me, you would be provided with more than enough sustenance to maintain your power. Izuku looked at Nana as she spelled it out for him. She wanted him to be the demon lord because if he didn't, she would have no choice but to kill him and take his mana. It was for her people after all, and Izuku was sure if he were in her position he would do the same. So many lives weighed on this, there was no way she could allow him to leave. It would be a death sentence for the entire demon realm. Whether it came tomorrow or in another 100 years, it would happen if she didn't do this. Izuku took a deep breath as he caught sight of himself in a mirror. He was fully dressed in noble garb and his fluffy hair had been styled, giving him a regal look. So I ask of you, Izuku, what do you choose? She asked. Izuku turned to her, his eyes full of resolve. I will be the demon lord, Izuku shouted to the room before him. All eyes turned to him and it took all he had not to flinch away from their gazes. Nana gave a small smirk. You all heard him, Nana said as she stared at her daughters. This is my decision and what I assume your father had planned as well. Midnight as well as Yukio still stood in defiance of this action. You can't be serious, mother. This boy doesn't have the strength, nor does he deserve to sit on the throne. Midnight protested. Midnight's right, this boy will never replace father. We should just kill him and take his mana and give it to you. Yukio said as she stalked towards Izuku. She was several feet taller than Izuku, and standing only inches away she towered over him. Her wings flared out as smoke curled up from between her teeth. I think I'll do it now, she growled as she raised her claw. Izuku looked at the raised claw and gulped. Nana had told him that she would not intervene. If he was going to be the demon lord, then he would have to prove himself to her daughters. Everything would be determined by his strength of will. The demon realm runs on one's ability to overwhelm others, most of the time that's say you ally, but sometimes violently, and being the demon lord means you dominate all. That is the role you will be taking. Izuku remembered Nana's words before she'd left him to meet her daughters. He took a deep breath. He looked into Yukio's golden eyes and then jumped forward. Everyone's eyes widened, but none more so than Yukio as Izuku's lips crashed against hers. His hand wrapped around the back of her head as his other squeezed her closer to him. Izuku gave this key everything he had as he tried tapping into his mana. He wasn't sure how to do it, but he just let his instincts take over. Yukio was about to throw Izuku to the ground when she felt him take hold of her mana and pull it from her. A shudder ran through her body as pleasure flowed into her. Her claw slowed before falling to her side as her legs quaked only to give out and drop her to her knees. Now she was shorter than Izuku as he squeezed her tighter, forcing heat into her body as his tongue roiled across her teeth, demanding entrance. That was the last ounce of resistance she could offer, but slowly that too was being whittled away. Just before she would have permitted him entrance, Izuku stopped keying her. She panted as she opened her eyes, not even realizing she had closed them. Izuku was staring down at her with swirling green eyes. He wore a powerful smirk even with a sword at the side of his neck. I think that's enough, human, Nagant said from behind Izuku. He slowly turned to look at her. Release my sister, I believe you've proven your point, she said stoically as Izuku smiled at her and slowly released Yukio as he stepped away from the still panting dragoness. Nagant's purple eyes watched Izuku before sheathing her sword and helping Yukio back to her seat before taking her own. Never once did her eyes leave Izuku. The room was quiet now, even though Midnight was fuming with anger. Nana clapped her hands twice. That is enough, everyone, let's remain civil. Izuku, please refrain from such actions for the time being, and the same goes for all of you, she said, looking at her daughters before coughing. Now, as I said, I intend to step down and have Izuku take my place as Demon Lord, but not immediately, of course. Some of your concerns are valid. Izuku as he is now could not rule the demon realm. That is why I, along with everyone here, will train Izuku until he is worthy of this seat. I can maintain our realm for a bit longer, she said, smiling. And Izuku has agreed to donate mana regularly to help with that, she said before looking at the young man as he seemed to come back to his senses. Now then, Izuku, I'll introduce you to my daughters, starting with the oldest, she said before starting. You've already met Midnight, my oldest daughter. She is a Lilim. Izuku turned to Midnight, who refused to even look in his direction, only staring up at Nana. Next is Nagant, a dark Valkyrie. Izuku nodded in the direction of the swordswoman who'd stopped him earlier. Nagant was civil enough to return his nod. And you've recently gotten to know Yukio the dragon, she said, pointing out the dragoness who seemed to be returning to her senses as her eyes skirted in his direction before looking away again only to repeat the process. Then you have Uabami, who is an echidna. Izuku looked over toward the large snake woman who bowed her head warily. Uabami wasn't sure what to think of this situation, but for now, she'd follow her mother's lead. Izuku nodded in return. She seemed nice enough, or at the very least she wasn't outwardly hostile, but that came with its own pitfalls, he was sure. Then there is Mo, who is an Afridi. Izuku moved his eyes to the woman who seemed to be made of fire. Her flames were crackling fiercely as she stared at him. She made no move to acknowledge him, only staring at him, her burning gaze searing into him as they locked eyes. He took a shallow breath as he nodded in her direction. And then you know Eri, my youngest daughter. She is also a Lilim, but a rare breed known as an Alice. Eri smiled and fluttered her fingers at Izuku in greeting. Izuku couldn't help but return the smile as he nodded in her direction. He knew that Eri might be the most powerful woman at this table, but he couldn't deny how nice it was to have someone actually happy to see him in this den of ferocious women. And finally, though she is not my daughter, she is of my blood, my granddaughter Himiko the vampire. At the word vampire, Izuku's mouth went dry. To be honest, he hadn't heard of many of the monster types Nana had introduced, but he couldn't name one person who hadn't heard of a vampire, a bloodthirsty monster that drained their victims of their life and could charm a man in an instant with just a look. Izuku turned and found a pair of glowing red eyes taking up his entire vision. A pair of ice-cold hands cupped his face as he stared into those red eyes. He heard a soft giggle as Himiko pulled back. Well, you are an interesting one. You're gonna be the new demon lord. I think that's crazy, she shouted as Izuku realized she was floating to meet his height. But I like it, she said as a long tongue slipped out of her mouth to caress his cheek. Izuku did his best not to flinch and hold his strength. There was a low rumble from the other side of the room where Eri sat. Himiko's smile grew wider before she floated away. Whoops, sorry auntie, didn't mean to upset you, Himiko said as she sat back in her seat. Now that their introductions were over, Midnight stood up to speak. Mother, I simply can't support this. I do not wish to disrespect you or go against your wishes, but I can't accept this. He is but a boy and has no control over his abilities, nor does he possess the temperament of a demon lord. You want us to entrust our realm to this boy. I say no, and I ask that you allow a vote amongst us sisters on how to proceed. If the majority agrees with you, then we shall do as you say and prepare this boy as the next demon lord, but if we disagree, I would ask you to allow us to handle this our way. At this, Izuku began to sweat. He thought that Nana was the highest authority and her daughters would simply follow her orders, but it seemed that wasn't entirely true. Nana stared at Midnight for a moment as she thought. It would be cruel to have asked Izuku to take the throne only to put his life in her daughter's hands. It was practically a death sentence. She could already tell how Midnight would vote as well as Eri. So she knew at least Eri would side with her, the others were a toss-up. Nana sighed. If she didn't give her daughters a choice in this, she would be no better than a tyrant. She'd made her daughters walk the same path as her out of respect for Toshi, even when it was detrimental to her. She couldn't do that again. Very well, Midnight, if the vote does not go my way, I will allow you and your sisters to decide how things go for Izuku, but if you are going to kill him, allow his lovers to say goodbye and then release them with no harm done to them. That's the least we can do. Midnight nodded at that. Of course, Mother, I will see that those three are sent back home unharmed, and his death will be painless. Thank you for indulging me, Midnight said as she bowed deeply. Once she rose, she turned to her sisters. I vote that we should take the boy's mana and give it to Mother. This will result in his death, of course. Midnight said this so clinically Izuku felt his stomach drop. She really didn't care about his life at all. She truly was a demon. Even so, he couldn't hate her for it. She thought she was doing what was best for her people and her realm. It wasn't like she was wrong. He was a farmer's son. It was a blessing he could read and write, but ruling a kingdom. If he was on the outside looking in, even he wouldn't think he was capable of it. I agree with Big Sis Midnight. This boy is untested and lacks the aura of a ruler. It's a shame he has to die, but that power should be in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. Mo said from her seat. I disagree. Izuku is a good guy and would be a great demon lord. Even Mother thinks so. Doesn't that count for anything? The room stalled at Eri's question. This was something their mother had decided that was not a fact easily overlooked. At this point, Uwabami spoke up. Eri does have a point. This is not just an appraisal of Izuku's skills, but also a test of how much we trust Mother's judgment. On that merit alone, I side with Mother. Midnight looked at Uwabami but said nothing. She couldn't fault her sister for her choice. What she said was true. This was her mother's plan, a plan their father apparently had put in motion, but even so Midnight could not accept this. She had to push forward even if it meant defying her parents' wishes. She was sure Eri thought she was simply being cruel to get back at her, but that was not the case. Midnight had always followed her mother's wishes on not killing humans, but this was no longer such an easy thing to do. This boy's life would be the key to their salvation. He has a powerful mana, Yukio said as she finally looked up. I don't think he's suited for the throne, but that power would be wasted if we killed him. Perhaps if Mother kept him as a concubine and fed off him. He's only a few more instances away from becoming an incubus, and once that happens he'll be overflowing with mana. Enough that regular feedings will sustain Mother and allow the boy to live," she said, not looking in Izuku's direction. There was a silence in the room after her proposal. Admittedly, Midnight did not think of that. She was so preoccupied with empowering her mother as soon as possible that she neglected such a thought. "I don't know, I like the thought of that boy on the throne. It'll be fun, and no offense Granny Nana, but it's been a while coming now. You've been the Demon Lord long enough. We all know a man should sit on that throne. I like the weakness he has, it makes him look cute. I want to see what happens when he gets a taste of real power. Will he change, grow drunk with lust and power, taking each of us to his bed and then ravenously feeding upon human women as well? That's a sight I want to see. What do you think, Izuku? Would you like to take us to bed, forcefully if we resist? Overwhelm and dominate us until we can only do what you want?" Himiko asked, trailing a red-tipped nail down her chest. This was the first time Izuku had been addressed since the discussion began. To think it would be such a blatant and lustful question. He swallowed and bit his lip as his eyes moved around the room of their own accord. Whether he wanted to or not, images of each of these beautiful women in his bed did flash through his mind. See, he does have the makings of a demon lord. Even in this situation where his life is on the line at the mere mention of carnal acts, he's overflowing with lust. "I know all of you can practically taste it," Himiko said with a mischievous grin. As much as they didn't want to admit it, the sisters at the table had to agree. They could see and nearly taste Izuku's lust for them. "Well, I suppose that makes me the tiebreaker then," Nagant said coolly as her purple eyes landed on Izuku, locking him into a staring contest. Himiko makes a decent point. The boy has the lust of a demon lord, which some would say is all he should need to hold the throne, but the rest of you have also made good points. He may have the desire but lacks the ambition to make any of those desires a reality. Then again, he is quite young and has not fully awakened to his incubus nature. Nagant grew quiet for a moment before speaking again. "I believe there is merit to what Yukio said. Mother wishes for Izuku to be the next demon lord, but he clearly lacks the power and mental fortitude for the role. That is where we will come in. I say we put Izuku to the test. Until next year, Izuku will have to seduce each of us. If he is able to sleep with all of us by the end of the year, then we will accept Izuku as demon lord, serving alongside Mother until such a time she is willing to relinquish the throne to him fully." Midnight's eyes had grown wider with each word Nagant said. She had never thought that Nagant would disagree with her. There was no one more loyal or straightforward than her, and with the two of them being the oldest sisters, they always had a close bond, so this was truly unexpected. "Well, then I would say that things have been decided. 4 agree that Izuku should become the next demon lord after a trial, and I agree. Izuku will pursue each of you for the next year, and should he prove successful he will ascend to the throne, and one of you will be his wife and rule beside him." At these words, several of her daughters looked at her shocked. "You can't be serious, Mother," Midnight shouted as Nana giggled like a naughty schoolgirl. "Oh, but I am Midnight after all. It's what happened when your father defeated my father. He took me as his wife, and it's a tradition I have always wanted to continue," she said, standing up. "Now that these things have been decided, I think we should immediately move on to deciding who Izuku's first pursuit will be," she said as she summoned a box and a piece of paper. With a flick of her wrist, the paper was cut into 7 equal pieces, after which one strip was turned a brilliant green. All 7 strips were deposited into the box. "Now each of you come forward and take a single strip from this box. Whoever draws the one that is as green as Izuku's hair will be the lucky one to have him pursue her." There were several grimaces amongst her children, but also 2 wide smiles. Eri practically threw herself out of her chair in a rush to get to the box first, but she was seconds too slow as Himiko's slender pale hand dove into the box and began rustling around the pieces of paper. She drew back her fist after selecting her strip. She didn't even bother to hide it as she opened her hand and stared down at the snow-white piece of paper in her hand. She grits her teeth in a furious state. Izuku looked out the corner of his eye at the snarling rictus Himiko was making until she noticed him looking and erased the anger from her face in an instant before smiling cutely at him. Sorry Izuku, I goofed, she said before fluttering back to her chair. Izuku gave an apologetic smile before turning to Eri. She had her fingers crossed as she reached into the box and rustled around for several seconds before pulling out a strip. Eri looked at her closed fist before slowly opening it as if that would give her a better chance of having the green strip she so desired. It was not to be though as Eri stared down at a white strip of paper. Her cherry red eyes widened before her cute little mouth turned into a frown as she drove her small foot into the stone floor, sending deep cracks into the stone. Nana sighed. Eri dear, I know you're disappointed, but that was not very ladylike. Please stop and go take your seat, she said. Eri stomped off to her seat and pouted. Well, come on, the rest of you, we don't have all day, Nana said as the rest of her daughters approached the box and took a strip of paper. Now after the first person to draw the green strip we will proceed in order of who came to the box first, she said now that the green strip had been chosen. Nana's eyes traveled to her lucky daughter and smiled. Congratulations, she said with a smile. Izuku was being led through the halls after the meeting with Nana and her daughters. He still couldn't quite believe what had happened in there. He was sure he'd be dead by now. It was clear Midnight did not like him and some of her sisters were of the same mind, but apparently, to others their mother's words counted for a lot. He was grateful for that, but now he was all in. If he couldn't get all of them to sleep with him, then he'd be killed or at best kept as a pet used to supply Nana for the rest of his days. He sighed as he stared at the back of the imp that was leading him to see Urara, Momo, and Ashido. As he did so he thought it would be a good idea to practice his seduction. Not that he had any idea on how to seduce a woman, but his life hung in the balance. He swallowed and took a deep breath. Excuse me, he said and immediately cursed himself for stuttering. The imp seemed to be just as startled as him as she squeaked and turned to face him. Why yes Izuku-sama, how can I be of service to you? She said, stuttering much like Izuku was, and immediately Izuku deflated. He couldn't do what he'd planned on doing, but he had called out to her so he had to say something. Sorry for startling you, I just wanted to ask if something like this has ever happened before, he asked, making up some random question as the two began to walk again. The imp released a breath as she spoke. There have been humans in these halls before, but you would be the first one I've seen in my service to Nana-sama, she said as Izuku rubbed the back of his head. So you didn't know the former demon lord? He asked as once again the imp shook her head. No, I didn't, that was before I began my service, sorry I couldn't be of more service Izuku-sama, she said as she turned and bowed to him. Izuku looked at her, bowed over, and he reached out to pet her head right between her tiny horns. That's all right, he said. Thank you for answering my questions, he said before pulling his hand back. The imp stood up straight, her face bright red as she looked at the two golems down the hall and bit her lip. Thank you Izuku-sama. Your companions are behind the door where those two golems are. I hope to be of service to you again and, good luck, she said before flying off down the hall. Izuku looked after her until she rounded a corner out of his sight. He took a deep breath before walking toward the two golems. At his presence, they stepped aside, permitting him entry to the room. Izuku opened the door and saw Momo, Urara, and Ashido all asleep in the same bed. He walked into the room and quietly shut the door before moving over to them. He stood at the side of the bed looking down at their sleeping faces. They must be exhausted after all this time. It had only been a week since he got here, he thought, but it felt so much longer than that. As he looked down at them he felt that familiar urge in his stomach and his member beginning to throb with desire. He stared at their faces as he let his lust build within him. If he was to seduce the demon lord's daughters he had to get used to this ever-present feeling of lust. He couldn't keep forcing it down, he had to come to grips with it. As he let the lust build he noticed a green mist leaking from his mouth and flowing down to the three women. He watched as they inhaled it in their sleep and immediately their faces became flushed and they started to shift in their sleep. Izuku watched in fascination as they began to writhe in. He could only imagine what they were dreaming about, at least until Momo spoke. Izuku, she said before her eyes popped open and she shot up, breathing heavily and clutching her chest. A light sheen of sweat had built up on her forehead and he could see the peaks of her nipples pushing against her shirt. Izuku reached out and placed his hand on Momo's shoulder. She twitched before turning to Izuku and smiling widely. Izuku, she shouted and took hold of his hand, pressing it to her face and keying across his palm. Her shout and heated keying awoke the other two, who also launched themselves at Izuku. Urara wrapped herself around his midsection, squeezing him tightly as she nuzzled into his abs. Ashido slithered between the two to cling to his back and key his cheek repeatedly. "You're okay," Urara shouted, looking up at him with tears building in the corners of her eyes that threatened to spill into her honey-brown fur. "I'm so glad, husband, we were so worried," Ashido shouted between keys. Momo looked at him and smiled gently. "Welcome back," she whispered against his palm, still cupping her face with his hand. Izuku was nearly brought to tears as he looked at the trio of women. If he wasn't sure before about whether these three truly cared about him or were just lusting after him, he was definitely sure now that they loved him, and he now knew how he felt and what he had to do. "I'm back, and Momo, Urara, Ashido, I love you, all of you," he said, and once more a spark of green energy traveled from Izuku into the three of them, sending a sheen of green mana across their eyes as the three of them ed and looked at Izuku, their eyes dark with affection. "I love you too, Izuku," Momo whispered before beeping on the pad of his thumb. "I love you too, master," Urara said as she pulled his shirt up, keyed his stomach, and inhaled his clean scent. Even over the smell of the luxurious soaps he'd been bathed in, she could still smell his scent, and she loved it. "Yes, husband, I love you too," Ashido said as she keyed his cheek and then moved down to his neck. Izuku gave a low growl as he felt pleasure run through his body. His hand moved to the top of Urara's head and gently began to guide her lower before shaking his head. "Wait, you guys, there are some things I have to tell you first. I want you all to know what's about to happen and what the Demon Lord wants from me," he said as he sat down on the bed across from them. Momo reluctantly let his thumb slip from her mouth, and Urara, who had her hands on his pants knowing what Izuku wanted from her, released the hem of his pants. Ashido pouted as she slipped from his shoulder to sit next to Momo on the other bed. The three of them looked at Izuku. The young man took a deep breath before going into detail about what had transpired after they left his side. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.